choices, standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rap game strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I'm manifesting my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. 4:06 p.m. What? 125/2024. What is going on? Speculation Station, Leisure Check. I see everybody entering right now. What is going on? Shout out to y'all. Speculation Station, Gold Dust, Doc Terry. How you doing today? I hope you are doing good today, Doc Terry. Kels, how you doing? Deb says blessing everyone in T-REV. Thank you, Deb. Blessings to you too. Man, this shit's crazy, right? I just woke up, but when I got off of my second stream last night, I, had to go do a few things, work with my video guy. So I'm hoping I was gonna have it out today, but I think I'm gonna put it out tomorrow. It's a full docuseries. I've been adding things to it as news comes out, because this is a development story. So I want to make sure that you guys, you know what I mean, have all the details in there up to date. Same to y'all, Kel says. What's going on, K19? Welcome, K19. What's that? President 12. Is that what you're saying? Has the fifth person been named yet? Yes, sir. Alex Lee, allegedly. What's going on, Misty Free Spirit? What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you again. Jamie Johnson says, hey, y'all in the building. Make sure you guys do me a favor as you're coming in. Hit the like button. Smash the notification bell. Put it on all. FTA, hashtag FTA for the algorithm. Continue to push this story to new heights. I'm glad that it's getting the attention it deserves. There's a lot of stuff to talk about when it comes to this case. Now, what's going on, Mike? Shout out to Mike Jetson in the building. Texas veteran in the building. What's going on, Texas veteran? Thank you for your service, brother or sister. I appreciate that. Cookie Monster, T-REV, perfect timing. You said I have no more hour left, or one more hour left at work. Let's go. I'm doing good. Just woke up a little bit ago. Lexi Texie in the building. Paige Brown, how you doing? Good. I'm glad you're here too. Bayou Babe, how you doing? Brandy, K Renee. Well, let's dive into it, right? I want to read this real quick. I want to go back over this, right? Because it says there's another updated article. Let's talk about the updated article, and I'm going to open up the lines after we look at this one small video, right? But I want to read this to you guys because it's updated, and we need to just think about the things that are being said here. And it's I don't think it's much different from last night, but we'll find out. Now, it said, I'm going to tell you exactly. I just want to make sure this is the right one before I dive into it. Okay, here we go. I got it. Here it is now. I wanted to make sure. Now, it says, the fifth man contradicts Kansas City Chiefs fans' pal about men's death, right? We read something similar to this yesterday, but listen. A fifth friend at the Kansas City Chiefs watch party that preceded the mysterious deaths of three men offered a new account of the men's final hours. The bodies of Ricky Johnson, 38, Clayton McGinney, 36, and David Harrington, 37, were discovered on January 9th. Hold on, let me put on this mic filter real quick that I usually have on. There we go. Now it says the bodies of Ricky Johnson, 38, Clayton McGinney, 36, and David Harrington, 37, were discovered on January 9th after one man's fiance told Kansas City police she had not heard from her partner in 2 days. Two of the men were found in the snow outside Jordan Willis's rental home, while the other were found dead on the man's back porch. Now, it says the Kansas City Police Department told Fox News Digital that they were awaiting the results of the men's post-autopsy toxicology reports. The fifth man, who was at the home on January 7th, who has not been named publicly, told Fox 4 Kansas City that Willis and the three men were still awake when he left the home at Northwest 83rd Terrace that night. He stressed that he was not the last person to see the men alive. His attorney, Andrew Tauge, told the outlet that his client arrived at the residence to watch the Chiefs play the Los Angeles Chargers around 7 p.m., and he left at approximately midnight. When his client left, Tauge said, the other 4 men were awake watching Jeopardy. But there's other rumors out there that they were playing video games, shooting dice, etc. John Paserno, the attorney representing Willis, Fox News Digital, told on Wednesday that the 5th man left his client's house first, then said goodbye to the other 3 men before falling asleep on his couch. In an earlier interview with Fox 4, Paserno said that Willis went to sleep while the 4 men were still awake and hanging out at the house, right? Ross Nigro, an attorney representing Johnson's family, said that the news of the 5th person in the house is yet another example of inconsistencies. Now, initially, he was by himself. Now there was a 5th magical person. Who was at the house, Nigro said, right? So who was at the house? Good question. That's another inconsistency. Let me scroll on down here. It says Clayton McGinney, Ricky Johnson, and David Harrington were found dead at the Northwest 83rd Terrace, pictured here 2 days after they watched the Kansas City Chiefs game against the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, going down, it says initially he was by himself. Now there was a 5th magical person who was at the house. The fact that the story has changed significantly makes it seem unbelievable and not trustworthy whatsoever. In addition to Mr. Willis leaving the residence and hiring a criminal defense attorney, those are all signs of someone that has a lot to hide. Nigro claims a still living party who was at the gathering recalled that Willis' 2 dogs were present at the watch party preceding the men's deaths, remarking that if you have a dog and there's 3 deceased people at the house, they would alert you. Should scroll down on me like that. Keep scrolling down on me. Stop doing that. That his client left house said the other 4 men were awake watching Jeopardy. And that's when they were talking about the dice and the other stuff. Hold on, let's scroll down a little bit. The inconsistencies. Now, he said initially, here it is. Initially, he was by himself. Now there was a 5th magical person who was at the house, Nigro said. The fact that the story has changed significantly makes it seem unbelievable and not trustworthy whatsoever. In addition to Mr. Willis leaving the residence and hiring a criminal defense attorney, those are all signs of someone that has something to hide. Nigro claims a still living party who was at the gathering recalled that Willis's 2 dogs were present at the watch party preceding the men's deaths, remarking that if you have a dog and there is 3 deceased people at the house, they would alert you to the bodies. Now, it is unclear whether that party was the 5th man referred to in the news reports. It says, however, Paserno claims the animals were boarded at his client's father's house during the gathering after the men left, Paserno said. Willis slept a lot of the time during the subsequent 48 hours. Meanwhile, the friends and family of McGinney, Johnson, and Harrington said they called, emailed, texted, and messaged him on Facebook when they could not contact their loved ones. At least 2 concerned parties said they knocked on Willis's door before the police responded to the home at approximately 8:51 p.m. on January 9th, but he did not answer the door. It says Paserno denied those claims in a Tuesday interview with Fox News Digital. The thing that strikes me strange about that is that none of those people called him on his cell phone. He said one of them, I believe it was the fiance, did send him a message on Facebook Messenger, but he didn't receive it until after police had. The fiance allegedly broke into the back of the home after her calls and knocks went unanswered and called police after finding one of the 3 bodies on Willis's back porch. Fox 4 reported that she shouted for Willis inside the house, made her presence known. Now, according to the victims' families, Willis met officers at the door in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand. Paserno told Fox News Digital that it actually contained water and had been refilled after holding wine the night before.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Paserno said his client did not hear knocks at his door before the police arrived because he was sleeping with noise-canceling headphones and a loud fan. Willis also did not hear the concerned woman broke into his house, Paserno said. The Kansas City Police Department has stressed that Willis is not suspected of any wrongdoing and is not facing criminal charges. But ladies and gentlemen, for me, the thing that strikes me the most right now is the inconsistencies from Paserno and bouncing back to that fifth guy that says both of those dogs were there that night. That's the thing that's getting at me. I don't know what's getting at you guys. Maybe write that down in the comments. I can't see the comments right this second. I'm going to jump right back to them after I finish reading this, but I'm just saying in general, I keep referring back to, like, if he lied out like that publicly and his lawyer is saying, well, you know, the dogs were at dad's, right? But if dad, and I was able to corroborate this, by the way, I want to let you guys know something. I got a hold of Adriana and she told me that 100%, he has Alzheimer's. His dad does. And I know you guys were telling me that and you were like, you're late, but we got to wait till we hear some facts. You know what I mean? I don't know where it came from, but she told me. I was able to ask because I was like, is that speculation? I've never seen that. And you guys knew that. Appreciate that, Brandy. But yes, that's a true fact that his dad does have Alzheimer's, Jordan Willis's, allegedly. First and foremost, this case is 100% not being investigated as a homicide, says Captain Jake Beck China of the Kansas City Police Department. Now, there have not been any arrests or charges and no one is in custody. There are no specific threats or concerns for the surrounding community at this time. The resident at the house was cooperative with detectives the day of deceased, or the day the deceased were discovered. I see. Okay. However, Johnson's family was retained an attorney to compel a more thorough investigation into their son's death. Paserno said his client allowed police to search his home without a warrant or an attorney present. Nigro, the attorney representing Johnson's family, said police carried out a second, more thorough investigation 2 days later. Johnson, a father of three, never showed up for work at his father's construction company that Monday. At that time, Ricky Johnson Sr. told Fox News Digital his family worked to find the address where his son watched the game. Now, that's another thing to speculate on. What is the time frame between the game? What's the time frame between when the game happened? Right? Hold up, let me see. News Digital found the address. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say to watch the game. I meant to say address. Like, how long did it take them to find the address? Let's get to that. Who told them that they were at Jordan Willis's house? Did anybody that, and I think this is a crucial detail. I don't know about you guys, right? But we've went out to places as humans, correct? Well, let me check comments real quick. We went out to places as humans and we go to our friends and we're over at this place hanging out. And maybe our loved one that, you know, we love very so much just doesn't know that we're at this person's house and we stop by for a couple hours to hang out, right? And then we're going to go back to the house and etc. Is that what happened here? And nobody could find out the address until around Tuesday when they pulled up at 8:51 p.m. Because it specifically says in the article that Johnson, a father of three, never showed up for work at his father's construction company that Monday. At that time, Ricky Johnson Sr. told Fox News Digital his family worked to find the address where his son watched the game. So that indicates to me that they had to track him down. You know what I mean? What's going on, Cassie? Welcome. Old timers or Alzheimer's is terrible disease. Yes, it is. Household name. Definitely is. It ain't old timers, though. It's Alzheimer's. But I see what you're saying. Let me see how you won. If the game was at 3 something, why did the fifth say he showed up at 7 to watch the game? Oh my God, that's just more stuff you're pointing out to me. It's gonna mix my brain up, and I'm fitting to open the lines up here in 1 second. I'm just gonna finish reading this part right here. Now it says Johnson's father said a police present had already. Johnson's father said a police presence had already amassed when he and the family members pulled up to Willis's house on January 9th. They told us to wait for 4 hours and they would tell us what they found. So they told them to wait. That changed. This whole entire article, the wording in it, it changed. It says they told us to wait for 4 hours and they would tell us what they found, Johnson Sr. said Tuesday. We waited all night and they never called. We called them the next day and they still wouldn't give us any information. So I called an attorney. Since then, Johnson's mother, Norma Chester, told Fox News Digital detectives have only reached out to her twice, and that was once to inquire about whether they knew the password for their son's phone or not. I mean, I guess that shows some investigation going on, right? Chester and Johnson Sr. doubt police assertions that Willis was not involved in their son's death. He may have done some drugs and stuff in the past, but I do not believe all three of them did drugs and fell over dead in that backyard, Johnson Sr. said of his son. I'm not going to say that during a game he didn't have a few drinks, but he wasn't irresponsible that he was going to go outside and freeze to death. Exactly. You're talking about 3 grown men. If he was out there just freezing, like they said, he could have kicked out a window to get into the house, the father continued. Now it says Johnson Sr. also said that his son's coat was found inside Willis's home and that a 38-year-old construction worker would never leave the house without a coat. The father told Fox News Digital that he suspected that Willis drugged them, dragged them outside, and waited 2 days to call police. Seriously, these were responsible men. How did they go in the backyard and freeze to death? All 3 of them, Johnson's mother told Fox News Digital. Now, it says Willis has since then moved out of his rental home in fear of retaliation after a flurry of media attention about his friend's deaths, according to Paserno. He has also taken a leave of absence from his job as a data scientist at IAVI, a nonprofit that develops vaccines for infectious diseases, which we've already looked that up. Chester said her mother's intuition tells her that the men were poisoned. Something comes to mind. This guy wants to brag about how smart he is. He's a scientist. My thoughts are that he concocted something and gave it to all 3 men. I know I'm just thinking, but how could this have happened? She said. Paserno called these accusations of drugging or poisoning ridiculous. He's a scientist and somehow he's to blame. That's an opinion, not a based fact, the attorney said. There's no allegation of any animosity between Jordan and his 3 friends, Paserno told Fox News Digital on Tuesday. People want to speculate, but it's not like anyone's ever called the police saying we're afraid of this Jordan Willis guy. Paserno said 2 of the 3 men had been friends with Willis since high school, and the third was a close friend for about 4 years. So now we got a number that the other friend, 2 of them close to him, and then the other one 4 years. They went to watch the Chiefs game together. Jordan had bought 4 tickets to the Chiefs game for the following Sunday so they could go together, Paserno said. I understand that people are hurting, but that's no excuse to throw baseless accusations at Jordan. The number one thing that people need to remember from our point of view is that these were his 3 buddies. If they were in danger, he would have helped them, Paserno said. If he knew they were out there, he would have called the police himself. Anything beyond that is pure speculation. I like how they changed up the wording in there. He said, hold up.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
It just what doesn't make sense to me, like I said, is that whole entire shit about the dogs. There's just multiple things that aren't going together within the 5th person and Jordan's statements based from their lawyers. What is your thoughts and opinions? I'm giving everybody 6 minutes. What's a 219-885-9693? I want to hear from you guys. What are your thoughts and opinions on this case? Seriously, this is wild. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button as you're coming in. Again, I just opened the lines. Make sure you call it a 219-885-9693 or the number is at the top. Let's get it going.
Right now, CB, thanks so much for being here.
What's going on the beach?
What we know and what new details have now come to light.
Hi, Lexi. Well, you know,
my dude.
Calls,
sounds
texts,
like my dude.
Facebook messages,
they
all went unanswered for 2 days, according to loved ones who say they tried to track down Ricky Johnson, David Harrington, and Clayton McGeeney. These 3 friends had all been hanging out with Jordan Willis at his home.
But he said just because it isn't considered criminal yet doesn't mean it won't become one. I get what you're saying. That's a fact. Accidental overdose. Pine Needle says, hold on. Accidental overdose by the men's own hand. The only thing left to figure out is what was Jordan doing for 48 hours. Okay. 414, you're in the door. Talk to us.
Hi, this is Grandma Bunny, your criminal med. How
What's-
you doing today?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself, man?
Okay, I'm just post-surgery, so I'm a little wacky, but
Well, I hope you feel better and heal. Come on.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Um,
Talk to me. I want you to talk to me about this case, like the stuff that I just read. I don't know if you heard it or just anything that you want to get off your mind in general, that whether it's inconsistent or what. Go ahead. I'm gonna put the timer on now. It's your time.
This is what I think about it, and it's a little bit out of the box, but I used to work a long time ago at Rayovac, and I worked with both lithium and silver. Lithium explodes with contact with air. Silver, you turn blue. So, you know, chemicals have a lot of weird things. So this is my thought, is we got three guys who obviously somehow ended up falling out together at the same time, which tells me it was the same thing that got them. Now, if they truly were the kind of guys we've been hearing about, which were really not drug users, more occasional drinkers and fans, then I'm wondering, is it possible that either the owner of the house or that fifth person or somehow somebody was dealing in big amount, which, if we're talking the F word, comes in like bricks of powdery substance. And what happens is even things that touches can go down.
Right.
So, you know, if we had an instance where there was a daycare that some was found in the floorboards and cops started falling. So I'm wondering if somehow, perhaps, that mysterious fifth person, who was the only one to drive away from this, perhaps brought something big, and it was hidden, and either Justin, the owner, knew or not. I'm not sure, but he had it there, and somehow these three guys got into it, or it opened, in which case it would get into the air. They knew it was happening. They ran out the door without their coats or anything else, because they were pretty settled in there, I think, kind of laying around playing games, doing weird stuff, and went outside and fell out. That can happen that quickly with just touch if the amount is right. And the amount that's coming in now is super bad. And there's also another one coming in that really, if you breathe it or touch it, you can fall out. So what we may not see, what may show this, is if we don't see ingestion, we'll just see it in the blood from what's gotten in from the touch. You know what I mean?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Somehow it was hidden and that baggie broke, or that, you know, it's about the size of a brick. So that bag broke and it went into the air somehow. They tried to get outside. One guy got to a chair. The other two, you know, they're just trying to get air at that point. Your body just, the first thing that happened, I was at Children's Hospital for 22 years. So the body just really is looking for air. So whatever you can do, your body's going to try for air. So going outside doesn't surprise me. Now, what may also have happened is it was then discovered by the homeowner. He actually touched some also and went down, but did not die. That's common, you know, especially with touch. Not everybody's going to fall up. But just the thought, you know, that if they really were the kind of guys they were, you know, and I hate to see that they were buying something you know, obviously off the street if we're talking about it being laced, which of course we have to. I just don't see any other, the other explanation is they bought it, you know, and somebody's responsible for buying it. But it's just a little too odd. So I'm just wondering if it has that wrinkle where it was something hidden that they got into somehow. Because it didn't, I don't think when they left the back door, they were leaving for good. I think they're just going out. You know what I mean? I
Yes,
don't know
ma'am.
why. But I just think they were going out. If they were going to their cars, it would have been the front door because those were down the street. So for some reason, they were going in that backyard. There's nothing in the backyard but air. So just a thought. Put it
Well, I
out there.
appreciate you sharing. I appreciate you sharing.
You know, I've been around a long time, and people don't realize how just handling it
Right.
can take you down. And if you are, say these guys were just normal guys, had some drinks, a little bit of weed, they're not used to it. They'll go down fast. But the guy who wouldn't go down fast would be the dealer, the one who had the brick. That would be the one who drove away or knew when that thing busted to get out of there. Okay. You can't even go near it to clean it up. You really can't. You've got to get in a suit, get a dry vac, get everybody out of there. And it's you don't throw it in the water, you know, it's very easy to happen that way. And people don't think for an injection. And this can happen. So
Absolutely.
just a thought, because they seem kind of like three nice guys.
Right. No, I agree. And what's
family man?
What's your final thoughts before I move on to the next caller? Timer just went up, but what's your final thoughts before I move on? And actually, there's a new interview. There's a new interview out. We're about to watch that too.
Right. I think nobody has the true story yet. I think something happened. It's got involved some kind of narcotic that takes you out, or another chemical. There are some that do that.
So before you go, foul play or accident?
I think if you want to call it foul play, somebody brought something over. And I think it was accidental that somebody got into something. I don't think somebody set out to get these guys. I just don't feel that way. But perhaps there was panic and overreaction from what happened. Somebody got out of there awful fast and then moving out. There's a couple odd things.
Yeah, no, I very good breakdown. I like the way you explained everything right there. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you being a voice in the community. And I'm about to play an interview from a brother that just came out today. I don't know if you see it.
I'm going to watch it. I'm on now. I'm in the chat.
Yes, ma'am. I'm about to play it right now. Thank you for calling in first and foremost. And I appreciate you being a voice in the community. Hopefully hear from you again. And I hope you heal also. You said surgery at the beginning. I remember that. So I hope you heal well.
Thank you. I'm being slowly rebuilt. I've got one more. I'm on the last shoulder and one more knee, and then I'm all metal.
You got it. You got this.
Thank you.
Keep fighting. God bless you, man.
Right.
Prayers
Have
to you.
a great day.
Love and light. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Now let's jump into this real quick. Turn that loud shit off. Here it is. This was sent to me. Okay. We could dive into it.
Some people just know it's.
You know, we could do without the ads, though. We could do without the ads for sure. Kind of makes sense, Deb says. Hello, maybe the renter had Narcan. Pine Needle says on the beach. Oh, okay, you're talking to someone else. I'm gonna open the lines up in a second, but we do need to see this interview real quick. Hold up. Come on with the whole ad crap.
Based on how
I want to see this interview because it's a newer one and it's the brother of the victim. I've heard whose brother it is, but we'll see.
Morning. There are so many questions after those 3 Kansas City Chiefs fans were found dead in the frozen backyard of their friend Jordan Willis more than 2 weeks ago. Willis's attorney admitting a 5th person was also in the house when.
I'm going to open the lines back up. I do see people calling in right now. I'm going to open it back up after this video. This is a new video. That's why I stopped and played it real quick.
Willis went to bed on the couch where he slept for 2 days, he says, until his friends' bodies were found.
Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said their goodbyes, opened the door. He went back on the couch and he crashed.
But that fifth person reportedly denying all of that. He claims that he left the house while the three friends and Willis were still awake watching Jeopardy and insisting that he was not the last one to see them alive. Grieving family members, including our next guest, demanding answers. Jonathan Price. His brother was one of the men found in the backyard. His name was Ricky Johnson. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for joining us.
Okay. This is who we talked about, Jonathan Price. Now, remember, Jonathan Price said that these three friends were inseparable. I remember that. I noted everything from his last interview. It was him, Ricky Johnson's niece, and mom. And he specifically said that they were inseparable friends.
I know your family is just devastated. Everyone on this couch has a brother.
What's
you
going
say
on,
things
Janine?
are not adding up.
Cara.
What do you mean?
Well, for one, like you guys just showed, does he know when they left or does he not? Does he know if his dogs were there? Does he not? There's way too many questions still needing to be answered. And nobody can answer those questions in honesty except for Jordan.
Yeah.
The fifth person, he was there, but he wasn't there after a certain time frame.
Well, and didn't Jordan's attorney say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he saw his four friends out at the end of the night?
Yes, that's what he originally said. And then he kind of backtracked on it after the fifth person came out. And that's just the stuff that's not adding up.
Yeah.
If you have to change your story, then
Welcome,
how do we
Mike
know
Monson.
at any time were you telling the truth? It doesn't make any sense.
Jonathan, so many people, when we read the story for the first time, we thought, who sleeps on a couch for 2 days? How did that happen? What do you think happened?
I mean, that part makes no sense to me, especially when it seems like you're a responsible individual, a responsible enough individual to gain a PhD in what seems like a very complicated science. If you're one of those type of people, in order to sleep all day on a Monday, which I assume was a work day, if you're working from home, I mean, I don't know how that is possible.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't be able to do that.
It's being
And my
reported.
job's not nearly as complicated.
Yeah, it's being reported that Jordan Willis, the guy who owns the house, who was allegedly asleep on the couch for 2 days, is an accomplished scientist. What are police telling you?
Police have not told us a single thing. Not my mother. The last my mother heard was that they were still trying to.
That's what I said.
Get through.
I know this is Jonathan Price. I already took notes from his previous interview. He had a previous interview with the niece and with the mom, I'm pretty sure. It was Norma. Now, when last time he told us that they were inseparable.
The phones, and that was well over a week and a half ago.
And Clayton's fiance, Clayton is one of your brother's best friends. All three of them, I understand, were inseparable. Clayton's fiance had to break into the house 2 days later because she wasn't hearing from her fiance, right?
Correct.
And then what did she find when she went into the house?
Well, she announced her presence. She made that very clear. And there was no answer from anybody. So she assumed that nobody was home. So she continued her search to where she, the official statement wasn't actually released. So I don't know who she found on the back porch. But as soon as she found someone on the back porch, she immediately called the police. And when the police showed up, that's when Jordan answered the door as if he had no idea anything was going on. And from there on, it was, we haven't really gotten something we can call the truth from him anyway.
And then the three men were found in the backyard. Were they frozen to death?
Well, the official cause of death is not stated.
The official cause of death is not stated.
But they do say at the very beginning that they did freeze to death, yes.
Yeah. Were there any drugs involved? Have you gotten toxicology reports back?
Say at the very beginning that they did freeze to death, yes.
Yeah. Were there any drugs involved? Have you gotten toxicology reports back?
Yes, there is, Boykin.
Toxicology is still waiting for a couple weeks, they said. That's the last we heard from Jordan's lawyer, because apparently they are anxiously waiting for that as well. I'm sure they would be. especially if he does know what's going on.
Jonathan, I know that the police are conducting this investigation, but
You're welcome,
what's your
Southern.
family going through, especially not having any answers?
So that's the biggest thing is, I can't speak on all of my family, but for myself, it's been very difficult. And I don't think that I can ever fully heal until I find out what happened. And I'll never be fully healed. I admired my brother so much.
What was
I
he
looked up
like?
to him. Huge sports fan. Everything sports, no matter what it was. His 3 beautiful daughters, he loves them to death. Yeah, you can see him when you look at them so much. They look just like him, and it's very difficult.
How are they doing?
Well, not all of them understand. The older 2 definitely going through a very hard time.
Gosh.
I'm not sure if the youngest one fully understands right now, being 4. So I'm not sure how much she's seeing.
Welcome, Layla.
Online and everything,
Jackie.
Yeah.
but it's just very difficult to
Jonathan, this is a very important story. Everyone is concerned about this because we all watch football. We've been watching the Chiefs, and we can all relate to the story. We go to, tailgates. We go to people's houses to watch games, and we all bring a dip or chips or whatever. And this happened to your family, and it's just so bizarre. You're in our prayers. God bless you so much, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Wow. Very sad interview right there, honestly. That was a very sad interview, in my opinion. Good gracious. All right. I'm going to open the lines back up again. 219-885-9693. Phone numbers at the top of your screen. I'll take it off. Do not disturb just now. The brother just asked the same questions that we're asking, right? The 5th friend says the dogs were at the house. Who the is lying? Who is lying to us? The 5th friend said the dogs were at the house. Who is lying here? 732. I'm on with you. Talk to me. Who is lying?
Hey, T-REV, how are you?
Who's the big fat liar?
I'm going to be honest. I think maybe everybody's telling a little bit of mistruth.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to, because here's one problem I have.
Mm-hmm.
The 5th guy,
Mm-hmm.
they said he went to Jordan's house at 7 to watch the Chiefs game. But wasn't that game over at 6:30?
The game was over. Allegedly they went over there at 3:00, right? And then they got together and left from there and went to other places and came back to the house.
I'm talking about the 5th guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The 5th guy we did here went over there at 7.
His lawyer made a statement that he went over at 7 p.m.
Yep, 7 to 12
to watch the Kansas City Chiefs play the Chargers.
Oh, I know. We're past that. I'm at that also. But who's lying?
Like I said, I think it's a little bit. Here's another thing that bugs me a little. Unless you're used to your loved one,
yes, ma'am,
going on benders for a day or 2 at a time,
right?
After 24 hours that I don't hear from you or anybody you were with,
yes, ma'am,
I'm calling the cops. I'm not waiting a whole nother 24 hours to locate you myself.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing I found a little odd is even when they located the cars and the house, they're breaking in before calling the cops.
The thing, all right, so now as far as what you just spoke of about, finding, or I would be looking, actually, it says that Ricky Johnson Sr., when Ricky Johnson didn't show up to work, they started to search. They started to find out where he was at. Yeah, they started.
Yeah, but here's the thing. But what I'm saying is they still didn't locate the house till Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Would you really have waited? Your son's such a responsible guy.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to wait 48 hours to find him yourself?
Right.
You're not going to call the cops after 24 hours and say, I can't find him. I can't get a hold of any of the guys he was with. They haven't been on social media. There's been nothing. You don't have to wait 48 hours anymore. So like I said, the fiance, unless I'm used to my old man going on a bender for a day or two, after 24 hours, I'm calling the cops. I'm not going to try and hunt you down myself unless you're known to do this every once in a while.
Right.
And like, here's the thing. I lost my mom this past June.
I'm sorry.
And my brother last year to lung cancer. And when they passed, I wanted to blame everybody and everything other than the cigarettes for killing them. Because it's so much easier to blame someone else or something else than to say, it was their own actions that caused it. My mom was a chain smoker for 40 years.
I know, but I want to say this on the flip side in their defense, right? I want to say this for the victims' families, I can't say they're victims, but the people who have passed away here, right? The reason why I think it's so suspicious to them, it's not just one, it's not just two, it's three of them that are outside. So they're trying to figure out, how are three capable grown men who work functioning jobs and, you know, go and the regular human,
I could explain that,
and they're just out back. That's why I think this is super suspicious to the families, and it looks super suspicious to me from that angle also. So I can see why they're like that. You know
what I think, but I don't find like the way they were found, the circumstances suspicious. I will say, Jordan, and I'm putting up person number 5 in there. Like, that's a little suspicious. But let's be like, we know with these drugs that amount of people can go down at the same time. I think the fact that one of the guys was on the porch and the other two guys, he probably did try to get help. They might have realized, oh, something ain't right here. And that's as far as that's not odd when it comes to drugs like fentanyl, opioids, it's heroin. It's that we hear about this every single day, even more than 3 people. And come on, let's be honest here. If these weren't 3 white dudes, would we be talking about it as much?
Right. No. You said if there were 3,
would it be that shocking to us that 3 went down?
It's shocking, period. I don't care if you're Chinese, black, Mexican.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter what you are. 3 people falling out to me is weird. I don't care what color.
Exactly. But do you think we'd be hearing about it as much?
Possibly.
Possibly.
It depends. It also depends what, you know, it depends how families are taught. It just depends. I think that depends on where you're at.
I don't know. I just think everybody's like real quick to want to believe person number 5, but then real quick to call Jordan a murderer when person number 5's story don't make sense.
Well,
I went to this guy's house at 7 to watch a game that was over at 6:30.
Now, I don't know if it was to watch a game.
What do you go there for?
It sounds like an after party to me.
But but that's not the statement they made. He went to his house at 7 p.m. to watch a Kansas City Chiefs play the Chargers.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Well, the game was over at 6:30.
It only takes one.
They wouldn't have checked that before they put, like, neither one of their lawyers can make an honest statement, apparently. So that's why I think it's an accidental overdose, and everybody's trying to paint themselves in the best light. But on that note, I'll let you go. I don't want to take up too much time.
Nah, you're good. I love the conversation. I get what you're saying too. Like I really am getting what you're saying, because you're going, you know, I'm not, you know, we're quick to believe this 5th guy, but you know what I mean? I get what you're saying. I get where you're going with it. And it's a good point.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
If your loved one says that I'm going to my girlfriend's house for a pocketbook party, are you going to try to hunt her down for 2 days yourself, or are you going to notify the authorities? Something right here, my girl never came back.
Well, I know exactly where she's going, so.
But I'm saying,
absolutely.
Forbid,
if I don't hear anything within an hour, or 2, it's I'm on it.
That's my point.
Absolutely.
So, like I said, I think their families, if they were honest with themselves, they know their family member has a history. Jordan might have very well been negligent in that he panicked when he looked out the window, because probably in 2 days he saw it. I'm not letting him off the hook. I just don't understand why everybody's like, he's guilty, he's guilty, he's guilty. But let's trust the fifth guy. Let's trust the only guy that drove away. The only one who is sober enough to drive. We're going to take his word for it. But
yeah, no, that's a very good point, and I'm glad you're bringing that perspective to the table, and I appreciate you doing that. It makes inquiring minds really dig deep. In my opinion, it makes me think deeper too, like, because he's saying the dogs are there. He's saying, these other things, right? And that goes against what Jordan's lawyer came out and said. Well, the dogs were at Dad's. The dogs were never there. And, I walked them out the door and all different
else
types of
has
shit.
said the dogs, and everybody else has claimed the dogs weren't there, that the dogs were at his father's. He's really the only one who's claimed that the dogs were there, and he might be saying that the dogs were there because he knows it makes his story look better. Because everybody's saying, oh, if the dogs were there, he would have had to let him out.
Mm-hmm. He didn't go to watch the game. He went there to hang out with his friends. The game was already over.
And we're all assuming that because he said he left at midnight, he left at midnight.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see. We're going to find out. Hopefully more statements come out. I appreciate you calling in. I'm going to let the next one call.
Thank you.
But I
Have a
appreciate
great night. Thanks for taking my call.
God bless you, man. Love and light. Make sure you lock your doors. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. You haven't called him a murderer. In my opinion, B says. This person might be the drug dealer, says Fly High. 601, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, brother. 601, Mississippi. I called yesterday.
Yes, sir. What's going on, man?
Yeah, I had that list.
Yeah, we like that.
But yeah, right. Well, look, brother, it all comes. It goes full circle with the police. Mm-hmm. All they got to do is release a little bitty presser that will dispel any of the millions of myths that's going on out there right now, and just say what the heck they believe right now is going on. Let everybody know that there's an investigation going on, and let everybody know what they got. Mm-hmm. Be upfront about everything, because right now this has been going on now for a while, and they ain't coming forward with nothing. I think it goes back full circle to a screwed up, botched investigation from the beginning. I mean, we're in the world. You got 3 people in the same backyard that died at the same time of unnatural causes or whatever kind of cause. And then they don't. I mean, where are the pictures? Where's the investigation? What about the people and the parents and the friends and the girlfriend that came? Everybody's got a phone nowadays. Why aren't they taking pictures of stuff? Hey, look, I found the guy here. Click, click, click. Oh, here's the backyard. Click, click, click. Here's the guy's house. Click, click, click. And the father waited out in front for 4 hours, 3 hours, and didn't take any pictures of what was going on. The police in the backyard. Where's all that stuff that should be put out there right now?
I've seen him do it.
This is what I know. This is what I've seen. Here, look, there's a U-Haul in the driveway. No, there's no U-Haul in the driveway. There's dogs, there's cats, there's elephants in the backyard. Where is all this stuff? Everybody's got all these things. If they were supposed to be such good friends, why didn't they know where this guy lived? The fiance didn't know where her boyfriend, friend, who's been friends forever since they were 2 years old, where they live, where he could be found, where am I going? I don't know, but still, they don't know this guy by name enough to know where he lived, but yet he's supposed to be so good friends from childhood, from going to school,
That's a good question.
And if there was dogs,
I actually like that question. Look, what are the neighbors saying about the dogs?
Yeah, right. Here, let's go back to the dogs. Hey, when if nobody took pictures of stuff, were the dogs shitting and pissing in the house? I'm sorry, man.
No, but it makes sense.
They said the cops went. They said the cops went through. Did the cops go through and take pictures of the rooms they went in to check? What were they checking for? There were 3 people in the backyard. Were they checking for more people in the house? Okay, so they must have looked in the garage. The initial cops that went and looked, they would remember going, oh yeah, there was all kind of crap in the garage. Yeah, poop. Looks like the dog's been in there for 3 days. You know, they were in poop in the kitchen, poop on the table, stuff, garbage. Where's all that stuff that should have been investigated? You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I mean,
Now
that's
the
the
guys
major
move.
problem here. Is Jordan saying the
It,
dogs were at dad's, and the friend is saying
yes,
no, that they were there.
yes, but just go back from the beginning and conduct this whole thing correctly. Take pictures of the crime scene. These two people were found here. Click, click. These two people were found here. Click, click. This guy was found on the back porch. Click. And here's the outside. You know, I don't know how everybody got picked up from the ground, and yet I'm not seeing any pictures from the girlfriend, from the father, taking pictures of, you know, the 3 hours that he waited out in front. I'm sure he would be saying, look, with these cops, they're just coming in and going out, coming in and go. They're not telling me nothing, but yet I'm taking pictures.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You know, I mean, you know, and I keep going back to, if they're such good friends, why doesn't anybody know where each other live? You know?
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, and go back to the ring. You know, you got to get information to begin with initially. Someone's found dead. Okay. Ring cameras from all the doorknobs that are everywhere. Okay, in the neighborhood along the route. All right. This person said he left at this time. There should be a ring photo of you leaving or coming at 7 o'clock. You're leaving at midnight. There should be a ring camera of you leaving. You know, which way did you go? Does your phone say you pinged in that area? You went that way? Those are the kind of things that, you know, what are the messages back and forth between all these people on these phones saying? You know, what are they mentioning other than, hey, where's my brother? Where's my fiance? Where's this person? Where's, you know, that's the investigation that needs to be taking place, you know?
Absolutely.
Because once you commit, you're committed to saying something, then you got to backtrack if you want to change your story. You know, you can't fit, you know, the narrative, you know, like your ring camera time, your phone time, the time you're saying that you left. Why wasn't anybody taken down to the police station and asked damn questions and interrogated? Brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, boyfriends, girlfriends, the guy. You know, I don't understand why it was such a laxed. 3 people are dead in the same backyard. Okay, you know, questions. You know, it's terrible, brother. I just don't understand why.
And
nobody took a picture. Nobody took a picture of them in that 3 hours after they found the bodies, or she didn't take pictures waiting for the police.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you know.
I mean, but we don't. To be fair, we don't know that.
Okay, let's get a presser out there. You know,
exactly. And I love
you know,
that point. That's a great point.
Yes, a little presser would relieve a lot of stress and stuff that everybody's feeling.
Right.
You know, everybody's insinuating this. You know, even those two. This guy's blaming this guy. Dogs, you know, aren't here. Dogs are here. Everybody's trying to further themselves from what happened that night. Just talk about it. You're all friends. You should be talking about it and telling people, hey, look, yeah, we really partied. We did this, we did that. And that, you know,
agreed.
Heck, for all I know, those 2 guys that are alive could have carried them out in the yard together and just said, man, I don't know what the hell else to do, brother. Come up with your own excuse.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now they're blaming each other. So I don't know. That's just my 2 cents. It's got to go all back to the beginning with the police and the investigation and why it wasn't handled like a homicide. So they know something that we don't know, and they're not releasing that information for a reason. So that's all I gotta say, bro.
I mean, like, where's the press conference? What's going on? Like, it doesn't. Yeah, there should already be one out, right?
Yes. Days ago. We're investigating.
You know what I find interesting, and I'm not being a hater on you know, I'm not being a hater towards any of the football players on the Kansas City Chiefs or anything like that. But damn it, if I was on the Chiefs, I know damn well I just seen Kelsey had a podcast. Kelsey had a podcast. You're talking to media. Why not mention?
I was gonna say that yesterday. Like, you know, they were such good Chiefs, fans that
Committed too.
they
Stuff
should
on
be
the
like,
wall, shirts,
yes,
everything.
yes, yes,
Mhm.
yes. How about just one person from the Chiefs staff or somebody coming forward and saying, we really need to know what's going on. This is our team. This is our city. This is, this is a reputation. This is the way we look to everybody in America.
Yeah.
Let's find out what's going on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely, brother.
I just don't know. I just think everybody's messing up on this one.
We don't know that, Tina. I'm with you on that. We don't know that the police aren't investigating this, and I've been saying that to check myself, because sometimes I get deep into everything in the mix, and I have to step back and look and realize that shows like See No Evil, though. You got to think about this, bro. Shows like See No Evil, sometimes it takes weeks to connect dots, months to connect dots, because of footage and everything that they got to go through. So
but the police and detectives have already said that they're not investigating the homicide or for homicide.
Yeah, but I think that's bait. Allegedly, I really believe that's bullshit. I think that's bullshit.
I don't know. Once you say something, though, it's pretty hard to take back.
You can't say I'm investigating something as a homicide if there's nothing there that shows as far. But now there could be something to them that indicates something different when they get back to the toxicology with autopsy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I don't know. So, but it's so weeks to take back toxicology.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But anyways, like you said, you made a good point, because I was gonna talk to you about that yesterday, about somebody contacting the chief staff and saying, hey, look, let's get this thing moving here. This is our reputation.
Exactly.
We're the Chiefs. This is our city. We don't want to be embarrassed. These are our fans. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, man, I seen Travis Kelce's podcast. I seen these people. I'm just surprised they didn't mention it.
Yep. That's
just me.
It's beyond me, brother.
That's just me.
All right.
I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, brother. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Hey, I was going to tell you yesterday. We're talking about pit bulls, and this guy had a pit bull. I got a pit bull mix, and actually, it's a search dog, and this dog can find anything. So, anyway, I appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you too, man. Thank you for your input.
Yes.
Great input, great wisdom, great notes, great everything. Thank you for being a voice in the community, brother. I can't wait to hear from you again, man. Always an interesting.
Yeah, man.
God bless.
All right. You take.
Shout out to him. You take care too, man. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Make sure you call in. Stilby says, if law enforcement says 100% not foul play, then why can't they just happen? Too much secrecy. That's what makes me think there is a deep investigation going on. Adriana says that wasn't me. Right. 661. What's going on? Talk to us.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, my brother? You're live.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are things here in this case that are like, man, I can't believe that.
Right.
But then there's other things that are like, I mean, that's not so far-fetched. Like, one example, I mean, well, I'll tell you a couple of things. But as for Jordan, okay, he bought tickets for all the guys for the next game. Now, is that something you're going to do if you're about ready to kill your three friends? I mean, I'm probably not going to, because I'd like to save the money if I already know I'm going to do it, right? So, I mean, I don't know. He forks out money. Now, was the next game, was it a playoff game or was it a regular game?
No, it was a regular game versus the 6 and 12 Chargers or something like that.
Okay.
It
was going to, well, they wasn't, no, the present game that they were at, this one was the Charger game. What was the next game?
So it was Chargers, then Dolphins.
So Dolphins was a playoff game.
Yeah, absolutely. They followed up right after.
Okay. Regular season games, I don't know how much they are, but last time I bought a ticket, it was 100 or 50 to 100. You buy 4, that's a little chunk of change to do it. But if you buy a playoff ticket, I think they're significantly more. I'm not going to spend playoff ticket money if I'm about to off my friends.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, he are some things that he did does it sound suspicious? Yeah, but I mean, I'm not so sure he did this knowingly. Why would you, like I said, if you know you're going to do this, if it's all pre-planned save your money and not buy the freaking $300 tickets for everybody or whatever they go for. But anyways, that's just one thing. But here's another thing about him. You know, people say, hey, how did he sleep till, you know, all day? Well, here's the thing. You had Alive, well, you've had him, you know, pretty regularly recently.
Mhm.
And I happened to catch one the other day, and it was like this time in the afternoon. I don't know what time it is right now. Like where I'm at, it's 2 or 3 in the afternoon. I'm in California. And you just said, well, I just woke up. And I'm like, you just woke up? What the heck? You sleep till, you sleep all day?
Yeah, after working and doing docu-series and all different types of digging and
Here's
shit
the
like
thing.
that.
These dudes were up till well after midnight.
Exactly.
What time that's when the fifth person left, after midnight. How long were the others up? We don't know what time they actually passed away. These guys might have been up till 4 o'clock in the morning, and then all this stuff transpired. Well, then that's not so far-fetched to say the dude slept till noon. It's really not. Because if you're up till 5 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., you might sleep for a little bit longer. So to say he slept all day, that's quite suspicious. Well, depends on when you went to bed. Plus, he works from home, so that's not so suspicious. I mean, what is very suspicious or weird is the fact that he took him to the door. Even the fifth guy leaving, I mean, him getting there late, that's fine, because according to some reports, they watched the game elsewhere. And then if they're going to have a party, they said, hey, let's continue this party at my house. Cool. That's okay. I mean, I get why he got there late in the day, 7 o'clock, even if it was all over. Because if they really did watch the game elsewhere and then meet up at his house to have an after party, well, that makes sense. That's not outrageous to me.
Right.
You know, I've done that before. Been out at a bar or whatever, or hanging one guy's place, and then maybe his significant other comes and says, hey, you guys got to take this party elsewhere,
Well,
and
this
then we go to
morning-
another friend's house, or there's all kinds of scenarios. So him being there late, that's not so suspicious to me. And him leaving at 11:55 or whatever, and him saying, I wasn't the last person to see these three alive. Well, that's a true statement. If he left and all 4 of them were alive, then he's not the last person to see the 3 alive.
Right.
So,
and I have to agree
even
with
that's
that.
a true statement.
What are your thoughts about the fifth man statement, Alex? Allegedly.
Well, what was he saying?
He said that the dogs were there and that when he left at 12, they were alive.
Yeah, well, that's a true statement from even what Jordan says, because he says that he walked the 3 of them later to the door to bid them farewell. So that fifth person statement is true. Now, as for the dogs, I have no idea about that. The guy could just be wrong about the dogs and they weren't there. And here's another thing about the dogs. I've had dogs in the past, and I can't say I've ever had a dead body laying out back while my dog was there. But for the dogs, I mean, even if the dogs were there, which I don't think they were, I think that's true that they were at the dad's. That's just what I think. But I mean, is a dog really going to alert if somebody dies in the backyard? My dog is going to alert me if there's movement, if there's an intruder or anything like that. Well, if they go and pass out and then end up dying in the yard, the dog's not going to hear any noise or anything to even alert them. So I don't know why a dog, unless it's a trained dog to alert to a dead body, is a dog really going to alert even if they were there? I don't know if they are.
I mean, and there's a doggy door on that side door from the 2021 pics that I've seen of the. I don't know if they changed it or took it out since then, but there was a doggy door there. I don't know if the pit bulls could fit through it. They don't look like they're that big, but
well, if it's a large doggy door, they can, because they got a large size doggy door for different. They got different doggy door sizes for different dogs.
It looks like I think they could fit through the one I seen. I'd have to go back and look at it, but yeah. So
they could.
Before I move on to another caller, what is your final thoughts on this whole entire story with everything that you have right now? Where are you at?
I need to call back in because there's a whole lot of things. But I mean, the thing about it is to say there's no foul play. I mean, that I don't understand how they can say that. 3 people dead in the backyard with no explanation. Doesn't that just by nature sound like foul play of some sort? They didn't die of natural causes, so I don't know. I mean, they could have, but I seriously doubt it. But my final thoughts are, I mean, I think that there is definitely something odd because, again, the guy took him to the door and said goodbye and then went and slept on the couch. That was one of the stories. The other story, he went upstairs. But anyways, whatever story is true, he went to sleep. Well, how did these guys end up in the backyard after that? That is very puzzling to me. And I mean, the fact that he didn't find them, I mean, well, I got to go, but you know, there's a lot more to say about that. I mean, it's possible that he didn't know they were out there. Possible. Now, if he had part in it, then no, he didn't. But I mean, then he knew. But there is something fishy here because 3 healthy men don't, in that age range, just don't pass away in that short of a time span. We don't know if they all died at the same time. Could have been one died, and then the other died, and then the other died within 30 minutes of each other. We don't know. Maybe the guy on the patio fell asleep. Actually, he died, but he looked like he fell asleep. And the other dude said, "Look at this goofball. He fell asleep." Well, that's one that passed away. Well, then the other 2 could pass away, significantly later, an hour or 2, who knows? But 3 of them in that short of a time span is very suspicious to me. So yeah, that's my final thoughts. I guess.
And I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you calling in. Appreciate you giving your perspective. I'm gonna put on a new interview that just dropped again, and we're gonna watch that, and then I'll open the lines back up. There's a new interview that just came out. I'm about to play that one. Thank you, brother, for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community.
Hey,
great things. And I hope to hear from you again. You're more than welcome to call back. Remember that.
All right, today.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody who called.
Right.
I don't
Have
care
a good
if you
one.
call 5 times. I'll give everybody 6 minutes. I like to try to get everybody through, but I appreciate you, brother. God bless you. If you get back through, I'll hear from you, man.
All right. Have a good one.
You too, brother. God bless. All right. So we wanted to see the new interview I see, huh? Let's get to it then. Right? It's right here. With no sound whatsoever. What's going on here? With absolutely 0 sound. There we go.
We bring in former FBI agent, News Nation Law and Justice contributor, Jennifer Coffindaffer. Now, as you and I both know, I'm no prosecutor. I just play one on TV. I am a lawyer, but with these situations, usually something that seems strange is strange.
Hold up. Somebody said to play this, but where is, they said that Ricky Johnson, what? I seen the comment, but it said that the lawyer and somebody else was up there. So that's why I wanted to see it.
Taking the attorney, as a matter of fact, authorities are not charging, they are not investigating supposedly as a homicide. What does that mean, and what do you see, Jen?
Well, I don't see that that's probably the facts. I think the facts are that they are investigating. I think they have the preliminary autopsy results already. They should have definitely looked at that crime scene. When you have 3 individuals that are deceased, you need to treat it like that because you don't know before the autopsy what really happened.
Well, there goes an ad for you. There goes an ad for you.
To them. Also, I would believe that the police have extensively interviewed the homeowner and relatives and friends of his, and they should have also looked at his phones for messages. Remember, they're not getting to his scene till 2 days later, which is quite a period of time. Also, I think it's interesting that this Chiefs game happened at 3:30.
I might need to call up Jennifer. I'll give her a message. Maybe I can get her on the phone for a couple minutes so we can ask her some questions about this case.
In the afternoon, Chris. So this is hours and hours later that they came back to this home. Also, I heard just right then some inconsistent statements in terms of what really happened that night. Initially, this attorney said that they had gone to bars. Now that they're saying they went to the 5th person's house. I think that there are inconsistencies that are extremely relevant here, and it doesn't pass the smell test at all, Chris.
So the smell test would lead you to what? The toxicology is going to be shown. Either these guys had large amounts of drugs in their system. They're going to be able to, that was the cause of death. And then it's about where it happened and why they were where they were. So unless they can tie the drugs to the homeowner, right? Because you would have a volitional activity, right? They're partying, they're taking drugs. Maybe there was fentanyl in one of them, and we don't know this. But, you know, to kill 3 young men like this is very mysterious. So how do they jam him up? Like, what are the potential problems for the homeowner?
Well, I don't think anything that happened here was purposeful, but was he neglectful at not getting them help, rendering aid, calling 911? Did he know they were in the backyard? We know the coat. We know whether personal items were in the house. We know their cars were out front. None of that makes sense that he just would not notice that for 2 days. So I think that is really his possible criminal exposure. Also, who provided the drugs if there ends up being drugs? And were they possible hallucinogenics? Where they didn't even realize they were cold?
Right.
Or was it a fentanyl situation?
Right. Those are all good questions. The best one there that I wish I had thought of, I'll call Paserno because we're going to stay on this case. If they did drive themselves there and there were other vehicles in front of his house, that is very suspicious. But I don't know that that's the case. I don't know that they didn't take his car. I don't know. But that's a very important question. See? That's why I need you. Jennifer Coffindaffer, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And to be continued.
All right. And to be continued. But there's more, though. This ain't even what I heard about. And people keep saying, it's on News Nation. It must be on TV because it ain't on YouTube. That's for damn sure. Now, I do see this one, but this one's from, let's check it out. Watch, I'll show you. I don't know which one was it. Nope, not that one.
Different story. 37, Ricky Johnson, 38, Clayton McGeeney, 36. The father of one of the men who was found dead in the yard, Ricky Johnson Sr., joins us now. I'm very sorry to meet you under these circumstances. I know speaking isn't the easiest thing for you to do, but everybody's going to understand what your message is on this story, Ricky. I promise you that. What do you believe happened to your son?
I believe that they were drugged in some kind of drug, and then they were drugged outside and left in the snow to die. And I don't know why. I don't know what went on, but I believe that because you can't have 3 grown men like that laying in the backyard, supposedly freezing to death. Well, they would have kicked the doors in and gotten the house. So I really believe they were drugged and then laid back there, and he didn't call the police for 2 days.
Very weird thing to do. We'd have to understand motive, but the first question is, because it's just, you have to admit that's a very bizarre thing to do if you're trying to separate yourself from a criminal activity, putting them in your own yard. But was your son someone who abused drugs? I'm sorry to ask the question. I know you just lost him, but it's something that we'd have to know.
I don't believe he abused drugs. I know he did some drugs. I don't know what time, but I don't believe he was abusing. He didn't have to go to rehab or anything like that. So, no, I think they were partying and everybody did.
I understand. And why do you believe that the friend Willis, do you know him? Do you know this Jordan Willis?
No.
Never met him. Never
heard
anything about him from Ricky.
No, nothing.
You said this. You said this was a gay situation, huh?
Excuse me. The fuck did you just say?
Heard what? The boy said the guy wasn't quite right. They said mentally he was a little off.
I think you just said that your son had said that he wasn't quite right, that he was something off about him. You remembered Ricky saying that, but obviously he was still cool hanging out with him because that's where he was at the house that night.
Correct. Yes, all 3 of them went over there.
All right. And just one last question for you. And know that until this is solved, we'll stay on it. We're always a phone call away. Okay?
Bing bong.
So we're here as you get more information. What are the police telling you right now?
Police won't even talk to it. We called probably 15 times. They don't return our call. I called the sheriff. He hasn't returned my call.
Really?
About Bernie. He's on it now. So we're just, and now what day?
My guess is, Ricky, you're going to get some attention when they know. I mean, look, you've been talking to the media all.
You said, who is this person? This is Ricky Johnson's father. Again, if you're just coming in, this is Ricky Johnson Sr. talking about his son. I kind of miss what he said right here.
Information. What are the police telling you right now?
Police won't even talk to it. We called probably 15 times. They don't return our call. I called the sheriff. He hasn't returned my call.
Really?
About Bernie. He's on it now.
So he said the guy wouldn't return his call?
Oh my God!
Did you hear that? He said he wouldn't return his call.
And now what day?
My guess is, Ricky, you're going to get some attention when they know. I mean, look, you've been talking to the media already, but we're going to start calling the police and try to find out. I mean, that's part of the job, is being in touch with the victims' families. A lot of this doesn't make sense. I'm not questioning your credibility. I'm saying the story doesn't make sense. So, Ricky Johnson, we're on it, and I'm very sorry for the loss to your family, and we're a phone call away.
Really, really appreciate all the help you can give us.
All right. Ricky Johnson Sr., thank you very much. Again, condolences.
What's going on, Becky? Welcome.
I told you, it doesn't make sense, this situation, right? And that's weird for the police. I mean, you know, you call him 15 times. He's upset. His father, he just lost his son. Very unusual for a department to not be in touch. All right, now let's flip it to the other side. The lawyer for Jordan Willis. He's the guy who lives in the house who supposedly
Okay, so here is the lawyer again. Wow. Let's listen to the lawyer closely again.
Hosted this watch party. There have been some different stories, though. So let's bring in counsel, John Paserno. It's good to have you. Did I say your name right?
You did. Thank you, Chris, for having me.
All right. So, sir, you are already familiar with the suggestion from Mr. Johnson. Tell us, what does your client say happened that night?
Sure. There's been a lot of factual inaccuracies about what took place, and you led off one here with the show this evening. The guys were not watching the football game at Jordan's house. They were watching the football game at the fifth individual's house.
They were watching the football. Okay, this just took a turn for me because I didn't see this interview. Now it's taken another turn. So they were at the fifth guy's house. Not only were they at the fifth dude's house, so he said they watched football at the fifth guy's house, left the fifth guy's house, and went back to Jordan's at 7.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Hold up. I got something for you. I got something for you guys. Hold up. Let me show you this real quick, okay? This is what I think about this whole entire situation right here. That's what I think about it. That's exactly what I think about it right there. Come on.
Continue. All right.
And where the heck did that go to? Wrong interview. What is going on? The heck is going on here?
All right. So this doesn't make sense, right? So what do we do when
that doesn't even make sense? That's not even an interview. Get out of here. Okay, I was about to say. Hold up. Did it really switch interviews like that? Did it really just switch the interviews on me like that? Hold up. Let me go back and click on this bad boy. Not bad. As soon as this ad's over, I will add it back. For some reason, it closed out the whole entire window when I opened that. I opened red flag and it did that. 1 second. I'll have it right back on. Oh, you know what? What am I talking about? I'm tripping. One second. The one I had on, the one that I found, I remember where I found it at. My bad. I accidentally closed it down. 1 second. Now, he was just talking about exactly. He said the lawyer said that they were over there at the friend's house, at the fifth friend's house. So he's like, you let off the show with another
about this. Okay. Robin Rose, I met her.
Wrong one. My bad.
Ricky Johnson, in touch. All right, now.
All right, here he is right here. Let's get back to it. My bad.
Hosted this watch party. There have been some different stories, though.
My bad.
So let's bring in counsel, John Paserno. It's good to have you. Did I say your name right?
You did. Thank you, Chris, for having me.
All right. So, sir, you are already familiar with the suggestion from Mr. Johnson. Tell us, what does your client say happened that night?
Sure. There's been a lot of factual inaccuracies about what took place, and you led off one here with the show this evening. The guys were not watching the football game at Jordan's house. They were watching the football game at the fifth individual's house, who at the end of the evening ended up over at Jordan's house. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to come on, because I wanted to square some of these loose ends up that are floating around.
Good. That's why I want you here. So they watched the game somewhere else.
So again, now they watched the football game. Hold up. Didn't this lawyer say on the News Nation interview prior to this that, hold up, this lawyer said on the News Nation interview prior to this that they got together and went to multiple different places, right? Or am I tripping? Let me know. Let me know if that, didn't he say that on News Nation before with Ashley Banfield, that they went to multiple other locations? Or did I just hear stuff? Let me know. Let me know down below. I want to know. Spot on, Joy? Maybe, let me see. I love that GIF with the red flags. For some reason, it closed my whole window down. You said more changes in the story. Absolutely. This all points to one thing, and it's not mad scientists murdering everyone. Well, I don't think it's murder. Allegedly, I don't think it's murder. I think it's, and this is just my opinion, I think that it's negligent. I think that there was some I think there's some negligence here. That's what I think. Allegedly.
Then went to
Thank you,
your
brother. I appreciate
client's
it,
house for what reason?
They went over to hang out and socialize. These guys are pretty tight. 4 of the 5 of them that went over there, they went to high school together here locally in Kansas City. So they've known each other for 20 to 25 years. The 5th individual, he was an acquaintance of one of these guys, and Jordan had known him for 2 or 3 years. So they're hanging out over there. They're playing some kind of games. At some point late, Jordan believes it was around midnight. The 5th individual decides that he's going to leave, and he does leave. That leaves the 3 young men who were deceased.
He said 911 call.
Jordan feels as though it was another hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours. He doesn't know. He started to get tired. So we're talking now early morning hours of Monday morning, that he's kind of laying on the couch. He wants to go to sleep. They're making their way out the front door. They say their goodbyes. And that's the last time that Jordan sees them, is when they leave and walk out the front door.
Does he say that they were doing drugs? Were they partying? You know, it's not a judgment thing. It's just to understand the circumstances.
Understood, Chris. And at this time, until the police have concluded their investigation, that's an area I really don't want to comment on for a variety of reasons.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, you know, your client's going to have some trouble here for a while, at a minimum, while they're trying to figure out the cause of death. They found him in the backyard. The loved ones say they were trying to reach your client and they couldn't get him. Social media knocking on the door, that he was ducking them essentially.
Yeah, and that's not true at all. There were 2 calls that were placed, or messages, I guess, that were sent to his phone, both on.
Somebody said the 911 call is dropped, but I don't see it. So if you got it, send it over. We'll play it right now and we will dissect it.
The Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon. One was from the 5th man that was there. It was a couple hours before the police arrived at his house at approximately 9:50 p.m.
Hold on, I need to hear that back one more time. He said the 5th man that was there?
That were sent to his phone. There were 2 calls that were placed, or messages, I guess, that were sent to his phone, both on the Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon. One was from the 5th man that was there. It was a couple hours before the police arrived at his house at approximately 9:50 p.m. And the other was from either the wife or the fiance of someone else. That was a Facebook message. Neither of those messages did he receive prior to the police coming to his door and him speaking with police.
If he's tight with these guys, why wasn't he like reaching out to them the next day like friends normally would?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. They've been together all day Sunday. I don't know that you call your buddies
Dude,
up,
Larry, I
on Monday
appreciate that.
after you've spent all day Sunday with him. He didn't. He had no knowledge that they were missing, and he didn't know anything until the police came to his house Tuesday evening.
The guy's a scientist, I understand. Is that right? He works at his house?
Yes, sir. He works from home. He's a scientist. He does HIV vaccine research.
This is a very weird situation. Do you have any suggestion as to how these three grown men, one of them supposedly without a coat, wound up outside frozen in the yard?
Exactly. One of them without a coat. Thank you for asking that, Chris. Damn.
Bing bong.
I'm glad he said I hope the lawyer interviews with Banfield again because she will eat him alive. This is unacceptable because it's a new story every day. Shake my head. Appreciate the support to the channel. Thank you. Allegedly with Brittany. Thank you. I appreciate that for the 7 months. Thank you. Thank you. Riddler. Thank you. I appreciate you with alleged. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support to the channel. It means a lot. I don't ask, but I appreciate the people who do support. Thank you. Thank you for the 8 months. He says sex games. Hey, I'm late. Dang it. What have I missed? Well, there was a new interview with the brother. I played that. We went through that. There's been an updated article. It's getting crazy. The misinformation, I feel like, or you got one lawyer and 1/5 guy saying one thing, and then you have this lawyer and this guy saying another thing. So I'm sure police and investigators are on top of that right now. I guarantee it.
Sure. I one of the things I did want to get at here, Chris, if I could, is there's been some of the reporters that were involved. There's been some statements attributable to Jordan that he in fact said that they froze to death. That's not true. The reporters first contacted Jordan's sister and told her that there were 3 people that were dead. They somehow tracked her down to an association with this residence. When she found that out, she didn't know whether Jordan was one of the 3 men that had passed away. And she called him right away, obviously. He was distraught. He was shook up. He tells her, and I'm going to quote this.
Stop the cap.
State this. The police found 3 of my friends frozen in the backyard last night. That somehow down the road gets changed to these guys froze to death.
Right.
Those words never came out of his mouth. And I try to tell everybody this, Chris, you got to understand, these guys are tight. These guys are friends. They hang out. They watch the Chiefs game every week. Jordan had actually purchased tickets for the 5 of them to go to the next game the next week. He had absolutely no reason to harm these people. And I'd like to address, and obviously we feel very sorry. And he's lost 3 close friends. He's devastated. He feels very sorry for the families, as we all do. But there is no evidence to support these bodies being dragged anywhere in the backyard. When law enforcement came to his door and woke him up, he answered the door. He voluntarily spoke with them without an attorney. He answered all of their questions. He voluntarily consented to a search of their house. They searched the house. You know this, Chris. You were a prosecutor. If there had been any indication that these bodies had been dragged anywhere, we would have heard about it, and the police would have.
Yeah, I get what the lawyer's saying there about that certain part. That's like the first part I heard that I could really rock with, right? Was that he said if we would have heard, the body's been dragged or anything like that, they would have been able to tell that. I like that he made that point. That's about the only point I like that he made, though.
Not have been so quick.
That's crazy.
There was no foul play involved, and that this is not a homicide investigation. So that simply didn't happen. And I understand they're hurting and they want to lash out at people. But a good close friend of your sons and loved one is not the person to lash out at.
I understand your perspective. Please extend the invitation with your assistance to your client. Nothing's as compelling as the person involved themselves, but I appreciate you correcting the record and putting out his position on these very troubling questions, because this situation just doesn't make sense. Counsel,
and Chris,
Regina says 5 people at a party. Family is convinced it was Fent. 3 of them are dead. 1 ain't talking. No tox reports yet. Who told them Fent? Only 5 there.
Bing bong.
I would tell you that once the autopsy has been concluded, At that time, I think it would be an appropriate time for all of us to talk again.
I'm happy to have you on. It's an open invitation. I'm not here to jam up your client. I'm here to figure out what happened because the situation doesn't make sense. So thank you very much, counsel. I'm a phone call away. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
And he said it right. He said I'm a phone call away. This doesn't add up. This ain't right. Let me see what else was supposed to. Adriana is on it. Video is less than 2 minutes. Where? Above? Okay, we'll check it out. Okay, so above is a less than. Okay, we'll go check that out right now then. I want to check out all the new information that's coming out into this case. I will open the lines up right back after, so don't worry. I just want to check out, and all of us, I'm sure we all want to see all the new information that comes out, right? All new interviews, articles, anything that comes out, police statements. Somebody said something about a 911 call, but I don't see that anywhere. But if it is out there and you see it, email it. All right, here we go.
Clayton McGeaney were found dead in the back.
Here's another interview.
2 weeks after 38-year-old Ricky Johnson, 37-year-old David Harrington, and 36-year-old Clayton McGeaney were found dead in the back of a Kansas City home, there are few details and frustration is growing. Adriana Juarez, who shares a child with Ricky Johnson, says she feels too many questions remain about how long it took to find the three friends.
Okay, so this is Adriana. Again, Adriana is who we had on the channel. And I'm sure most of you maybe found me through that, or you already been a subscriber here and know. So in general, again, we're about to hear from Adriana on the news who called into the show. And last night, she wanted to clear up some things about the fifth person. She never said who the fifth person was or never named them. So she did want me to tell you guys to make that clear to you all, that she never named him, or she just said fifth person.
Three friends.
How do you not know there's three dead bodies?
According to CNN affiliate KMBC, the three men visited a friend's home, a rented house in northwest Kansas City, after the Kansas City Chiefs beat the Los Angeles Chargers January 7th. 2 days later, a worried fiance who hadn't heard from her loved one looked for him at the home. According to police, when there was no answer at the door, she broke into the basement of the residence and found a dead body on the back porch. When police arrived, they discovered 2 more bodies in the backyard. CNN is not naming the friend because he hasn't been accused of a crime or charged in the deaths. His attorney, John Paserno.
In the early morning hours, Jordan, around 2 a.m., he believes, he got sleepy. He said, I'm going to crash on the couch. And he said goodbye to his buddies, and he thought that they left out the front door.
Kansas City police are waiting on autopsies and toxicology reports to determine how the men died. At this point, police consider this a death investigation, not homicide, noting it is still the case that no foul play was observed or suspected. Johnson's niece.
So I just messaged. I want to let you guys know in chat that I just messaged Adriana. I asked her if there's anything that she wants to put out there. Should we give her a call? Does she have any, new things that she wants to talk about? So I'll let you know what she says.
Stephanie Walling said they want answers and some sense of closure.
I never thought it would get as much attention as it has. I mean, I'm hoping that with the attention that it is getting, that it will get us closer to getting answers.
Okay, there you go right there. There's the interview.
Oh, it was terrible.
All right. There's that. Now I'll open the lines back up. Again, it's 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories with this case? I want to hear from you. Everybody wants to hear from you. I know you guys go around to these other YouTube channels and you see all this news. You watch News Nation, all these different places. You take it all in. You got to have something to say. I want to hear from you. 309, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Here's the thing, man. You got 3 people in a backyard.
Yes, sir.
2 of them die, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the third guy, he's just going to stand around in the backyard.
Yeah. 3 of them died.
Yeah, and there's got to be a third person.
No, 3
that's still alive.
3 died,
yeah,
and there's two of them alive. So you had allegedly Alex there and Jordan. So
yeah, but unless all 3 of them die at the same exact moment, there has to be a third person still alive. And that last person.
You mean fourth person? What do you mean?
No. The 3 people. The last person to die would have either kicked the door in or ran to a neighbor and grabbed help.
We don't know that, Becky. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Becky says no paraphernalia by their body. I don't know that yet.
I mean, if they froze to death, there's no way they're all going to freeze to death in the same exact moment. That's impossible.
Yeah.
Correct?
I mean, yeah, like them falling out at the same exact time is absolutely weird to me. So that's why
That's why it couldn't have been.
Bodies were moved, allegedly.
Exactly. It couldn't have been the cold.
That's the only
Because
reason I think bodies were moved, bro. Like the into the backyard,
exactly.
Right?
Exactly. It's 100%. I used to, party a lot back in the day, and a friend of mine, same thing happened to him. He OD'd, and they panicked. They drug him to the back by a dumpster. His name was Roger. Luckily, a lady saw him dragging the body. She called the ambulance, and he survived. I feel like if this guy didn't panic, at least one of them might have survived.
A lot of people think.
What do you think of that?
A lot of people think it's like laced marijuana.
Oh yeah, it could have been. It could have been laced coke. They could have intentionally all taken a pill. And I don't think the guy intentionally did anything to him.
Absolutely
not. But he panicked. And I've been clean for years and years, man. I'm 41, and I've been clean for 14 years. But back in the day, I heard, what makes me so mad, I heard a dozen stories like this, man. A dozen. And it's the same story with slightly different details every time.
That's wild.
It's clear as day to me.
Story, yeah.
Well, think about it. For 2 days straight, he doesn't go in the backyard to see his dog.
And that's the thing.
He doesn't have.
Here we go.
Wait.
You
he
have
just happened to glance out back.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't answer the door for family and friends. Calling on his phone.
Sus.
It was definitely an accident.
Sus?
Definitely.
It's still sus that the stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh, he panicked. He knew something.
Right.
Now, did he know right away? He might have nodded off on the couch, woken up, didn't see him, thought they left. He goes upstairs and goes to bed. But he sooner or later found out what happened, my man, for sure. And that's where he's guilty. And there's a lot of people out there that probably do the same thing. I've heard a dozen stories where they all did the same thing. That's what's frustrating about the situation. He might have been able to save all three of them.
And that's the problem. I don't, we don't. I wish we knew the real story.
Well, I'm telling you
the real story. You know what I mean?
We don't know. We don't know the exact details. They overdosed one way or another. 3 guys don't all die at the same time in cold. I read a story. 5 men in the 1800s in Colorado in an avalanche. They survived in 6 foot of snow for 2 months without fire. Now, these guys couldn't survive one night in the Kansas City backyard, 34 degrees. Come on, my man.
Absolutely. It just doesn't make sense. And I get it. I see a lot of people too that, a lot of subscribers and members here that think otherwise. And I respectfully disagree, but I respect their opinion.
Well, they haven't seen what I've seen in life.
I'm just saying in general, I like when people see, this is the thing. This is why I open up the lines, because I like people to develop their own opinion and not just go based off what I think, what Chris Cuomo thinks, or anybody out. Everybody should look at everything and develop their own opinion and not follow and not take.
It bothers me so much because I've heard this same story a dozen times, all through the years, man, and it always ends the same. Luckily, I had a couple situations where I would have died. They didn't throw me out back, and I survived. And it just makes me feel like I could have been them.
Oh, so you think it was more of a try to wake up thing?
Well, this is what happened. You know how 2 of the guys weren't on the porch? They might have been out there smoking. They might have just all 3 done a certain amount of lines, went out for a smoke break. They might have fallen over. But the guy that was on the porch, he was drug out there. One of the guys didn't have a coat on. Now, when you're getting high and you're going out for a cigarette break, you want to be comfortable. You're never going to forget your coat. Ever.
No. Yeah, no
No,
doubt, bro. Not 27 degrees that night. You're not.
no way.
Hell nah.
The guy without the coat was drug out.
I could see you stepping out for like 1 minute real quick to
Oh
get a
yeah,
couple cigarettes,
but then you're gonna step right back in, and way before you freeze to death, you're gonna kick that door down, or B, go to a neighbor's house, or C, flag a car going down the road. Any car just driving down the road, flag them down. Oh, my 2 friends are passed out dead in the yard.
Yeah.
Help, please. Anyone, this is 2024 now, anyone has a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
It just, this whole thing bothers me, man. I know exactly what happened.
Cheryl said there was a fan sitting on a chair in the yard. Who said that? I didn't see that, at least.
Well, and on top of all that, for 2 straight days, he ignores everybody.
Misty. I like that point you made in chat. Misty says, "Oh, come on. Not everything acts the same when on drugs. People go outside in t-shirts here when it's 30 below."
Okay, let's say it's true. The guy doesn't kick the door in, open a window,
Yeah.
flag down a car,
Right.
go to a neighbor's house.
Exactly.
Come on, my man. There's not even a 1% chance that Jordan didn't know. It's 100%.
That he knew, allegedly.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
He would say 100%. You heard him. I mean, I feel the same way. Like somebody knew something. I definitely don't feel like they all 3 walked outside and just fell flat. Allegedly, I don't believe that.
It's impossible.
It just doesn't make sense to me. And I just
the only way is if they're on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And if they did all fall down at the same time and passed out, the one guy would have had his coat on.
What about a bad all right, so listen to this. This was my I was
Mhm.
thinking of this from a point of view. What if they did acid and smoked weed on top of it and threw them into a bad trip?
Not all 3 are going to trip exactly the same way. It's not. They're all going to have different metabolisms.
Yep.
When 2 people in a group of 3 are struggling, the 3rd man's going to get help. They were all good friends. Do you have any idea how many times I've been in a situation before?
How many times?
A million.
I've only been in it.
Like I said, I've been clean for
person's heart
14
was
years.
stopped.
I'm 41. When I was 20 to 27, man, I partied hard. And like I said, I've heard this story a dozen times. And it always ends the same. Somebody panics because they're the one that supplied the drugs, or because it was at their house. They think, oh, he's dead anyways, right?
Man, I've been
They
in this
put him
situation
outside.
before. I've walked in when my ex, it was dead on a bed.
Oh,
dead.
Oh,
And
no.
I saved her life. I came back home just in time and saved her life. Well, boy, I'll tell you what. I didn't stumble, fumble, or nothing. I jumped straight on the phone with 911.
Right.
Called them immediately and had her in the shower, pulled her out of there, was doing CPR, tons of different.
Yeah.
And
I had a friend overdose in my kitchen, and I pulled his body. Just same thing. This is what always happens. I drug his body out back to get it in my car, but I couldn't get his body in my car. He's still breathing though. Kept giving him CPR. Called his mom. Had his mom come over to my house.
Yeah,
his mom got him to wake up. But if I would have given up on him and stopped giving him CPR for about a half hour or more, he would have died. For sure.
Well, the reason I brought up the acid in chat for people who are saying bad trip is not going to kill you, and I don't think what Trinity Backus out of California, 17-year-old redhead, she died from hypothermia. I think it was last year, and I covered that case. I was covering that case extensively. And she took a bong rip, ran out, and was chased out the house. She had a bad trip. They started chasing her, and she ended up in the drainage, dead. With,
one person for sure.
Yeah,
even two people. Even 2 people, it's possible. You're talking about 3 grown men in the backyard of their friend's house.
Right.
They're not out in the wilderness. They're around plenty of help.
That's true.
All around them.
That's true. Yeah.
Yes.
Good point. It's a very good point. You make a different situation. Definitely different situation. 3 people are dropped here. That was one there, but still different. It's still crazy because it said she was on acid.
Oh yeah.
The circumstances that she had, I think acid and what else was it? With marijuana. She hit it and it made her go on a bad trip. She ran out, was chased, and was, like I said, found in that
Right.
drainage
Uh-huh.
dead. 16,
Oh, that's
17.
completely believable.
Yeah.
Take this situation. One man, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But 3 men, it can't be cold. It had to have been a drug overdose. You don't all 3 die from cold at the exact same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible. What had happened is they overdosed in his house, and he drug him outside.
Thank you, September. What before I move on to the next caller, brother, what's your
Right.
final thoughts with everything that you know right now?
My final thoughts, it was definitely an accident.
Okay.
And he knows what happened. And you're gonna have to wait for the toxicology to know for sure.
Thank you.
But
Brother, I appreciate you calling in and
yeah.
being a voice, man. I appreciate you sharing
Yeah.
the stories with us, sharing your
Hey,
theory.
you have a good one now.
You too, brother. Lock your doors, stay vigilant. We live in a dangerous world.
Yeah, stay safe.
God bless. Shout out to him. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. We want to hear from you. Whatever. 934, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, Trev. This is Danielle from North Carolina.
How you doing?
Anyway, so how are you? I'm a registered nurse, and I have friends, and I have worked with many addicts in my life. And I am here to say that there was a situation that happened when I lived in Vermont with 3 people, all passed away, all at the same time in a yard, kind of like this situation. It does happen. Here's my thing. If 2 of them went out at the exact same time and the 3rd person was feeling iffy and walked towards the back door and didn't make it all the way,
yes, ma'am.
most people, when they're in that situation, they're not going to yell. They're not going to scream. They're too busy. Their heart rate's like jumping tragically down. They have no idea what's going on, and they usually fall. So it's not impossible for all 3 of these men to have overdosed, whether it came from the homeowner at the time or the person that lived in the house, or whether it came from the 5th person. Nobody knows except the people that were there. Or these 3 might have went out back to meet somebody that brought them this stuff after the 5th person had left, after the person that owned the home had went to bed. Maybe that's why they were outside, to meet the person that they were meeting with to get the stuff. Did what they did. It kicked in real quick. Fentanyl's not a joke. That stuff is deadly, and it can be within seconds. People saying that it's just not possible, it's very much possible. Whether I'm not going to sit here and say that the guy that owned the home or that lived in the home didn't know or did, because I'm not going to speculate that. I'm sure he is very upset about his friend's passing. I don't think he specifically murdered them by any single means. If it was him that gave them, the drugs that they used and went out on, then yeah, obviously he needs to pay the consequences for that. But I can't say whether he did or didn't.
So the case that you're talking about, you said it's one that you were by?
No, it's one that actually 2 of the people ended up in the hospital. Like, they had already coded, but ambulance had went to work on them, and they brought them to the emergency room until they'd already been in the ambulance. They were trying to do CPR with somebody that I actually worked on, one of them.
Damn.
And they did not make it.
Wow. So in this you said 3 people dropped there too.
3 people. 3 out of 5, yes.
Interesting. Thank you
They
for
were only,
the story.
and the 4th person that went out on it was the one that called 911, and she dropped when 911 showed up.
Wow, interesting. I appreciate you calling up and sharing this story. What's like? Was there an article on it?
I believe so. I'll find it and I'll email it to you.
I'd love to read it because it's just it's unheard of for me.
Yeah,
So
it may not be super common, and also I will say that if you're in snow, and I don't care if there was a snowstorm right after, they would be able to tell us the bodies had been moved. I'll tell you that. Guaranteed, they would be able to tell if they had been dragged. If they were moved, there would be fires on their jackets or their t-shirts. They would definitely be able to tell. I don't believe any of them were dragged, to be fully honest with you. I think that this was a sad situation. It was an overdose. Who they got the medications from, who knows? And unless it was from one of them and they decided to come out, or it was a complete stranger that nobody knows about in this situation. And it was somebody they called, and that's why they were outside in the first place. Like, hey, let's go out, meet our person. Maybe the homeowner didn't know. He said, okay, they left, I'm going to bed. You know, maybe, I don't know, but it's definitely not uncommon for 3+ people to go out over drugs, especially if they did them all just around the same exact. And I believe the one they found on the porch was the one that was still okay at the time, but as he headed to go inside to get help, he just didn't make it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe assisting his
Just
friends
another.
dropping, but then again, if you're, I don't know, that's crazy, man. It's so hard to just picture in my mind. It's not hard to picture, but it's disturbing to picture, 3 people suffering like that and no help being rendered. That's the part that is horrific to me. Just
No, and I understand that, but again, if people have ever seen somebody or been around somebody that has OD'd, which unfortunately I have once and only once,
same. Once and
they go out very quick, and you don't know it. Like, had I not heard my friend drop, I would have never known. She didn't make a single peep. She didn't say help. Nothing. It's like she didn't even know what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I pray I don't ever have to see that again. As a nurse and as a hospice nurse, I've seen many deaths in that I don't want to see.
This one definitely makes me scratch my head, but hopefully, like I said, hopefully they get answered. Do you think at minimal, possibly there's negligence or no?
It's a hard call to make. I mean, if all 5 of them were doing that, that stuff, maybe they didn't do as much as those 3 did. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a hard call to make. I can't say for sure or not. I believe that if there is, then yes, somebody needs to be held responsible. Do I believe wholeheartedly that the guy didn't know? I can't say for sure, because, I mean, for me, I don't look outside every day. I definitely don't look in my backyard every day. And I don't pay attention to cars on my street, but I also live on a dead-end street. So,
I mean, I get it. It's just this is my only part. It's that they were there. They were in his backyard. And that's the part that's hard to fathom for everyone, I believe, is the 3 people backyard.
but if,
the
again,
5th friend
if he
saying
had
dogs
been
are there, he's
medicating,
saying they're not. There's just conflicting statements that lead up. When you see multiple things that are inconsistent, it ends up, for me, being inconsistent.
oh, don't get me wrong. I'm certainly questioning quite a bit of the story, by all means. But I'm just saying, if all of them had been medicating, who's to say that the other guy didn't drink on top of that once he went to bed or whatever? You know what I mean? Some things hit different people at different times. They don't hit certain people as, hard as others. It depends on metabolisms and how much you take. And that's with anything, prescription medication or not.
Right, yeah.
You add alcohol to that mix, or say the guy, takes sleeping pills.
Yeah.
Maybe he went in and he had taken a sleeping pill and he ended up sleeping way too long. I don't know. If there is negligence, then yes, somebody needs to be held responsible. I will always stand by that.
Absolutely.
But being able to prove whether there was negligence or not, the cops would definitely be able to do that. Everybody saying that they can't, I don't believe that.
So, what's your final thoughts? If I move on to another caller, what's your final thoughts?
I think it was accidental OD. And I think it's an unfortunate situation. And this is why people should not do drugs unless they are prescribed from a doctor that you pick up yourself at a pharmacy or from a dispensary. Too many things nowadays are laced. Pressed pills, laced weed. I mean, you name it. There's a way to lace it, sadly.
I'm with you on that, especially dispensary. I don't
stay off drugs.
That's all I go to is if I do, it's a dispensary, period. And if I don't, it's not, I won't. Point blank, period. So,
amen to that.
And that doesn't even guarantee 100%, but
absolutely,
I'd rather take my chances with knowing, that it's been checked, quality, which again, like I said, it's always 50-50, but it makes me feel more safer in my, you know what I mean?
I agree.
And that's just me though.
Have a good night.
You too, man. Block your doors, stay safe, stay vigilant.
Oh, always. I carry. I'm not worried.
That's good. I'm glad you do. I'm glad. I think you're the first woman that told me I carry besides 2 other people.
Oh, always. And I'm a good shot, I promise.
That's good. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Y'all have a good night. I'll be in chat.
You too. Thank you so much. I have a good night. Lock your doors. Stay safe. Thank you for being a voice in the community. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Bye, Joe.
You got it. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Call in. Love stop. What, Enrico? What? Oh, look him up. I got you. 305, you're live. What's going on? Talk to me.
Hi, T-REV.
What's going on?
How are you?
You are live. I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm listening in. So we're speculating and listening to everything. And I think the thing that stumps me the most is... Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. The thing that stumps me the most...
Here. I said, Sosa, come here.
Oh, okay. The thing that stumps me the most is the police saying it's not a homicide. So then I'm starting to think, okay, they were found dead. So what could have caused their death other than what everybody believes is the drugs, right? Which, of course, that could be. But then I was thinking, is it possible that the dogs killed them and that they were killed by the dogs? And that's why the dogs were initially there, then they're not there, then they're at the parents' house. Could something have happened with the dogs? Could something have been given to the dogs?
Well,
Could something have occurred with the
about
animal?
the dogs, though, my thing is if their dogs attacked them, the police would notice that immediately. You know what I mean?
Of course, but that's exactly. So that's why they're saying it's not a homicide. The paws of bloody paw prints would be everywhere. You can tell when it's a tear. You can tell when it's an animal that attacks. There would be evidence everywhere outside. I would think it would be very obvious to them that that's what happened. I have yet to know or hear if the dogs were there the night the cops came. Because if the dogs were there, then they can obviously see what may have happened. If they weren't there, were they there before and they were taken away on purpose? It's weird, but a lot of weird stuff is going on. And then I'm listening to your comments and the one gentleman called in about maybe half an hour ago, and then somebody was saying about sex games. And, it's sick, but what if there was bestiality going on? What if they gave the dog something? And, these men were tore up. I know it's gross. I know it's horrible to think that, but
it's just my thing is why would they let a lawyer come out and make statements like dogs was at the dad's and things like that? That's the part that's getting to me. But then again, then you have that fifth person coming out saying the dogs were at the house. So it's like, is there a lawyer
changing
game going on right now? No, him. That's what I'm seeing.
The lawyer is very suspect. The way he talks and the way he contradicts his statement. It's not very well wrapped. I wouldn't, I don't understand. I don't understand what would make that gentleman stay there for all those days with those dead bodies there. It's overall crazy. But I just wanted to share that idea, that thought, because as disturbing as it is, the one thing I haven't heard anything about is the dogs at all.
The dogs for me is the only time I'm hearing about the dogs is when they said the dogs were at the dad's, and then it now recently again yesterday being reopened that Alex allegedly, if the fifth person, which that's what we uncovered allegedly, said the dogs were at the house, and that's the part that's getting to me. Who is the liar here? Who is telling a lie? Because finding out that Jordan's dad allegedly has Alzheimer's, it would be a good excuse to say the dogs were at my dad's, allegedly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's just,
you also had another caller that said, I forgot what he said. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, but initially we had heard that they weren't there, that they were not there. Then we heard that they were always there.
always there?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. I heard that these three were inseparable. I didn't hear that they were always there though. I highly doubt. No, what? Organ sex trafficking? What are we talking about? Somebody said no. I don't think she's pranking us. I think she's giving her opinion.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because for them to be so firm that it was not a homicide, other than the drugs, what else could it be? Because it's a death investigation, you know. But these, you know, until we get the toxicology, we won't know, right? We won't really know. But I don't know how this funny, weird, and so T-REV, where did the sex talk come from? Because I've been absent for a few days, so I just got back listening to you today, and then I'm hearing about the sex talk. So where is that coming from? What are they saying? The gay thing? I don't understand.
That's just people talking in chat saying, I think it was a gay get together or something. Yeah, that's all I'm seeing is people talking in chat.
Right. Okay.
That's
I
why.
thought it was
Yeah.
something somebody had.
Somebody
determined.
said no. People were just saying it. A few people said it in chat, so I was like, a gay get together. What are we? What?
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Well, what's your final
All
thoughts
right.
on everything that's out now? Before I get to the next caller.
My final thought was, what a way to take the spotlight off of the case in San Antonio, the Soto case. Wow, haven't even heard anything.
Well,
and that's it.
We got stuff coming up for tomorrow's Brian Koberger's court date. Then we got the 4th and 5th. We have Savannah Soto case coming up. So you know that's coming up soon. I don't know what we'll hear there if on those court dates, but we'll definitely be tuned in.
Excellent. I'll be tuned in too. You take care. Nice talking to you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you calling up and having the audacity to share your opinion. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I know it's not very popular or very, rosy.
Yeah, but that's the thing
know.
though. I want people to look at everything and come up with their own opinion and not, be a follower.
Well,
Be your own
how I
leader.
came
Everybody's
to
your
it.
own leader.
I was just thinking, okay, what would piss off dogs so bad that they would tear up a body? You gave them something, or something really bad was going on. That's the only thing I could think of. They were outside. If the dogs were there and the dogs attacked them, but that's the why, right? Then you come into, if they were attacked by the dogs, why? And then that's the part that can go really dark and ugly and bad. And nobody wants to think that, but thank you for letting me speak my mind.
Absolutely. More anytime you want to call in, you're more than welcome to call back. I appreciate you. Thank you. Be vigilant. Lock your doors and your windows.
Take
and
care.
Stay safe. We live in a nasty ass world. Shout out to her. Good phone call. But yeah, I disagree heavily about the dogs attack. Because if the dogs attack those men, that's going to be said. There's going to be a presser and everything. Yes, dogs, guys were killed in the backyard by some pit out there. That story would already be out. So that's where I'm at with that. But I appreciate her, speaking her opinion and theories. 501, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, T-REV. This is Sammy D.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Nice to hear from you.
I just wanted to say, honestly, I kind of grew up watching the adults do this kind of crap. And I just want to say it does happen. And I have caught them outside doing this stuff many a times. But the truth of the matter is we have zero facts, nothing really to back up anything other than we can only make assumptions, right? Or speculate. But I really truly believe that, and I know a lot of people might want to kick me for this, but I think Jordan also was a victim of OD. And I think he was unfortunate enough to have woken up 2 days later or whatever, however long. I really do. And I feel like he's probably as mortified as those families that he has lost 3 friends. And not only did they die, but they died at his place. And it's so sad to me because I honestly believe until we have all the facts, like you don't have times of death for any of these guys. You don't know what it could have happened. And I think they really did partake of something together and they were just having a good time. They love their sports, These guys, you can look by all the pictures, they seemed entirely happy together, just like any good group of guy friends do in the sports things.
Right.
And I think it's as simple as that. And I don't know about this person. I just think he keeps throwing monkey wrenches out there to just throw everything off. But do you have any questions for us viewers that you want to find out what besides my theory?
Yeah,
What
like
you
I mean, what do you think about this, Alex? Yeah, I absolutely had plenty of them. I mean, I could start, and this is the main thing that I'm thinking of is, and I know people like the dogs, but really, it's like Alex, or allegedly Alex, is saying, with his lawyer saying the dogs were there, right? And then you got the other side saying they weren't. But I'm kind of leading towards. I have to lean towards where police were at. They were at this location, so they're hearing this lawyer come up nationwide and say the dogs weren't there. Well, guess what? If Jordan can sent them to search that house, they would have seen if the dogs were there or out back. So it doesn't, you know what I mean? They searched the whole friggin' house, so they would know if the dogs were there that day, at least just that day. That doesn't mean they weren't there Sunday, but you understand what I'm saying?
I do. And for me though, as far as the dogs go, it is purely, for me, it would be irrelevant because I don't feel like the dogs did anything harmful. I don't think they prevented anything from happening that was going to happen. I mean, as far as like people getting in, out, whatever, I really don't think. I think it was just some dumb ass thing that this person mentioned, and I don't find it relevant at the moment.
Yeah, I just hope we get some things cleared up. I feel like at least
I'm looking and waiting for these reports to come out. Are we going to find out, are they, exact times of death? I mean, and does his toxicology match theirs? That might be an indicator that they did all consume, sort of the same stuff. And then, ultimately you're looking at, because until then, we have nothing. We have got nothing. And until these facts start to come out and unfold, that will help to tell the story in and of itself.
And
I know it's rough. The waiting sucks. And I totally feel for the families. I completely understand. I know they want and they need answers. But let's get the right answers.
Absolutely. Let's get the right. You don't want nobody getting in trouble for something they didn't do, right? And my thing is here though is two friends, and what I get, you made a great point, but those three friends that were in the backyard, what did take till Tuesday? But then again, I sit here and think about it. All the screenshots that I've seen, 11:55 p.m. I know that David Harrington talked to Natasha, so we know that he specifically was alive at 11:55 p.m. And they talk about Alex leaving at midnight, which means Alex would be there allegedly. And then you have. So what time? My thing is what time after that did they pass? Because it was obviously January 8th when they did pass, possibly.
Right. Right. Well, overall scenario, let's say they all did partake of something, right? You got Mr. Jordan here is going to bed. Maybe one guy, he starts feeling crappy. He goes and sits out on the porch, whether it's in a chair or not, and he's sitting there. Maybe the other two start feeling wonky and they start heading outside for whatever reason, because everybody's going to react differently. And they go out there, pass him by thinking he's just passed out, because I've seen that a million times. And they head out for whatever reason into the backyard and end up wherever they drop, because you don't know how your body's going to react to anything, let alone something that could be as bad as fentanyl.
It's a good point. It's a good point. And I get it. I see the people that sent in a few of those articles about 4 people dropping, but what I'm looking at, it says, I remember seeing an all-time high number of overdoses, including in the homeless community. 4 fatal overdoses on Denver streets in less than 25 hours. I don't know. That one says unless that's talking about separate people who aren't even friends. But no, this one is.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you calling in, Sammy G. This one is shaping up to be. I don't know what it's gonna be, but But what we do know is somebody's lying between the both of them. One saying dogs there, one saying not. That there's somebody's got to be the liar, right?
I think the fifth person is just being a clown. Sorry.
I appreciate you calling up, sharing your thoughts, your theory,
Thanks.
everything with us.
You have a good day.
Thank you. So
y'all lock up. Bye.
Thank you. You too. Lock it. Shout out to her. Shout out to Sammy. I appreciate her. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. What's your thoughts, opinions, and theories in City 3Ks? So many people are 717 sent from heaven. What's going on? Talk to me.
What?
You are live. What's going on?
Hey man, this is Jeff. I talked to you yesterday. I was the one that was telling you about getting Adderall from
yes, sir.
People. Hey, guess what? I listened to you. Yesterday, I went to a different psychiatrist and I got my own script.
Dang. Yeah, good.
Well, I didn't get it for Adderall. They wouldn't do for Adderall, but they tried a new medication called Concerta, which is basically a weaker version of Adderall. It's a Ritalin.
I've been on it. I got ADHD. I've been on all of them. Ritalin, Adderall, all of them. I refuse to take them now, but
this lady's gonna work with me on that. But hey, I wanted to ask you a question about something else you posted a while ago.
You got a little echo in the background. Can you mute that for me?
It's sorry, I have you on my iPad.
Oh, you're good, brother. You're good.
Let me pause it. Sorry about that, man.
No. You're good, brother. No, don't trip.
So I wanted to ask you about something. You posted a little while back. I think that you were trying a drug called Latuda. Was it Latuda?
Yeah, I did. Not good. I don't like it.
It's not. You didn't like it?
Nope. Made me like a zombie.
Shit. Let me explain. See, I take Seroquel, and I've taken it for a long time. But this new psychiatrist that I started going to wants to reduce the Seroquel and switch to Latuda. And you're saying you had a bad experience with it.
Yeah, nah. Made me worse.
Damn. Did you find anything at all that worked, or are you just not doing anything?
Nope.
Oh, wow. You're doing good then.
Nothing. I don't like it. It makes me dysfunctional. I can't do it.
What did it make you feel like? Just like you just couldn't?
For sure. It makes me dysfunctional. I can't do nothing.
Just like a zombie, huh?
Mm-hmm.
See, I've been all right with the Seroquel. She was just telling me there's so many better choices because it causes some weight gain. It causes some other problems down the road. So she really wanted to switch me to Latuda. I agreed to it, but she's going to reduce the Seroquel. So now I don't know what to do. But she is prescribing the Concerta. It's a moderate dose, not a high dose or anything. And I'm happy with that because I feel like I have a part-time job where I drive Meals on Wheels.
Yeah.
And I feel like, I can do that job. I can focus. They were making me take Strattera. See, I had been on Adderall my whole life. And the doctor I had, they got rid of him because they wanted to stop all the Schedule IIs. So basically, the psychiatrist I was going through, they don't do any Schedule IIs anymore. So they switched me over to something called Strattera. And I could not function. I mean, I couldn't manage my money. It's just everything was going to hell. So after I talked to you, I told my mom, hey, listen, this is what I'm doing. I'm buying stuff illegally. And I wasn't concerned that I would get fentanyl or anything because Adderall XR is pretty hard to fake. But I was doing something illegal. And that was the concern. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's only a matter of time. You're having somebody else's med. You know what I mean? You're paying for it. You're not having a prescription. You can get in a lot of trouble for that. Felonies, all kinds of stuff. There's no sense in ruining your life. But so I switched to this new psychiatrist. The place I deal with, like, that's who I have the job through. They kind of handle everything. They're my payee through Social Security. They do my job. I have my psychiatrist there. They were very dissatisfied that I, around them. But it's my life. In this new place, they're very careful. Like, you get 3 days worth in the pharmacy delivers to me every 3 days, so you can't really abuse the med.
Right. Yeah, stay
so
away
I
from
think,
that street shit, bro. I'm telling you.
yeah, that was a bad idea. Well, you're the one. I went and told my mom, after you said that, you said get your own script.
Mm-hmm.
I said, this is a calling. I'm doing the wrong thing. This person's saying, I got to do something different. And I'm lucky this lady took me on immediately. But she's having a lot of people come over to her from this place that I go to.
Mm-hmm.
So people can't just be without medication they've been on for years. But
someone in chat said their mom passed away taking Prozac. That's sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Janine.
Oh wow, that's sad.
But that's why I can't take those, because they make me feel like that, and that's why you.
Yeah, I'm amazed you're getting by without taking anything. That's pretty cool, though. I'm wondering how I would do without taking like a, I don't know, like I take it for bipolar disorder.
Yeah, I got I deal with the same thing, brother. I deal with the same thing. Yes, I do. Absolutely.
And you're dealing with it just by
solo dolo. The only thing I have is anxiety medication.
What do you take for anxiety?
Xanax. When needed. Yeah. I only take little pieces when needed. I don't.
She told me she would do Klonopin on an as needed basis, like a PRN.
Well, I have severe panic disorder.
See, I
have a severe panic and anxiety attack disorder. So that's what they gave me that. But I told them I even went to my doctor. What was it? 8 months. I was like, I don't want to be on this shit. Like, can I try something else for anxiety? And they tried to give me multiple other things, but it all makes me feel like a zombie. That's why I want.
Well, she was telling me during the transition she would do a PRN of Klonopin, 0.5 milligrams, but only as needed. You can't take it all the time. Just like a very low amount. This was switched over from the Seroquel, because the Seroquel kind of does that for me.
Right.
She hates this new doctor hates Seroquel for some reason. But she really recommends this Latuda, and you said it's terrible.
I take nothing for ADHD. I refuse to take that shit.
You don't take anything for it. Well, Latuda's for.
I've been on it. I was on the Adderall ever since I was a kid. I had to get off. Nope. I'm trying to get off everything. Like literally, the only last thing I have is the little Xanax that I get from my doctor for my panic attack disorder, which is horrible because I feel like I'm dying when I go to sleep and I get up and trip. And
that's really awesome that you were able to do that. I gotta commend you, man, because I was trying it. I was going to hell, man. Like, I mean, I just wasn't getting anything done. Wasn't doing my laundry regularly. Like, it was just, I was doing it, but you know what I mean? Like, there was no schedule. Like, I was just kind of going through life and just not in an organized manner.
Well, I look forward to hearing from you again, man. I appreciate you calling in, and I appreciate you filling me in.
You made me, admit to my mom what I was doing, and there was an answer. There was a solution. We found a different doctor.
Man, I'm proud of you, bro. So, I'm proud of you, Jack.
I appreciate the advice. I appreciate your channel. Like, I really do. Like, I follow it, and I just enjoy hearing everything. I wanted to make one quick comment before I leave about this whole case.
Okay.
I feel like they were all probably doing drugs. They probably got them off the street. I feel terrible for the guy that they died at his house. I think he knew they were dead.
Right.
And I think he possibly even may have moved them, maybe not. But I think he did know. And I think he probably thought, oh my God, I'm a scientist, and well off and I have a great job. My life is fucked. And it's probably innocent. And that's kind of a sad thing because people choose to do drugs. It's kind of like Rick Harrison's son. Rick is blaming it on the border crisis. But Rick Harrison's son chose to do that fentanyl. People make the choices. I chose to go buy drugs illegally. I could have gotten nailed for that. It would have been my fault, nobody else's. People choose to do things. And it's not other people's faults. In my opinion. Like, that guy wasn't pushing. I'm sure they might have well been doing them together, or maybe he wasn't doing them at all. That's why he's alive. he's probably thinking, and if that's the case, and they died at his house, he's probably thinking, motherfucker, they died at my house. You know, I'm going to look like I'm somehow now involved or negligent at the very least. My life is over. My job is over. My career is probably over. I mean, I feel terrible for the guy. I mean, I also feel terrible for the families. And I don't know the whole situation. We'll find more out. Maybe he should be charged with negligence. But could you imagine that they're having a life making money like he was making?
Yeah.
To just be over a fucking weekend of partying.
Yeah, it's sad, man, and that's why people need to, if you have a problem with prescriptions or anything, you need to, you know what I mean? Stop it now. Cold turkey. Go to rehab. Go somewhere. Go. You can help yourself, but you gotta want to. You know what I mean? You got to want to.
Right. I do agree. But maybe they didn't even have a problem. Maybe it was just a one type deal where they were getting coke and it was cut with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. They all seem to have their lives together. The one guy's a scientist. I don't know what the other people did for a living, but I think they even had families and they had jobs.
Right.
It's just a fucked up deal. It's so sad.
It is, brother.
It's tragic.
It sure is. What's your final thoughts, though, before I move on to the next caller? I want to get everybody through, and I appreciate you, brother.
Just basically, my final thoughts are: I hope I hope we find out exactly what happened. If he moved the bodies, then we start getting into a situation where, yeah, he contributed to this stuff. There should be some sort of charge. But I really think it was out of fear. I don't think he intended to harm his friends. Everybody keeps saying poisoning and stuff. I hate that. I don't think that was it at all. I think he panicked.
Yeah.
But you make right and wrong choices. And it's just the life world we live in now, Trev. So that's all I had to say. I'm going to keep listening. And I appreciate everybody else's opinion.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Jeff. I'm everybody in chat is super proud of you. I'm super proud of you, man. Thank you for actually calling me and letting me know that. That's pretty.
Yeah,
that's pretty.
I told my mom
that I helped you out, man. I didn't know that. I'm glad that you let me know that. As long as I can help one person, I feel like I accomplished something.
Oh, you did. I mean, well, I knew I needed to do something myself because I knew I was doing the wrong thing. And I thought, God, what am I doing?
Well,
but
stay on it, bro.
There's always an answer.
Stay on it. God bless you. Lock your doors. I look forward to hearing from you again. Hey, you hear me?
Yeah. Thanks for talking. I want to
hear
an
update on you. You know.
What's that?
I said I want to hear an update on you in a week. See how you're doing.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I think I'm gonna be fine. Better than I was anyway.
Okay. Let me know. I want to hear from you, brother. All right. I'll be looking
for you. Well, I'll let you know how this new I'll let you know how the little toot is working.
Let me know. Because your experience may be different.
I hope so. You got me a little worried. But I'll let you know.
Everybody's different, brother. Everybody's metabolism's different. Body's different. We all react different. But stay. Keep your head on your shoulders, brother. And one day at a time. God bless you, man. I appreciate you calling up. Really good phone call.
You too, man. Thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, brother. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I'll be off guard there. Sorry. 209, what's on your mind? Talk to me. 330, you're on the show. Talk to me.
Yeah, how you doing? This is Jamie from Ohio.
I'm doing good, Jamie. How about yourself?
Fine. And I think this last caller I'm kind of with him on this one thing. I think that that guy that owned that house, my guess is he's a bachelor. He's got guys in and out there all the time hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is he was done drinking. These guys have been drinking and partying all day.
Right.
He probably was ready to crash, went to crash, and somebody made a phone call and hooked up something that came to that house after that guy went to bed. And when he walked in the door, and I've seen it, they're like, yeah, this is supposed to be really good or whatever. Check this out. And they'll follow him right out that back door, and they could care less about them cunts. especially if they've already been drinking all day. But the only thing I could think of that would cause these deaths together like this, we're not talking acid, cocaine, or nothing like that. It had to be some type of heroin or fentanyl, because I wasn't around that fentanyl, or I wouldn't have survived. But I've seen them where, like, you got somebody that comes in and you got a couple people around that ain't experienced with heroin, and a guy comes through with some pretty pure stuff. Them guys, they'll shoot up, and they might be dropped to their knees before they ever get that needle out of their arm. So I seen them nod out and pass out, and if this stuff was strong, I could see them guys, whether they smoked it or whatever they did, I can see them hitting the ground, especially having all that alcohol and stuff already in them all day.
And the shit,
now, the one that
you said, the shit's pure today.
Oh yeah, and these guys aren't these aren't junkies. These are guys out partying. They're away from their girlfriends. It's a big football game day. They're already drunked up, and you do stupid choices when you're drunk. So someone probably mentioned, well, I know this guy. I could just see it. I say, I know this guy. Next thing, call him. Next thing you know, this guy's coming to the house. Now, the situation with the dogs is rather interesting. It is plausible, I think, if that's a scenario, that when this guy crashed, that dog went back there in the bedroom with him and was back there. But when that guy got up and come up out there and found what he had, and them dogs made them dogs nervous, I'm wondering if his dad come over to that house, picked up them dogs in the middle of the night. And that's the only thing I could say, because I've seen people drop like that. I used to use, I went out, and when you get that bad, you're really high, and you could try to get anywhere you want, but your legs are like rubber, and the floor moves out from underneath it. All you can think of is, I got to get in that door, I see that door handle, and then that could just be it, as far as you get. That is the only thing I could think of. That they got a hold of something like that, and it is possible that guy that rents that house might have had an idea that the guy was coming to the house and all that when he went to bed, but I don't think he realized till he got up and in the middle of the night or that early that morning and seen what he had, and then I'd be pretty shook up for a couple of days wondering what to do too.
Do you think it's possible that, I don't know, I don't think that, because I feel like that would be put out or told to the families if he did say, hey, yeah, they were, I don't know, you would be in trouble, I think, because especially if 2 days going by, or almost 2 days, if
yeah, I think what if this guy was in shock and scared to death for 2 days?
He would have frozen shock phase.
I don't know what I would do. I mean, you walk out there. Here he is. He's got his friends all laying dead. And I'll tell you what, there might be a little fear factor if the guy that came in and out of that house was a known dealer. And if he was, that might be another reason why the cops are keeping everything hush-hush.
Well, I'm pretty sure people are saying he's a known dealer from what they pulled up on the record. I think it was like 35 grams of marijuana or something, but
yeah, but we're not talking marijuana.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that I've seen on there. I'm like, if you want to say that, I guess, if you know.
Yeah, some other guy come in that house. They made a phone call and brought somebody into that house.
Mm.
And that guy might have been scared, saying, if I say that this guy who brought this dope in here and killed my friends, he's probably he's got some concerns. That's my theory.
Well, I appreciate you calling up and sharing with us. I really do.
All right.
I commend people who do, because it takes a lot of courage to do that. And I do appreciate you calling up, sharing your thoughts, opinions, and theories with us. I look forward to hearing from you again. What is your name?
Well, I've been sitting and listening to the end. Jamie from Ohio.
Jamie from Ohio. Thank you so much. I appreciate your phone call. I look forward to hearing from you again. Make sure you lock your doors and stay safe.
Absolutely.
We live in a cruel world.
Yeah, take care.
God bless. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. I was saying a long time ago, love chat, caring people on the right path now. I wasn't on the right path then, but I am now. 503, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hey, this is Jamie from Portland, Oregon.
How you doing?
I'm first time caller, but long time listener. So, I mean, I think there's some fuckery going on here for real. Like the cops, number one, the cops, what's going on? 3 dead people and you're not doing nothing. You're just shutting the scene down, like not even investigating anything at all.
Right.
And then you got this guy who has a PhD. I mean, he's not stupid. So how do you have like 3 of your homies just dead in the backyard?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's a lot of questions that I have about this man and the 5th person and like the stories that keep changing. To me, I agree with you with like red flags everywhere. And I think it starts with the police, and they should have done probably a better job, in my opinion, than what they did with this scene. I hope that they I don't know. It sounds like they didn't do anything, and I don't get it. It seems really, really weird, and it seems very shady to me. I do understand that like people who are not sober, they can go out and they can freeze and they can get lost and not know what's going on when they're on substances, but they're in a yard and there's 3 of them. And you're going to tell me that the friend is just in the house, just like chilling for 2 days and doesn't see his friends in the yard? I don't know. It's just crazy. The whole story to me is crazy.
What's your theory on it?
It's a rabbit hole, man. Like on one hand, I'm like, okay, well maybe they got faded, maybe they got into drugs or taking something, who knows what, and then they're out in the cold. But like, did he like lock the door and like leave them out there, or they couldn't like get a neighbor? I don't know. It seems that part's weird. And then I'm like, okay, what's his PhD in? He's some scientist of what now? What's he doing? And so I'm like, did he like cook something up and say, hey, try this? I don't know. You can go down a real rabbit hole with this case because we don't know anything. So you can just start guessing all the crazy, seams in your mind until we have more information.
Right.
It's shocking to me that there's just 3 people in a backyard that are dead, and that it was the fiance or the girlfriend of one of the guys that had to go like find her man, and that's how she found him. It's just devastating, and it's really sad for all those guys.
It is.
And I do think that the guy that was in that house and the dogs, I feel like I have a dog, I've got a Doberman, and if there was humans in the yard, my dog would be barking. My dog would bark. My dog would try to notify somebody of something, that there is someone in the yard. If the dogs were there, they're going to be telling their person that, hey, you got somebody in the yard. And if they weren't there, I feel like the guy has to know more. It's not like he either knew that they were dead back there and he got scared and he's like, I'm just going to leave him back there and pack out of this house and then somebody else can find him. I don't know. It's weird. It's crazy. Very strange.
I'm with you. It is definitely weird to me. Some think it's, a little easier answer, which I respectfully disagree, but I get their point too. It's the fact that 3 dropped, and I know people are telling me stories about others, and this has happened before, but it's I don't know. It's just I think it's the magnitude of it here. It's a Sunday to Tuesday. These are people who are who have jobs, who are there regularly. They don't go there. Then you got Ricky Johnson Sr. said he had to sleuth out and find out where this house was and then go there. So they had to figure out where they were first and then go to the scene to knock on the door.
Yeah, it's bad. And I really feel this guy knows something. Now, whether or not he did this like as some kind of experiment intentionally, or if this was just an accident, I don't know. But it just seems really weird. Like I agree with you. If there was just one, okay, maybe. But 3 3. Come on, man. I can't. And I cannot believe the cops just, were in and out like nothing.
Like
there's 3 dead humans back here. Like, what? You can't. No, this is not open, close.
Well, so Ricky Johnson Sr. said when he went to the location that he had to wait 4 hours. They told him to wait 4 hours. And I was like, huh? Or while they were in there searching. So he found out that his son didn't even have his jacket on. You know what I mean? Outside.
Yeah.
Why was his jacket inside? His jacket was inside of his house. So that shows me that either 1, you ran outside, or 2, you were brought outside, allegedly.
Right. Yeah, that don't make none of it makes sense, but then if you're drunk, if you're wasted or you're high, then are you going to think about putting your coat on? I think it depends on like what substances you were taking. First off, because I've taken shrooms and I fully thought that the window was another hallway to another room. You know what I mean? But it's not like I don't know what they were on. I don't know what they were taking. There's just too many variables to be able to figure it out. But for damn sure, that man found those guys and didn't say a damn thing. That's what I think, in my opinion, allegedly. Lock your doors.
Yeah, lock your door. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate your opinions, your thoughts, your theories. Thank you for calling in and sharing it with us. You said first time calling in, huh?
Yeah, first time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Lock your doors. It sounds like your doors are already locked, though.
I know. I'm in the yeah. All right. Bye.
God bless you. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. 260. You're on the show. Talk to us.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, brother? How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How you doing?
Hanging in there, man. What's your thoughts on this?
Man, this whole thing is crazy. Basically, to me, it seems like it had to have been, some type of overdose. Like, I used to live with somebody that did fentanyl. That was his drug of choice.
Damn.
And I would find him passed out everywhere. Like, in the summertime, there was on 3 separate occasions, I came home and found him passed out in the backyard, laying on the ground. And if it would have been wintertime, maybe I would have found him dead, frozen. Like, I don't know, man. That fentanyl it's wild, dude. Like, do you know, I got a question. Do you know the 2 bodies that were found in the backyard? Were they like way out in the backyard, or were they like right outside off the porch?
Well, it says, from what I was able to gather after looking at everything as a collective and a whole, I was able to gather that one was on the back porch and the other 2 were in the backyard.
Okay.
That's what I was able to gather. Now, they say that also that the fiance broke into the back window in the kitchen.
So she didn't see the bodies in the backyard when she broke into the window?
That's, I'm with, I have no idea. That's a great question.
No, I just was curious because like I said, dude, that fentanyl is no joke, and it's in everything. And what it seems like, these dudes weren't everyday drug users, and who knows? I mean, once these toxicology reports come out, I think that'll really answer a lot of the questions. But who's to say that, somebody came and they busted up a few lines, and maybe the 2 dudes that was in the back. I mean, like I said, with this fentanyl, dude, I've seen this dude that I knew would literally be standing on his feet with his head at his knees for an hour. Like,
off of fentanyl?
Oh yeah. Like, standing up, passed out, and then eventually would fall over.
I seen my uncle and my brother used to shoot up together when I was a kid, and I'd turn around and look at them, and they would be sitting on a couch with fucking needles and all different types of shit hanging out their arm. And this was a constant for like a year and a half. But I didn't know what was going on. Like, at the time, I wasn't, because I was young. but I knew something wasn't right.
Yeah.
I knew something
Yeah,
wasn't
I
right.
guess. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, I guess, and especially if you're just doing, you think you're doing a couple lines of coke, and maybe I'm just thinking like, it's just saying, did they all do it? The one guy, Jordan, went upstairs and passed out and happened. I mean, because I know of a story that people that I know, 4 people all sat down and did the same amount of drugs, and they all fell out, and one of them woke up, and the other 3 were dead. Like, did they all do something? Maybe the 2 that was found out in the yard went out to smoke. Maybe they smoked cigarettes or something. I don't know. They went out, have a smoke, and next thing you know, they slumped over and fell out. And another thing with that fentanyl, like I said, I used to live with somebody, and he would sweat. It would make, like, profusely just start sweating out of nowhere. Did the dude that didn't have the jacket on did he just get real hot and step outside? And I don't know. It's just, there's so many questions, like, and it seems like it's leading to drugs, but for the police to come out and say, oh, there's no foul play, that's weird. Like, 3 dead bodies, like,
it doesn't make no sense. It doesn't. It really, with the story the way it is now, with just the story the way it is now, and that's me going based off of that. Now, when there's a statement put out by law enforcement, it may all connect, and I'll be like, damn, okay. You know what I'm saying? Because we haven't heard from law enforcement. So that's the main factor. And obviously we're not going to hear from them because they're into some type of investigation, death investigation, right? So, and those results too. So they can't really do much until those results come back.
Yeah.
You know what
I mean? It's just like, yeah, I agree.
Like,
yeah, I mean,
can they go down without having the autopsy and toxicology report? They're kind of at a standstill until those results get back. I bet they're sitting at their damn desk anxiously right now.
yeah, I'm sure that they want that back. They want that result back more than anybody, so they can come out and say, look, this is what was in their system. This is what we believe. Like I said, I mean, it's very possible that they thought they were just doing a couple lines. They stepped outside. They passed out. I mean, that stuff will hit you instantly. Like, you step outside to have a smoke. Next thing you know, you pass out. You fall out, and maybe they did freeze to death when they passed out. Like I said, I mean, this dude that I knew would pass out for hours and hours, and then wake up and be like a zombie for a little while, and then he would kind of slowly start coming back too. And it's just it's such a weird case. Like, and the guy that didn't, and like, do you know the guy that didn't have his coat on? Was he the one that was on the back porch, or was he out in the yard?
Who? Which one?
They said the one guy didn't have his jacket on.
Yeah, they didn't say whether he was by the porch or back. They didn't say where the bodies were placed. You know, who was where, and they didn't mention that, but you know,
because even that, like maybe the 2 was outside. They fell out outside, and then Jordan come down the guy and then found the other guy and possibly drug him to the porch. I mean, the dude seemed like he was pretty successful. I'm sure if he come out and found some dead bodies, I'm sure he would panic. But you think if they're your friends, you would call the cops. But if he also did some drugs, and he's thinking, oh shit, well, I'm gonna lose everything. Like, because like I said, I know 4 people that sit down.
Why do people keep saying that the 911 calls out, but I don't see it?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that.
People keep saying, what do you think about the 911 call? What 911 call? Where's it at?
Who called 911? The fiance or the girlfriend?
Well, no, it's not even that. They're saying that I see people in the chat saying the 911 calls out. Where?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out where. Because I don't see it.
Yeah, I have no clue. I haven't seen anything about a 911 call
I'm
other
looking
than
for
in the
it.
chat.
I'm looking for it, but I don't see it. I don't know where that came.
I don't know. I haven't seen nothing on a 911 call.
Thoughts on
But
it?
like I said, man, it just seems like, to me, it seems like they were partying, they watched the game, they were drinking, especially if you mix that stuff with alcohol. like my neighbor, a couple of doors down during the summer, went out to dinner, had a couple drinks, came home, I don't know exactly what she took, but it had fentanyl in it, and she overdosed. But luckily, her boyfriend was there and was able to save her. But you mix an alcohol with drugs, and if they're just recreational drug users, because I think didn't the guy's dad that did the interview, he said that his son didn't abuse drugs, but he recreational, he'd do them every once in a while.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, it only takes to get bad dope one time.
Oh, whoa. We do have the 911 call. I'm about to play it.
Okay, well, I'll let you get. I just wanted to, like I said, man, like I've been around fentanyl users, and I'm not saying that these guys were fentanyl users, but fentanyl is in everything nowadays. They seem like they were just partying, watching a game, went back to have some more drinks. One of them maybe had the idea to get something, and it went bad. Maybe Jordan found, like I said, to me, if the Jordan dude did have anything to do with it, maybe he passed out upstairs, came down, found one guy, drug him to the back porch, and didn't know the other two was in the backyard. I don't know. I'm like pretty anxious to see, what comes of all this.
Well, we're gonna check out this 911 call, see how it is. Let's take a look at it.
All right, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you taking the call.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling up, putting your voice in the community, brother. That's important. I think for people to speak out, and God bless you, brother. Keep passing this story along. They definitely need answers.
All right, man. Thanks, man.
God bless, brother. We got the 911 call. Allegedly. I don't know. We're about to find out.
It's good to have you.
Oh, hold up 1 second. I'm gonna play this 911 call. 1 second. You guys call right back. We're gonna play the 911 call. Now, it was uploaded by Jessica Danielle. So the Kansas City 3, how many were at the house? All right, here we go. It says dispatch audio. Let's check it out.
14-5208 Northwest 83rd Terrace, cardiac obvious 83, medic 14-5208 Northwest 83rd Terrace, cardiac obvious 83.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Jessica. If you're new here, if you don't know, I'm a stay-at-home mom to 2 young kids. I do this on the side. I do commentary and true crime and I guess trending topics, but more so just like things I find interesting. This case, at first, I just kind of heard about from my husband, and I was still working on a Savannah Soto, Matthew Guerra case. But then as I kind of dove more into it, I was like, the mystery got me, just like it does with everybody else. But what's weird, as we all know, is it's not normal for 3 people to just drop dead and then there be so many unanswered questions and law enforcement not talking much besides saying it's 100% not a death investigation. That's what really got me. And I did my digging and I want to do this right. I am not an expert. Like I said, I'm a mom who just loves research. I honestly should have been a lawyer and I thought about becoming a lawyer, but I'm in my 30s now. I feel like I'm too late to do that.
No, it's never too late. Stop that. Don't ever say that. It's never too late. You can do whatever you want. Whatever. If you want to become a lawyer in your 30s, you can become a lawyer in your 30s. You can do whatever you want to. Don't ever limit yourself.
That's not what this intro is for. I appreciate you guys being here. And at this point, most of this video is just speculation on my part. And I don't mean hate. Please don't send hate to anybody mentioning this video. And if it's ill received, I will delete this video because I don't want to cause an issue. And further, I don't know. I'm not going to demonize the victims in any way. I will not do that. But they deserve justice. And hopefully their friends don't get offended by my video. I mean, I'm sure it's going to happen regardless. It will happen. But yeah, if you want to see what I found, then stick around. Okay, so if you don't know, this story is about 3 Kansas City men who were missing after going to a game at someone's house who was their friend.
Kansas City, Missouri, an unusual death investigation is currently underway after Kansas City Chiefs fans were found dead in a backyard following that big game Sunday night.
CB Cotton takes a look at why the case is drawing national attention and raising a lot of questions.
This is a cover-up. Something's wrong with the picture.
Anger and frustration from the families of Ricky Johnson, David Harrington, and Clayton McGeeney. Earlier this month, all 3 men were hanging out at their friend Jordan Willis's home for football Sunday. 2 days later, all 3 were found dead in Willis's backyard, with Willis claiming he never noticed something was wrong.
And after being missing for 2 days, one of the men's fiancés broke into the house after they had tried pounding on the door for a while. A couple of people pounded on the door, and then she broke into the basement and then found a body outside and called 911. And then they discovered 2 more bodies, and the home renter, Jordan Willis, is apparently not a suspect at this time, but I personally feel like they're not doing that because they don't want him to run, that he's cooperating apparently so far. So you don't want him to run, So that was like the gist of the story. And then I did some digging when it went look at the specifics of the language of things mentioned, and just kind of wanted to get like my own answers on what I think, like everything that went down. So the victims in order of age are Clayton McGinney, who's 36 years old, and it was his fiance, April Mahoney, who broke into the house. Sorry.
Hold up. It's a 26-minute video. Where's the 911 call?
I'm pronouncing anything wrong. The second victim, David Harrington, who's 37 years old, he was found on the chair. Apparently looked like he was sleeping, is what I've heard. And then the final victim, Ricky Johnson, 38 years old. And I believe his family is pretty outspoken, which is really...
Where's the 911 call? I want to hear the 911 call. Let's get up to it. Hold up. Let me make sure I ain't missing this. Where's this 911 call? We want to hear it in full. Right here? It looks like it's right here.
EMS over the radio, like Medic 14, and gives the address of where to go.
Medic 14, 5208, Northwest 83rd Terrace, cardiac obvious, 83. Medic 14, 5208, Northwest 83rd Terrace, cardiac obvious, 83.
So as you heard that, then the next one I heard was the police officer clearly saying that it is very, very non-emergent.
Medic 14 looks very non-emergent. Medic 14.
Looks very non-emergent. Interesting. And good job getting this, Danielle.
What? That's so weird. Obviously, it had been like 15 minutes later or something like that. And so then they had discovered the body, maybe I think just one at the time, because they had only called for one medic. And then I heard that. So then I didn't hear anything else besides later on the PD calling off the medic and just canceling it altogether.
Dispatch 152, command. Go ahead, command.
Yeah, I can go back and get those. I can play those from that night if they have it in the county. That's pretty easy. All I got to do is go to OpenMHZ right now. If they have it up, I can pull it up from that date. I can go back on OpenMHZ and pull this up. That's how we did copy content, right?
We have numerous PD and Clay County officers on scene. 414 is in service. Command terminated. Medic 14. You can be in canceled by PD. Copy that. Show me 14 in direct quarters.
And so I looked into this about why would they call it off, or are they even allowed to call it off? Okay, so this is actually something I just typed into a website. So it says, what do paramedics do if the patient is DOA? Because they had said that the patient had a cardiac obvious, which would mean like, not alive. Do they even take them or just call the coroner? That's what I was wondering, because they had not called any other ambulances. I listened to hours of dispatch to learn that. And so it says here, if a patient is determined to be DOA, so dead on arrival, paramedics typically...
Yeah, this is, I guarantee it's on OpenMHZ. Guarantee it. I guarantee this dispatch audio is up there.
They do not transport the patient to the hospital. Instead, they will contact the appropriate authorities, such as the coroner or medical examiner, to report the situation and await further instructions. The decision to transport or not transport a deceased individual varies based on local protocols and regulations. And so I assume that they went to the medical examiner because the medical examiner has to report. They'd obviously probably go to the coroner if it was like a non-issue, like if they knew how they died sort of thing. And then I read online also that the bodies do get released to the funeral home, which I don't know if that's the case yet. It takes 2 weeks to process a autopsy report, but that hasn't come out yet, but it has been 2 weeks and a day as of recording this of the unaliving. So we will find that out probably soon here. And then, yeah, so that's what I learned. So then I was really like looking, I'm like, okay, I really want to find like when they mentioned the call, and I didn't think I was going to find anything because I just kept like looking, going further back because it's in half an hour increments and it's exhausting. Like I fell asleep listening to dispatch audio for days, I'm just like, eventually when you listen to it so much, it's just like, it becomes like a headache, but because there's so much going on in the dispatch, it's just like, it's crazy. There's so much. So then I was going back and back and back. And then, so in the days, they put them from midnight to midnight. So there's like, 24 hours in a day, so midnight to midnight, and there's the dispatch there. So where the conspiracy comes into play, like literally just happened today as I was trying to find it. And I'm like, okay, what the heck? This is so freaking weird. So I'm making sure my phone's recording. Before I decide to go back and look, I was thinking to myself, okay, I saw this article. Okay, so I saw this article because I've been looking.
I don't see this county up on OpenMHZ. Maybe it's on the other one, Broadcastify.
At many things. This one says specifically, police responded after the fiance of one of the men requested a welfare check, at which point they discovered a body of one of the men.
We seen all this. I just wanted to see the 911 call. I'm gonna open the lines back up though. 219-885-9693. Good find. Good find. Going through that dispatch. I know how that shit is. We did that here. We went through the dispatch for hours, not on this case, but Cavalcante. And all camera, all different types of shots, helicopters. 774, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hi, I am calling from Boston, Mass, and I've been following this case mostly on your channel. And I don't know if you've heard about it, but it kind of resembles a case from out here where a man was found dead in a yard in the snow, and the owners didn't come out of the house. It was a prominent man in the community, which sounds like this guy from where you are was too, a scientist, correct? Well, the cops out here in Boston are hiding, or tried to hide, that it was a fellow police officer who died in the yard.
Right.
In a fellow police officer's yard. And the cop never came out. Never called 911 for hours and hours. And died in the cold. I don't know if it's drugs or what, but this guy also had a dog. And the dog is gone. The autopsy, I think we need to wait for the autopsy.
Saying that the dog is there, though. The fifth man saying dogs were there.
Okay. Right, but where are the dogs?
Exactly.
Now?
I agree.
Are they there now? No. Right?
Nope,
so there's that. Right. So there's that. Well, out here, guess what? The homeowner where this man died moved too, sold his house.
Yeah, yes.
Got his whole basement redone. So my thing is, I want to know, we need the cell phone data of who was in that home and for how long. How long was that other friend there?
Redone? Who got basement redone?
The guy out here who was the homeowner right before he sold the home. Where's the neighbors out there where you are? Where's their ring cams? Where's the Celebrate phone data? Who was in that home and for how long? How long was that fifth friend there? We'll be able to find out through cell phone data if someone extracts that.
I get what you're saying. If
someone extracts that, but the cops out there seem like they will, wipe their hands and no investigation, just like out here. So someone has to fight for that cell phone data. Someone in the families, attorneys, someone, because it has to be requested. It has to be requested and filed through the state, through the cell phone companies, through some type of lawyer. Because if the cops didn't do it, which it sounds like they may not have, someone has to do it before it's too late.
Right.
Honestly. Because I feel like that fifth friend knows a little bit more. Right?
I agree with you, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm serious. Allegedly.
You have to dig into this. There's corrupt people, cops, friends, scientists. These are three friends that were found dead. Out here, it was a Boston cop, and we have the police officers covering it. Look it up. It's crazy.
What case you talking about? Karen Reed?
Yep.
Okay. I'll just make it sure.
People need to, my point is, whether you agree in that case or not, you need to do your own investigation. People need to follow through and look for records, cell phone records, mostly, I feel like, in this case. When did that fifth person leave? Do we know?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Allegedly?
12 o'clock, he said.
Okay, well, also, cell phone data will provide where these people walked around in the house. How, steps taken, all that, how many, that will all come out, but someone has to request it if the cops didn't, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, this shit is crazy.
And that's all.
I appreciate you sharing. I mean,
No,
this,
it's
you're right,
technology.
though.
I mean,
It's a point. It's a good point.
it's technology. It is. What time it would show too, like what time each one of those people went outside.
So those
Did they all go
officers
out
would need to
together?
canvass
Did
the
they,
area and collect any cameras or anything that anybody has.
correct. Did they do that?
I
It
hope
doesn't
so.
seem like they did out there.
I hope so.
I
But
don't
then
know.
again, if you're not investigating it as a homicide, you're investigating it as a death investigation.
That's what I
You're not
mean. Why
canvassing the
wasn't
area.
it? Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I bring up someone else needs to, whether it be this family's private investigators or whatever.
I think they're on it
Someone
already.
has to get that. I hope so.
I think they're on it
I
because I
hope
seen
so.
they hired one. They hired something.
Yeah, and you know, they listen to channels and everything. So if they're not, hopefully they do, because
I'm in
3
contact
best
with
friends
someone.
lost their life. Yeah, 3 best friends lost their life
Yes, ma'am.
together, and 2 allegedly had no idea.
Yeah, what's your before I move
So.
on to the next caller? What is your final thoughts and what do you think about the one friend saying the dogs were there and the other one saying they weren't? But the one that's saying there weren't, let the police come in their house, let them search the house. So if the dogs were there, they would have seen that at the time when they went there. In case he took them to his dad's. Now, if you would have to have a camera or something showing that he took the dogs to the dad's afterwards to corroborate that, in my opinion.
Okay, so my thing is, okay, if he did own dogs, right, and something did happen, there's an argument in the game or whatever between all these 5 friends, a dog is going to protect the owner and whoever else is closest to that owner, most likely, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what if just a huge all-out brawl broke out? The dogs went crazy, you know, and the 2 friends corroborated the story. The dogs got out of the house. See you later. I mean, you can also find through, you guys got animal control out there or have to register dogs, I'm sure. His address should show how many dogs he's owned. Correct?
Absolutely.
So right there, you could see, and it's going to come down to autopsy and toxicology. And so I don't know. I think that hiding one says the dogs weren't there, one says the dogs were. That's just it needs to be looked into.
Yeah, that's what I was
See how many dogs are registered to his address.
That's what I was just saying to Alma. She said, "Okay, but the dogs don't have anything to do with the 3 men." And I'm thinking in my head, well, if they were there, and he's saying they're not, then that would be an inconsistency. That'd be a lie, right?
And do we know what kind of dogs they were? Do we know what kind of dogs they were?
Yeah, I got pictures of them.
A poodle is different from, you know, a Rottweiler.
I got pictures of them,
you know,
right
a
here.
German. Okay.
Across the screen. So, I mean, that's what they look like. I know people say, well, the dogs don't matter. Well, if one's saying they're there and one's saying they're not, I think it absolutely does matter, because that means the whole day they didn't go outside. If they were, that's what I'm saying. They would have to go out back.
And not only that, if this guy is a scientist, did he have them to protect his home?
Mm-hmm.
Just like we have guns. I mean, my dog, you just heard her right now. I mean, might not have, but the second she hears something, she's barking. She's protecting this house.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I just think
I don't think the dogs have
dogs
nothing to do with the case. I think people are getting it confused. I don't think the dogs have nothing to do with the case, like as in as in hurting or harming or anything like that. What I'm saying is, you got one guy saying they were there and the other one saying they weren't. So who the fuck is the liar? That's the question.
Right.
Who is lying? Is that enough to go and question somebody if somebody is saying one thing and the other one is maybe I don't know. But then again, were they drunk when they made these statements? I don't know. I'm confusing my own
I know.
stuff at this point.
I know you can go down a whole crazy path, but I think looking to see what dogs were registered to the house, and then you can see who the liar was, really.
Yeah.
And if it's the homeowner, then I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Right?
again, though, the police would be able to corroborate that, but then again, no, they wouldn't because it's their accounts of who
Well,
was there. So it's like fingers pointing back and forth, in my opinion, allegedly. But
and have any FOIA requests or anything been done to get any reports or, anything on this?
you won't get anything on an open investigation, really. They won't even give the family anything.
Well,
He said they won't even. Ricky's dad just said they didn't even call him back.
see? And
Today.
why are we putting all the right? That's crazy.
But, yeah, it's crazy. It is.
And to have faith that they're investigating properly, right? I don't know. I don't.
He said he's a liar. Now what? Investigate, because if somebody's lying, then that means
Right.
somebody's
Keep
hiding
digging.
something.
Keep
Allegedly.
digging. Right. Keep digging. Keep digging. Truth always comes out. Honesty.
If one is, I'm just saying though, if somebody is at this place and three people lost their lives, and one is putting in a detail that really matters a lot, because two dogs, you're going to hear barking, they're going to run out, they need to go to the bathroom, especially dogs that are this big. So again, I just don't understand why somebody would get a lawyer, tell their lawyer that the dogs were there, and then this other guy's lawyer, he's seen him on TV way beforehand, and goes up on TV and the other lawyer tells Kansas City News or whatever that the dogs were there from Alex's point of view, allegedly Alex. So I don't know.
Right.
That's the
So my
confusing part
question
for
to
me.
you is why don't you think the dogs had something to do with it?
Oh, I absolutely don't think the dogs would. I mean,
No, I know, but why? I'm just debating. I look at all.
why would I think the dogs as far as harming them?
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer.
Meaning
That
if
would've been out
a
day
fight
one.
broke out.
If the dogs harmed them, they
But
would have been out
why?
day one. That shit would have been out day one.
But
Dogs,
why-
everything. That shit would have been out already.
Okay, but so again, right? What have they come out with? The police out there. They were found in the cold. We got one friend, saying one thing, the other friend saying another thing. No one's coming out of the house. Right?
Right.
What answers do the family have from the police? Are they protecting this? Who is this scientist guy? How high up on the chain is he? Are they protecting him? That's my thing. Because why aren't there answers
You sound familiar.
to the family?
You sound familiar too. I've talked to you before. I swear I have.
No, never.
Sound
Never.
just
I
like
went
somebody from the
down a
Idaho
rabbit-
4K. Sound very familiar.
Really? Well,
Yeah. Not like somebody named Lisa that I've seen before, but that's just me.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I could debate and talk about stuff like this, especially this heartbreaking one. And
This shit's
I don't know.
crazy. I gotta move on to the next caller. I appreciate your debate.
All right. Thank you for
Thank
taking.
you so much.
Yep.
Thank you for the good conversation.
No
I hope you
problem.
have a blessed night.
God bless.
I look forward to hearing from you again, though.
You
too.
as well.
God bless. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. Get me off the dog. 229. What's on your mind? Talk to me. 229. Can you hear me?
Oh my gosh. Am I on?
Yes, ma'am. You are. You are live right now.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe that. My name's Diana and I'm from Georgia.
Diane.
And
welcome.
Diana. Yeah.
Diana,
Thank
I appreciate you calling in. I want to hear your thoughts. Break it down for us. 6 minutes. The floor is yours. Run it.
Well, I have missed out on the last day's events with the fifth person. So I have no idea what's going on with him. But with all the other stuff, I try to put myself in the position. We have parties in my family. I've got brother-in-laws. I've got nephews. We always have parties where somebody ends up out back, smoking cigarettes or doing whatever. And I cannot imagine ever that three of us would, disappear and nobody would know. That's just crazy. There's no way that the dude that was in the house did not know. He had to know that they disappeared, okay? And I mean, how could you not? And then the other thing that really bothers me about this case, and I fall asleep listening to your show at night because I get off late and I will fall asleep and I'm like, golly, they're going, y'all go for hours, but I'll wake up, go back to sleep, wake up, go back to sleep. So I really enjoy your show.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But I really do not understand how those three guys could end up dying all at the same time. Because if one of, I try to put my family or my friends in that position. If one of them died first, all the others are going to be trying to help him.
Right.
You got nothing. You got nothing on this. So that to me is just suspect all the way around. Everybody's got to drop dead at the same time.
That's hard for me to imagine, but people say it's happened before. In my experience, I've never heard of it, but it's crazy, to hear that has happened. I've just never heard of 3 people dropping dead at a location, in this type of circumstances. And maybe there is several stories out there. I bet there is, but I just haven't seen them myself.
I just can't imagine because, like, if you had one that died right there on the porch, and you had 2 that are out in the yard, somebody had to die first. And somebody had to be calling for help or something. Those other 2 dudes are going to try to take care of the one that died first.
Absolutely.
That's why it's so suspect to me, is because I know, and like I said, we're a big football family. We do cook, we have the fire pit, different houses we go and hanging out, and it's always involving backyard, always. But never, ever, ever can I imagine something like that happening in reality without somebody else trying to help them. That's the only reason why I think this Jordan dude, is suspect.
Yeah, it's, and I'm so lost with it at this point. I'm waiting. I want to read. I'm waiting for the police to drop their statement at this point, because every day I get up, there's a new interview, there's a new angle, you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm hearing different things. This lawyer jumps back on, he's saying something that it's crazy. So at this point, I'm like waiting and hoping that law enforcement comes out with some type of presser after the toxicology report comes in or whatever, to fill people in so we can stop with the rampant speculation and misinformation and different things, because I think it's important. That we separate facts from speculation and allegedlys and all that shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. But that lawyer, from the first time I saw him, I thought, he looks crooked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but he just looks like what you would think a crooked lawyer would look like, He has his hair all slicked back, and I don't know. I just don't trust lawyers anyway. Except the lawyer, I watch him on YouTube. But,
Yeah, I like that. I like that too. I don't know, non-biased. I like that.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know. And he told so many different stories. It's like he's just trying, like you said, muddying up the water. It's pretty much what he's doing.
Can you get through?
So anyway, this is just the Georgia girl's opinion. I think it's suspect only because I don't think all 3 of them could die and drop dead at one time. I've tried to put my own family in the same situation. I can't do it. Even the part where the cars are still out at the road. Okay, so, we have a party at my house, and, okay, everybody's gone. And then the next morning I wake up, but, Dustin and Joey's car still out in the driveway. Okay, I'm going to find out what the deal is. We didn't go come get your car. What happened? How'd you get home? Whatever. None of that happened. None of that happened, and that's real life. I'm thinking real life stuff. Not, I don't know. It's just crazy to me. It's just not real life stuff. And with the dogs, if I have dogs. I've got 3 dogs actually, and I have a doggy door. And if I woke up one day and there were so many nipples in my backyard and I was guilty, I would get rid of my dogs too. I would take them over to my sister's house or something, because those dogs come in and out as they please in a doggy door. And if there's a dead body out there, they're going to mess with it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just messed up. Everything's messed up. But I enjoy your show. I want to use my last minute for that.
Yeah, I want to find out about if that guy's statement with that part is confusing me. The police have to come out at this point and speak, because you got one side saying one thing and the other side saying something. They got to intervene and put out a statement at some point, I feel like.
Yeah, I do
right?
too.
I mean,
yeah.
I appreciate you calling in, though, Diana. Thank you for calling in. Shout out to you from Georgia. I'm a big Atlanta Brave fan. Been there before. Been to that stadium. Love it. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
God bless you. Love and light. Make sure you lock your doors, too.
Hey, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Diana, good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. I give everybody 6 minutes. And then when I pick up the phone, I do put it on Do Not Disturb. Straight to like voicemail or anything. You can leave a 3-minute voicemail and I can play those, but 305, you're live.
Hey, T-REV.
How you doing?
How you doing? You look a little tired. Are you tired?
Nope.
You good?
I'm good now.
Good. I was gonna say those dogs absolutely matter, and they might be the smoking gun in the whole thing, because if Jordan is lying, that kills, first of all, his credibility, and it kills his alibi, because the first story was that he was sleeping, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the dog completely killed his story about he was in another land, in La La Land with headphones for 24, 48 hours, whatever it is. That dog door can't be explained. If those dogs use that door to go out there,
mm-hmm.
the dogs I think are going to be like the most important thing, and that's probably why the other guy really emphasized that the dogs were there.
Mm-hmm.
I think the dogs were there. I really, really think those dogs were there.
And they could be from based on the fifth guy's account, but like I said, at this point, for me to believe anything, I mean, we need to see what law enforcement, what they see when they got there, and what they were able to find out.
And everything that lawyer says is just such a lie. He said that their stories, the both stories, corroborated and all that stuff, and they absolutely do not.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to say, I think the dogs are going to be like the key thing there. They can figure out if those dogs were there. And I guess this is not the Soto household where they caught themselves on their own cameras. If he had cameras, he probably took them out of there.
Yeah, that case, that's funny. Their own cameras got them. But here, if you didn't leave the house, then you didn't leave the house. You know what I mean? If he didn't leave the house, then
right. But the dog, somebody came picked up the dogs. You took the dogs. That's a problem.
U-Haul, all that afterwards too, which was probably the following days.
Yeah, like we don't know too much about him, but we know that he loves his dogs. Maybe he was like, when the cops come over here, I don't want my dogs to be, messing around or have any problems with the cops around. Get them out. But yeah, this case is getting a little going around in circles too much. But I think like to catch a scientist, you gotta stay real quiet.
Mm-mm.
And he's a total flight risk. If I was him, I'd bounce.
Well, supposedly he's in Colorado. Someone said.
No, like
somebody said that. I have no idea.
I would just leave town, leave the U.S. for now. Is what I would do. But yeah, just want to say I think the dogs are going to be an important key.
We'll see. Stories keep changing. Like I said, at this point, I'm waiting for law enforcement to come out with a statement because everything's all over.
Do you think those cops like really like like in their minds were like, well, yeah, I guess they just got messed up and froze to death. Like there's some police departments that, I mean, they don't go too far beyond what they see surface level. I think detectives and everything are involved now, but I'm saying, like, do you think initially they were just like, well, why do you think he had the glass, the wine thing in his hand?
I have no idea. Maybe
theatrics.
I just woke up. I have, who knows?
With theatrics, like, oh, I've been turned.
Coming out to get some water or whatever. Who knows? Like I said, I can't. At this point, it's like hard to hear and listen to these lawyers talking, and their stories are both different. So at this point, it's like I said, we need a presser. We need some information because it's rampant right now. We got people thinking the dogs hurt these people, and it's just, yeah, like at this point,
Shouldn't hurt those people. That'd be no. They said there was no signs of trauma.
Exactly.
They didn't see dragging. They didn't see any type of like foul play, is what they said. That's why I don't get how he could have carried these people out there. Because you would see that stuff in the ground. I mean, you could cover it up, but I mean, I think you'd leave behind some type of, evidence that something was done. If they said they're not investigating it for a homicide, they were clean. There was no trauma. The scene looked just the way they found it. 2-3 guys frozen in the backyard.
friends frozen. I just, like I said, law enforcement, where you at? We want to hear from you.
Who?
You know?
Oh, law enforcement.
Somebody said has a new interview coming on. We're about to check. We'll check it out. Any new interviews that come out, we'll be on top of that. If it's a new interview, anything that comes out, I will be playing it immediately. New articles, I'll read them top to bottom. Doesn't matter. If something comes out, we're gonna be on top of that. You said someone in the chat said that they were about to come on again about it. Yep, we'll watch for sure.
It's kind of like a bar spy over there. Someone hang out in the bars over there, talk to the cops. We can tell us.
I mean, I'm looking at. Hold on, let me see. I don't see anything on it yet, but allegedly they're probably coming on. People in chat, huh? We'll definitely check.
Who, the cops?
No, maybe another interview, I guess. So if it's News Nation, it's probably an interview with another lawyer. Maybe it could be the fifth person's lawyer at this point, for all we know.
Jesus,
I don't
lawyers everywhere.
But I mean, this is an active case, so expect stuff to come out because it's still open. It's still an open death investigation. So at some point, I feel like they're going to put out a statement. They're just trying to develop things, little by little. Like this is my thing. I've watched shows like, again, I always talk about this, but I watch shows like See No Evil, and See No Evil shows you how people get caught committing murders and all different types of stuff on camera, not just anything, and they put puzzle pieces together. Like, for instance, for the guy, Alex, who said, well, I left at 12 and went home. Well,
right.
Say they went to go check on that from local businesses and started canvassing when he left, etc. I mean, they do things like that when it comes to investigation. So, and things like that take time. I don't know if they're doing that, but
oh, for sure they're doing that.
There possibly are at this point. Who knows? Again, we haven't heard from law enforcement, so I only can go based off of them saying. And this was Jake Beck China, who said it's 100% not being investigated as a homicide, but a death investigation.
Who said that?
Who said that? It was Sergeant Beck China with the Kansas City Police Department. Thank you, Eyes on.
They don't want to get sued, I guess.
So I don't know, but again, before I move on to the next caller, what's your final thoughts here with everything that you know now for today right now?
It's sinister, man. Something sinister happened. All right. Definitely foul play. That's all I can say for now. It's foul play.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. It takes a lot of courage to do that. I tell that to everyone. Thank you so much. Lock your doors. Stay safe. I look forward to hearing from you again.
Bye-bye.
God bless. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We're waiting for some new interviews to come out. I don't have to support. I can't believe. 423, you're on with me. What's going on?
Hey, Big Doug from Tennessee.
There we go. I've been waiting to hear from my man Doug, man. What's on your mind, man? Talk to me.
Hey, but you get so popular, it's hard to get in now.
Right now, you see?
I still think they're not going to find nothing in the toxicology test. I don't believe they're going to find nothing.
Okay.
It's going to be, I'm telling you, the dude that's a scientist, he done a Huey Lewis tune, I want to do drugs. And he's been doing it, and he wanted his friends to try it, and it just reacted different on it.
So
I just believe he got a contraption. He made up a new drug. And it had a reverse action on them and not him. If you're a scientist, you can get a hold of all kinds of stuff. Illegal or legal. And I just don't believe that it'd be funny if they don't. I mean, it won't be funny if they don't find nothing in their system because they don't know what to look for. You know, and then what would you say? They did freeze to death.
If that was the cause of death, reason to death, wow.
You know, I mean, if they don't find nothing in the system, there's got to be some reason they died. And if it's a new drug, well, I mean, what can you say? And you can't find nothing to do it. Like there one time, somebody was smoking wasp spray. Damn, who ever like that?
Wasp spray.
Yes, sir.
Gracious.
Hey, they was spraying it on paper and sending it into the jail. And they caught it in the jailhouse.
That's crazy.
But I mean, the people are crazy, man. They'll try anything. I'm telling you, if you can make a new drug like Huey Lewis, you'll be a rich man. A rich man. And especially if they can't detect it. And scientists can do major works with different kind of drugs. He could have something that that dang COVID shot added something to it and make you go really wild. And now it showed you got the COVID shot. I mean, that's just what I believe. It's going to be funny what they find in the system. If they find the fentanyl, it could have been laced on some weed. They went outside to smoke some of that loud weed. They were smoking in his house, and they all three hit it, and they all three died. And nowadays it ain't just fentanyl, but it's that trank they got out, and that is a horse tranquilizer. That's what them people up in Philadelphia are taking.
The trank? That trank shit you're talking about?
Yeah. Right. It's horse tranquilizer.
I keep hearing about it, but yeah, I'd never put my hands on that shit. Never.
And what it's doing, it's eating people from the inside out and making big sores on people. If you smoke some marijuana with trank on it, it puts them out for 1.5 to 2 hours and makes them run around the yard.
Damn. Thank you, Carl.
You ought to watch that up there in Kingston, Philadelphia. Pull it up on YouTube. It's a trip, man. I mean, these people are walking around humped over, bent over, and after a while, they can't even stand up. Laid out on the sidewalk, just knocked out for hours. And it's trank is what. And if they smoked that on some weed, got some loud weed that dude brought over, went out there and smoked it on that trank, you're gonna die. You can pass out and die out there. Hypothermia. You lay out there a couple hours.
That's some terrifying shit, man.
It's a bad stuff, and it came from people, scientists, making it. Somebody had to make it. Somebody had to experiment with it. Man, the scientists experiment with crazy stuff. But that's my opinion. As far as the dogs there, I don't believe the dogs were there. There was too many people at that house, I believe, and he didn't want to fool with the dogs, maybe biting somebody. It could have been more than just 5 people. There could have been a whole bunch of people coming in and out. But I'm just saying, if you smoke some of that weed that you buy illegally and it's got laced up with the dope, crank, fentanyl, methamphetamine, all heroin, all put together on that weed, you're going to die. I don't care if you do drugs or not. You get the wrong amount, you're dead. Like that woman said, in an instant. Heart attack and die. But that's all I want to say. I'll let somebody else get in.
I appreciate you, Doug.
All right, man.
Good thoughts, brother.
Stay safe. Stay safe and keep your children close.
Yeah. God bless you, brother. I hope you have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors. And I'll hear from you again, hopefully. I was like, damn, where's Doug at? I ain't heard from Doug in days.
Yeah. All right, brother. I'll get back in.
God bless you, brother. Doug, always a good phone call with Doug. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. The robot is speaking. (417) Central Heaven. What's going on? Talk to us. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You're live.
Hey, what's up? This is Casey. I'm calling from Missouri.
How you doing, Casey?
I'm good. Hey, so I had been commenting in chat, and I didn't know if this had already been talked about. I'm a new follower to your page. I've been watching since you've been going over the Kansas City 3. Obviously, I'm seeing it like wildfire, because I'm local. But you are aware that Missouri doesn't do anything for overdose deaths, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there is no, most likely law enforcement's not ever going to come out and speak on this, even if it comes back that they all died from an overdose. And I personally know that because I lost a family member 3 years ago on my birthday to a heroin overdose laced with fentanyl. And they didn't even take her phone. They didn't do an investigation. Now, if they were to go 20 or 30 miles over and cross Kansas state line, Kansas will charge you, but Missouri does not.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Facts.
Missouri does not have any kind of attempted murder charges. Like if you kill somebody drinking and driving, they can get you on manslaughter. But with the rise of overdoses and Kansas City is like number 8, I think, in the United States for their murder rate right now, they're not going to take this seriously. I don't think if it wasn't for the family pushing this on social media, I don't even think that it would get the outcry of attention that it has even got.
I think you're very accurate with that too.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm more local to it and been following it. Oh, I think like the first day that it broke, it was posted. I'm a diehard Kansas City Chiefs fan, but the first day that it was posted on one of the Chiefs fans page, it kind of just went from there. And I went down the rabbit hole like the first night and was, looking at like the friends and families pages. And that's where the outcry is coming from. It's not coming from any law enforcement or none of that.
Absolutely. And I remember bringing that up too, because I got folders full of screenshots of from the families.
And I also wanted to say, this is back from like earlier in the show, when we were talking about, you know, if how some were saying that it was weird that that all three of them could have possibly overdosed. It's very possible. Back in April, I had a cousin out at the casino, and he struggled with addiction. He had somebody bring him some Coke, and they were in the car. They went outside the casino and, you know, did the thing with the, you know, made 3 lines. 3 of them did it. He started feeling weird, got out of the car, fell out. The other 2 guys got out of the back to check on him. And next thing you know, they're like they're on top of each other. And all 3 of them were Narcaned back to life. Only one of them was able to leave the hospital that night. The other 2 were in the hospital for over a week.
Damn.
They fell out one after the other. But not only did fentanyl show, there also, have you touched on xylazine?
No, absolutely not.
The horse tranquilizer?
No, they've been talking about it, but I don't know much about it.
Oh my God, you have to look it up and read up on it. I got lost in the rabbit hole one night on Instagram. I had never heard of it. And when my cousin was in the hospital after this happened, they came back and something showed in his system, but they couldn't identify it. So they had to send it off. Well, when it came back, it was xylazine. It's a horse tranquilizer. And you'll just have to look it up. Like, I got totally lost down the rabbit hole of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, eat your flesh. Like, it's like heroin, but since it's not made for human consumption, it in turn, like, it literally eats your flesh, but people are doing it to get high because of the lack of drugs. So yeah, those are just and I think the dogs are innocent. I don't think the dogs were there. I think, you know, with them being bigger dogs, you know, maybe Sunday football party, I'm sure it's not abnormal for a single man to take his dogs to his parents' house.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I know, like, with my Chihuahua, he's evil. He doesn't like anybody, but I can leave him in the comfort of the bedroom, shut the door. But maybe that wasn't the case with his dogs. I mean, I think that it would be noted if they were gone when they got there, or like, say, when the fiance went and broke in the window, or when medics showed up, or, you know what I mean? Like, I think they would have all of that documented.
Yeah.
But I think really the police department's just letting everybody kind of just run with it. I mean, I don't really think we'll see much happen with it. I mean, I pray I'm wrong, but those are just my thoughts on it.
No, I mean,
and I 100% do not think a Kansas City Chiefs fan, they definitely didn't freeze to death. I'll never believe that.
So you said you'll never believe that they froze to death.
No.
Yeah.
Did you see our game week before last where the Andy Reid had icicles on his mustache?
Yeah, the Dolphins.
We're used to the cold.
Oh, so you're in Kansas City too?
I live right outside Kansas City.
So how far are you from this location?
I am about 60-something miles.
That's not bad. That's actually not.
No, I go to Kansas City. Well, my son's dad is from Kansas City, and we have a lot of family up there. But we're Chiefs fans all the way, so we go there quite often. My cousins are season pass holders, so. But yeah, those are just my 2 cents on it. I hope nobody gets their hopes up with law enforcement. I think what we're seeing is a family outcry, and I mean, I totally get it from having a family member that did overdose and die, and leaves behind she has 3 precious babies out here. We know who she got it from. Like, we went through her phone right after law enforcement took her. Like, they didn't take anything except the H that they found next to her. And that's another question that I have. If they overdosed on something, did somebody hide the paraphernalia? Because, like, with my cousin, when my cousin was found, the paraphernalia was still right next to her. Like, I wonder if one of them had anything on them, or if, you know, maybe Jordan did away with something, you know, like, I don't know. Those are just my thoughts.
That's a good question. Good question.
Yeah.
What's your final?
Yeah,
Now, so
definitely.
you accidental, or foul play?
I'm going with accidental OD.
Okay. So
And I don't think that we'll see much more come from the law on it. That's just my 2 cents.
I got you.
But I'm going to stay tuned in and keep listening. I mean, I hope and pray for their family and loved ones' sake that that's not the case, but I have a feeling that's where it's headed.
I hope not, but I mean, you're in you're around there, so you know. And I got a couple people in the Red family that are from
And
around there too.
what a lot of people get confused about, and I noticed this the other day when I was in your chat, a lot of people think just because it's Kansas City that it's Kansas. Well, there's Kansas City, Kansas, and there's Kansas City, Missouri. It happened in Kansas, KCMO, so it's on the Missouri side. It's not on the Kansas side. Like, I think a lot of people that aren't from the area, they just see Kansas, because I kept seeing that the other day in chat, and I'm like, no, it's not Kansas, it's Missouri. I mean, if you traveled, you know, a few miles further, you'd be in KCK, and that'd be a whole different story, because then they would file charges, but Missouri doesn't have those same laws as Kansas. So it was a pretty shitty deal, but yeah, those are my 2 cents.
Well, thank you for calling up and sharing. I appreciate that. Thank you for being.
Yeah, thank you. And you gained a sub. Thank you.
Absolutely. You have a wonderful night. Make sure you lock your doors. And if anything new comes out, I will have you updated. Also, I'm dropping a docu-series on this story. And I was gonna drop it today, but there's always new information. So I had to add in the newer stuff. And this is the script across. Excuse me.
Oh, okay, that's what's up.
That's what I was showing across the screen earlier. It was a script I wrote for it. But it
I'll
should
be
out
watching.
very soon. It's gonna be really good. So hopefully tune into it. Hopefully you do.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be watching. Have a good night.
I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Bye bye.
You too. Love and light. I appreciate the phone call. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from the community. What is your thoughts and opinions on the Kansas 641? I hope you don't got a gun, but what's going on? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV. I'm calling from Iowa. I talked to you the other night.
Yes.
My question is, do you remember Gabby Petito and Bertolino?
I do remember Gabby Petito, yes. But the other one?
And the lawyer's name was, the laundry's lawyer's name was Bertolino.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
That's who this attorney reminds me of, Bertolino.
Hold up, Bertolino. I gotta go back and look at him again. I do know.
Yeah, he got charged in the case with the laundries now because he talked too much.
Oh my God! So this guy. So you're saying that this lawyer reminds you of him?
Bertolino. Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
He talked too much and said too many things, and so then Gabby Petito's parents added him into the case and they sued him along with the laundries. Yeah. I'm wondering if that's where this guy's headed. I don't know. But I'm wondering if these two guys who survived told the same story as far as we know what these guys were planning on doing, or we know what these guys did. And both of their things matched for that. So and maybe there was even something on one of the guys, somewhere, and that's why they're not treating it as a homicide. They're treating it as an overdose for that reason. Just a thought I had. And then I'm wondering how many people, let's say you're at your house with a friend and your three friends OD'd in your backyard or were found in your backyard. Let's say you or that friend who survived were the ones who supplied the drug. Would you be honest, come forward and say so? Or would you both be going, nope, we didn't bring it, they did? I'd like to know that in chat. How many people would actually admit to bringing it, or would they just let it fall on the people who passed away?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I mean, I would like to say that I would do the right thing and step up and say, hey, no, I supplied the drug, but I don't really know that I would out of being scared, and what would happen to me in my life, I would be scared to say, yeah, I supplied the drug and, him and I lived and those 3 died, I don't know, but I think that attorney is going to come out after all this is over, and he's going to tell the story for Jordan. I think he's going to tell the story in the end. Now, my next question for you is, during the DeSoto Guerrero case, there was a report, and I don't know, I want to say it was an incident report, but I don't know if that's really what it was. When something came out and you could go through and you could read it and it told you the placement of the bodies. Right, from the police's version.
Are you talking about the probable cause affidavit? The PCA?
Is that what it is? Is that what it is, where it tells the placement of each body?
Yeah.
Because it told Matthew was okay.
I read
so
it.
Are we going to get one? Are we going to get one of those for this case?
That's what I was just saying earlier. We need documentation that has what happened down on it. But like I said, everything is running rampant, right? But
so when does that become available?
Great question. But a probable cause affidavit is that they made arrests, so they had to put out the probable cause of why they had enough to arrest said person.
Right, but if they don't make an arrest on this one, then there won't be a probable cause?
Absolutely. I mean, as far as I know.
Really?
Yeah, there won't be anything.
Okay, because I thought maybe they had to report
investigation. Maybe there'll be, maybe there'll be something with that as far as the death investigation per se. Maybe there'll be some reports on that. So you got the toxicologies and all top. You got toxicology coming back. That's what they're really waiting for.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if the police had to do a report every time they went out and had to fill out these papers like a PCA. I didn't know, if there was no arrest or anything. So, because it seemed like in the Savannah Soto that they came out pretty quick.
Yeah, that's because people were arrested. That was because people were arrested and charged, though. Here, there's nobody arrested and charged, so you're not going to see no paperwork really until something significant happens, or if it does. Like I said, the autopsy and toxicology could tell them the whole story, and that be that for them.
Yeah. Right. So I think those 2 guys are saying they did this drug. And they did or we all did it, or those 3 did it, and one of those 3 guys brought the drug. And to confirm their story, they're waiting for the toxicology. And if it comes back that it supports these guys' stories, then that's going to be the end of it. I don't think they'll pursue it any further. And I think that's why they're not treating it as a homicide. I don't know. We'll wait and see, huh?
It's sad if that's what's going to happen. But like I said, I hope the families get the answers that they deserve, whether it be something they like or not.
I think that's how they're going to get their answers, and I think that's how the police are going to present it to them. Well, so-and-so said that they did this, this, and this. So-and-so said, and they've got each other to back up. They've got each other to back each other up, so then they're going to say, so-and-so brought it, and it's going to take those 2 out of the completely, except for maybe they did it with them, and they survived. And then that toxicology is going to support it, and then the police are going to tell the parents, yes, it was an accidental overdose. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Anyway, that's all I had to say. So you have a good night. Love the show.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling from Iowa again, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in, sharing your thoughts, opinions, and theories. I hope you have a blessed night. Make sure you lock your doors.
Always. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the love and light. 219-885-9693. What is your thoughts here? You said T-REV. What? His software program after his dogs. Nah, I didn't see that. Did you programs after his dogs? No, I didn't. I actually didn't hear that. Thanks for letting me know though. 908, it's never too late. Talk to me.
Hey, Trev, it's Chris. How are you?
Chris in the building. What's going on, Chris?
Not much, man. Wow, this case is crazy, huh?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Just the unanswered questions is what makes it crazy.
Yeah. There's a couple things. One thing was a question is why did the after a couple of days, the families of the three deceased the deceased guys came to the house knocking on the door, and nobody from Jordan's family came.
Right.
That doesn't make too much sense either. And then I started watching some, how fentanyl works, how you overdose, how, all these things with the pupils and all that stuff.
Right.
So I'm looking through these, how they do the autopsies, the toxicology, the spinal taps, all that stuff. For the three guys to be outside, I think the fentanyl if they took the fentanyl, they would have had to take it outside, because it would have, to go, if you're taking a lethal dose of fentanyl, it's going to take you out right away. You're going to be like comatose. And one of the things they said about the fentanyl too is you'll find people in unusual positions. Which means they said they actually mentioned in one of the videos, the documentaries on it, was being slumped over in a chair, slumped over. And I think one of the guys on the patio was like that. So, there are things to that, but, but them getting sick, taking fentanyl, and getting ill and then running outside. And they also said there's not really vomiting with the fentanyl. And I saw someone mention that on one of your the other night on one of your live streams in the bottom chat about vomiting.
Right.
Vomiting has with other different poisons and drugs and stuff like that, has a lot to do in play with that kind of stuff. So that could be found very easily. Even if it's freezing cold out, they could just shovel it, bag it, bring it to the lab. Shovel around it. But yeah, it's this is crazy, And I heard he had when the police came in and he came outside. The police came in his house.
No, he let him in willingly.
Yeah, he did. But when the police went into the house, when he let him in, he had the fans going like crazy. They said they were making noise even. So he's running around in boxer shorts, and a glass of wine or wine bottle. I don't know exactly what he had in his hand. And he's running around like he's going to Miami Beach. And he's got the fans going in the house. That's kind of odd too, wouldn't you think? But yeah, it's this is crazy. I tell this is the hell's going on.
I agree. Super insane case.
And nobody in that whole neighborhood has any film or ring cameras or, even if we seen them on a ring camera, like showing up to the house and going inside for the first time, when the party started or whatever, right? Or I'm surprised they really don't have any camera footage, or they might have it, might not show anything. I don't know, And then the other thing I want to say too is some of the pictures of the back of the house, the backyard is empty pretty much. And then some of the pictures have a red, like a little house in the middle. I think that's the dog house, the little red. It looks like a little dog house, but it looks like a little house. It's like red with the white trim around it.
Yeah.
So if you look at some of the pictures might be some from the realtor before he rented the place.
Yeah, it's this one right here. Hold on. Whoa. It's this one right here. Same one.
Yeah, and then there's one before that, which means he had the dogs there a lot.
This is the newest one that I could find from 2021. I mean, it's the newest as far as showing up to date, like pics, fully furnished.
Right.
It has, I mean, it's furnished, but it's not a bad looking place. It looks like they redid, because I seen some of the older pics and it wasn't like this. It looked worse.
So does the 21 have this little?
Hold up. This brings a different discussion to the table for me now. If what I'm hearing is true, now they're saying that David Harrington was allegedly the one found in a chair at this location. Now that's what I'm hearing. I don't know it yet. That's why law enforcement need to make a statement. But they're saying David Harrington was allegedly found in the chair. So that goes for me. Now, when I think of that, I think of, okay, David Harrington found in the chair. What if you step up to this kitchen sink right here? This shows the chairs right outside. I mean, if he's sitting in a chair on the patio, like people are, hold up, like some people are telling me, oh, David was found in the chair. Like I said, I don't know that to be true. I'm waiting for law enforcement to drop it. So that's allegedly. But here's the chair. Here's the chair right here. Here would be the patio that covers the top. The window, the kitchen window that I just had up is right here. And this window to the right was busted out allegedly by fiance.
Oh, wow.
So it kind of makes sense to finding one on the porch. April's fiance was Clayton McGinney. So she came, I think she broke through this back window, because I got a picture of that back window being broke out. Someone sent it to me, and there was snow on the ground. It looked just, I mean, it's the same exact house. So in case somebody replicated a broken window when it snowed at this house, then I know what I seen. It had a full bag over the window as if it didn't get replaced yet.
Oh, so she actually went through the backyard, found the guy there, and then broke through the window in the back of the house.
Yes, sir.
Kitchen.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, okay. I always keep, when they say he broke through the window and came through the house, I always think of the front for some reason, but but yeah, and like I said too, with the fentanyl and all that stuff, like say the three of them said, we're going to go outside and we're going to have a joint. We're going to split a joint. And it was a fatal dose in the J, right?
Right.
So wouldn't all three of them be like sitting down at the patio table or standing up and be together, which makes it even more confusing because they're separated. Two in the backyard, two different locations, and one guy supposedly sitting in the patio chair with his head down, found that way. If that's true, but
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And would you see him from this kitchen window if you didn't have a curtain on it?
Sure.
Possibly.
Yeah,
I guess it depends. I got to try to play. Maybe not though. I mean, maybe if somebody's leaning down. So if you're standing up, I'm trying to picture how tall that damn sink is. That's what I'm trying to picture. I'm trying to picture how tall it is.
I mean, someone, your patio, it's hard to tell without being there. The angles and all that stuff without actually being there.
Right.
Hence the Idaho 4 crime scene, right? So, yeah, so if he looked out the window, didn't see anything, but he couldn't see to the side, I don't know how it is, how it's set up that way. But I can understand that too, trying to look through the side of the window and you don't see anything, or, it doesn't have that angle where it will show where the furniture is. But that's kind of odd that you would have the kitchen there and the patio there. So you would want to maybe nicer weather, springtime or whatever. You have some friends over at barbecue or something. You go in and out of there and you look through the window and say, hey, you guys want some burgers or, whatever. I'll bring some burgers out, put on the grill or whatever, But, yeah, it's crazy. But,
shit is crazy, bro. What's up? Before I move on to the next caller, what are your final thoughts with everything that you know now?
Man, it's tough to say. It could be extreme circumstances, extraordinary circumstances, or some kind of foul play involved. I right now there's nothing there. That's all we know so far. So it's very hard to get a really good theory. And And
dude, just I mean, standing right, like looking, not standing because I'm not standing there, but looking from the side right here, I could see the fence and everything right there. So if you're standing at right here and you're tall enough, you should be able to see that table out there or anything under there. That's the part that I'm not understanding.
Yeah, the guy's running around the house in his boxer shorts and a glass of wine in his hand with all the fans going. They said something about the fans making all this noise when the police came in. He had all the fans going or something. I don't know.
Right.
So, you know, but I mean, you know, the Kansas City PD, KCPD, they need to do a presser and say this is where we're at with it, and just give the families at least, hey, we're working on this and this is what we're doing. And they don't have to give, we found this in his pocket or anything like that, but at least give the families something. Say, hey, we're here. We're working on it. We're waiting for results to come back or something for the families. You know, I feel so bad for them because they're hurting. They don't even have answers, you know?
That's a fact.
You know, yeah. So anyway, T, it's great to talk to you. I think you're doing a great job with this case, and I'll call back soon. Thank you so much.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling in.
All
I hope
right.
you have a good night, brother. Nice to hear from you. It's been a couple days. You've probably been trying to get through too.
Yeah, you've been busy, so I've been enjoying the other callers. I've been listening to them. So
no doubt, Chris. Well, I appreciate you calling up, brother. Thank you for your opinions, your theories, your thoughts, and sharing with everybody. We appreciate it. I hope you have a good night, brother. Lock your doors, and I'll hear from you again.
All right, brother. Be well. I'll see you soon.
You too, man. Chris. See, that's the thing. If one of them were found out there, now it depends. I guess it depends what your window, etc. But 779, what's on your mind?
What's going on, T-REV?
What's going on, man? What's going on? Talk to me. 6 minutes.
Man. Stony Stone.
What's going on, man? 6 minutes. Drop it. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Check it out, man. Look, so I'm trying to figure out. First off, it's like, where's everybody's head at? It's just like everybody is just went so deep off. We don't even know if it's drug related yet.
Yeah.
We have no idea. Now they're already talking about dogs. They're mauling them. And look,
yeah, that's crazy.
The cops. Yeah, it's like, let me ask. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I own 3 American Staffordshire Terriers. Well, I own 2 1/4 Staffordshire Terriers. I don't know what the other one is, but they're too big to go through a doggy door. You get what I'm saying? They're way too big of an animal to go through a doggy door, first and foremost, let alone there was no talk or no drag marks that of anything that anybody had said, not even the fiance or nobody has said that there was anything to do with drag marks in the backyard. So, I mean, we don't have a clue yet, but everybody's already made this determination that this is what's going on, right?
Yep. I mean, some people.
So I guess the biggest question to this whole thing is, what are we going to do when we find out that there really is no foul play? This is the way I'm looking at it right here. This is the way it's looking to be. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could be wrong. Either these guys froze to death or they did hit something that dropped them. And let me tell you how fentanyl works. We've lost a lot of people due to drugs. I've been over 100 funerals since 2010 that I personally attended. There were so many from 2011, my fault. Since 2011 till now, over 100 funerals I attended. Got the little cards, whatever. There was a ton more. I just could not go to all of them because some were a couple a day. It was sad there for a while. And like 13, 14, whatever. But fentanyl works like this. This is the way it works. Once it's in your system and you realize, oh, shit, this is a situation, pardon my language, but it's the way I am. Hey, we're from Chicago. That's how we do it. Look, listen. Once it's in your system, you got 2 things that you can do. About 15 seconds later, you're going to turn blue. You're going to turn blue, and you're going to fall right where you're at. You're not going to get up, because once it hits you, you're in a situation right there. Wherever you're at, that's where you're going. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So Hold on, I gotta say this real quick before you get. I'm gonna pause your time to a 3 minute 309. Look, there's this picture, right? They're saying that he was found with his head down on the table. Where's the table at?
I don't know. I'm thinking it was under that lean-to, like you were thinking.
Nah, I got a picture of it right here.
Is it under the lean-to?
I got a picture of the lean right here. There's no table there.
I get it. I get it.
You feel me? So how?
I get it.
Where's your head laying down at?
But you got to realize, if this is a rental, right? It's a rental. He rented it. Then he would bring his own stuff. I don't think they would have all that stuff there if they were rentals. Do you? I mean, have you ever heard? Normally, when you rent something out, because we have rentals, whatever, you don't have but one appliance in the house. You either got a refrigerator or a stove. You don't have both of them usually. You have one. Same thing. Are you going to have a bunch of furniture, outdoor patio furniture? If it's there, you're going to leave it there. You know, you ain't going to mess with it. Whatever. I bought the house. I'm renting it out, and it's there, right? But if not, it's there. So we have no idea where the furniture would be. What we need to do is we need to find out who. One of us need to interview. One of our channels need to interview the fiance, the one that broke in the house.
Just to clear something up.
Hold on. My girl wants to say something.
Hello, my name's Kat. I'm from Chicago. Real quick. So just to clear something up on like, you know, people were saying, you know, maybe they were smoking weed or whatever. Fentanyl burns. It does not affect you if your weed is laced.
Right. So it burns
there's no
when the flame hits.
Yeah, it does not. It will not affect it. I mean, and you guys could Google it.
Well, no,
working in the medical field,
Regina told me that. Well, Regina Wright in chat. She's one of my moms. She told me a lot about that. I didn't really ever look into that or even. I mean, but I don't put myself like you.
Well, that's my wife. Come on, guys.
Yeah, but what I'm saying too is my theory on the whole thing. I know everyone's saying, "Oh, he dragged him outside." This guy, I mean, was he gonna take over 3 big ass men? Sorry, pardon my language.
No, you're fine.
I don't know how he would have done that and then drag them outside. Was there any drag marks? And then with the dog thing, the whole dog thing doesn't make sense. Was there paw prints out there? I mean, there's so many unanswered questions at this point. It's all speculation, and I know everybody wants to know. And it's heartbreaking for the family, but, you know, everyone's dropping their own dime on it. It's like, I feel like it's being blown out of proportion, but, you know, we all have our own theory. It's just, you know, you know, we've been sitting here going back and forth. Well, it could have been this, it could have been that. And, you know, a lot of people are saying the weed thing. Well, no, that's not even feasible. But at the same time, you know, it's the fentanyl burns at a certain degree, 450 degrees. So that fire is going to burn that up right up. The other thing about this is what I was thinking. Maybe these guys were doing a little tooting, and the scientists didn't agree with it. They took it outside. You know, they were maybe hiding it from them. Who knows? And they went out there and they fell to their death. You know, there might not be that foul play that everyone's looking for. It might have just been something where, hey, we're going to do a little party. He doesn't agree with it. Let's go outside. We're not going to disrespect this crib. Go out there and, you know, they came to their demise. That's just my opinion.
See, right there, they said it. Fentanyl does not.
So I'm going to give you back to Stoney. I was just, you know, listening, and I wanted to give my
appreciate
opinion.
your input too. Appreciate your input too.
Y'all have a great night, and I will give it back to him.
Okay, thank you so much. You too. God bless you, man.
Yeah. Hey, check this out real quick. So somebody said it in there. I guess they laid it out a little. It does not activate it. It doesn't activate when it's burnt. No. So when it's burnt, when you put fire to it, heat to it, it doesn't activate. So the drug is no good. It's back in the day, Oxycontin used to be able to take the coating off Oxycontin, crush it up, and do whatever, shoot it up, or I hate even talking like this on somebody's channel, but it's the way it was. They reformulated the whole Oxycontin thing, and they made it to where when you put it in water, it would gel up, and you couldn't use it in a syringe,
right?
Or you couldn't smoke it. You remember it went from OC to OP, and they changed the whole formulation. Well, the way they changed This fentanyl's kind of that same way, kind of. Once you put heat to it, it basically just kills it. And one of the big things that
Well, what about this?
never
Hold up. I
understood.
got somebody in chat that said my niece smoked weed with laced with fentanyl and died.
I don't know.
What did people say to that?
What do you say to weed
You know what I
being
mean?
laced with
Like,
fentanyl and
when
her
somebody
niece
said
died?
that they died, like she's saying her niece.
But we're talking her niece.
Now, if
died.
you're smoking it in a bowl, that's a different story because there's not direct heat on it. Now, if you're smoking a J and you're firing it up with that direct heat, it's a constant burn. If it's out of a bowl, that's a different situation because there's not direct heat. It never reaches that 450-degree temperature.
Could be. I don't know. But
I just know
all I can
I
tell
see
you is
people say that, and I'm like, whoa, okay. So people say it burns or whatever, it messes it up or it doesn't activate. But then you have someone like Opal, and I'm sorry to hear that your niece passed away from that. Opal.
yeah, that's sad.
Super
Yeah.
sad to
But
hear.
we're talking statistics, though. We're talking government statistics, which we know how that goes too. So I mean, but this is what they're alleging online or scientifically that's what happens. You get what I'm saying? When you Google it and you ask them questions, this is what the outcome is. So we've got to take that with a grain of salt anyway, just like this whole case so far.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's
Am I wrong?
No, it's a crazy.
We all want it to be a certain way. Like I said yesterday, I think I said it on your platform yesterday. We all want to be right. We all want to be. I don't really care
I mean,
one way or
for
the
me,
other.
it's not about being right. I just the family.
Me either.
They'll get answers. Can they get
yeah.
answers? If they get answers and get some type of closure, they're never gonna have full closure because you lost a loved one.
Yep.
So as long
That's
get
right.
answers. They need to get answers. That's it. I don't
Let
care
me tell
if my
you. Let me
theory's
tell
right.
you a
My
story.
theory could be way off, and they need answers.
Yes, they do. Absolutely. And you know what? If we can help them, we're going to help them because that's what we do. That's what we do this for, so we can help the family get closure. Look, let me just shoot this little story. I'll keep it short. This is the way it is. My niece, you ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
This is going to blow your mind. My niece here in my city,
Okay.
her and her buddy was sitting in the basement of their house doing heroin laced with fentanyl. It was really good shit.
Mm-hmm.
He overdosed. He done it first. They called an ambulance. Came, picked him up, took him to the hospital, gave him Narcan, all that shit. This is probably 8 years ago. Well, while he was leaving in the ambulance, she went back downstairs, did the same exact dope that he did, and died.
Mm-hmm.
Ambulance wasn't gone 3 minutes. The same dope. What could you think in your mind when it comes to that? The only thing you can think that I can even phantom in my head is the fact of that's got to be some damn good shit. And that's the reason they go back down, or she went back down there and done it, right? So could this have been like that? Absolutely, it could have been. It killed the first one, the second one, and third one. They melted right where they stood. Am I wrong?
I mean,
we don't know. We're not positive on anything.
Yeah, no, man. I can't say you're wrong or
But I
right.
do know this. You will turn blue if you get bad fentanyl or heroin or any of it. You'll turn blue and you will drop where you're standing. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's where you're going to probably die unless there ain't even. Look, could you imagine 3 guys that are just took bad shit together? There's just that other story that I said is another case of possibly what could have happened. Bad shit. 2 people. One went to the hospital. One was lucky. The other one was not lucky. You get it? So 3 people outside dropped exactly where they did their drug that they couldn't do it in the inside. I don't know. We don't. But there's so much speculation with this right now, right?
A lot, brother. And before I go to the next caller, what do you think is going to happen here? What's going to happen at the end of all this?
I'm going to tell you the truth. My opinion is that we can speculate all we want, but we need to wait for the toxicology report, and hopefully, not saying they're going to, but hopefully they come out with a press briefing. Hopefully, but chances are, like the one from Missouri caller from Missouri said, they're not going to, but they might. You know, we never know. But either way, it's to get justice for the family. If it's foul, if it's not, then let them get some closure somehow, and stand with them and let them talk it out. Come on my platform and talk it out if they need to. I don't care yours. I'm sure. That's what I think. Just do whatever's right, man.
Yeah, no doubt, bro.
I appreciate you, Rev. Thanks for having me, bro.
I appreciate you calling us, Stoney, man. Good phone call. Thank
got
you.
it, brother.
Thank you and your wife, man. Shout out to both of y'all. God bless you and your family. Lock your doors, brother. Stay protected. So you know how Chicago is.
Hey, let them come, bro. Let them come. I'm ready.
No doubt.
I'm from. You know where I'm from, bro.
I'll get with
I'm
you.
ready.
Hey, hit
Let's
me
go.
up. Email me off the record.
I will.
All right, brother.
You have a great night, bro.
You too, brother.
Peace.
Stoney, I appreciate him calling in. 219-885-9693. That's a topic that is weird to me because I don't know much about fentanyl laced with marijuana, and if that was what the men were out there doing. I have no idea how that works, so I can't speak for something I don't know about. 772, I'm on with you. Talk.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Hold on. It's Granny.
Granny, what's going on, Granny?
Well, I've been watching all this, and I've been off on the distance, but I would like to make some comments.
Yeah, let's hear 'em.
First of all, I don't think the dogs have anything to do with this. They weren't there. He took them to his mom's, and let's not trash the dogs. Okay. Number two, the 911 call. I don't know what time that call was made, but apparently, from what it says, cardiac obvious means they were already dead. So I'm not sure exactly what time the 911 call was made, but at that point in time, they were already deceased. May they rest in peace. Number three, the cars in the driveway and the U-Haul. Now, I may be mistaken, but I think that there was talk that a U-Haul was pulled up into the driveway. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
You said the car parked in the driveway?
Well, the cars of the deceased members were in front of the house in the driveway.
Yes.
Okay, so when the police arrived, which is okay.
They were there. Absolutely. You're correct.
Okay. Was there ever a U-Haul, or did I misinterpret that?
No, there was. And that was after that day.
What day was the U-Haul there?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know the direct day, but I do know it was there afterwards. Whether it was the day after, I don't know.
So, a question for me: if I'm bringing a U-Haul, whether I'm moving in or moving out, I think I would call my friends. I might wonder where they're at. Question.
So I see people saying no, the cars are not in the driveway. No, I think she's talking about the families coming over after, at the time that the police arrived, 8:51. I think she means then.
Now, I don't mean to squabble, but I believe that the cars were in the driveway. Who would have taken them away?
I heard
Who would
they
have
were
taken the
parked on the
cars away?
street. I heard they were parked on the street. As far as that, now
Well,
family members.
street, driveway. Okay. Okay. All right. I have another question here. So you have three strong, healthy men, basically healthy men, and they all crump at the same time in the backyard. Why? Why would they all three go out? Like if you're three guys, you're like, hey, we're gonna go out back, we're gonna party, and we're gonna do this, whatever. Wouldn't one of the three guys say, "Oh shit, it's fucking cold out here. I should take the other two guys inside," or however that number works out? It just doesn't make sense. Like three strong, healthy young men all crump at the same time. Something nefarious is there, in my humble opinion.
It's definitely crazy. It's definitely crazy.
I mean, if you're out there with like two other people and you're like, oh, we're getting fucked up and blah 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 blah, and like one guy falls off, wouldn't you say like, oh gosh, we ought to bring him inside? And the other two guys are like, yeah, we ought to bring him inside. They're like three grown ass, strong, healthy men just crump. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go on to the next theory. I got my tinfoil hat. Okay, I can't rule out the big pharma thing because the man is a HIV specialist and he's working on a vaccine and such. And I'm going to throw in the birds, which I know has kind of been disbanded, but there are chemicals that cannot be detected in a body or on an autopsy that a man of such stature would have access to. I'm just saying that.
Got a little update for you guys.
Are you done with me?
No. I was looking at I was pulling up this U-Haul to see again. I'll see if it shows me.
Would you Trevor? Like you're moving, and oh, shut up, Jim. Like you're moving, and you're like, oh, I gotta move my whole house full of shit. Maybe I should call my friends. Where are they? Oh, looks like they're dead in the backyard. Like, isn't that a reasonable request?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and again, I'm back to the phones because we've never, as far as I understand, I have been out of touch. But where are their phones? Like, what is the technology of the phones? And if it's not an active investigation, then why is nobody exploring that?
That's a good question. It's a good damn question.
Digital data. I mean, where were they? When were they there? When did they get there? When did they leave? And from what I hear, the fifth person is getting thrown under the bus by the fourth guy, lawyer, and there's possibly more people at the party.
Right. I mean, who knows? I feel like we would have heard about it though, right? No? If
I would think so.
Said they
Go ahead.
No, I'm just listening to you and looking at these emails. Somebody said that somebody said that David Harrington's girl spoke out, but that's what I'm trying to find it.
Here's another off the wall chart concept. Okay, so you're looking for your boyfriend and he's not home, and you go to the house and he's not there, so you break in. And so, from what I understand, no disrespect to this woman, and I give her full kudos, but she's the first person to identify that there's a dead body. And his phone, keys, wallet is missing. Could she have taken them? Could someone else have taken them? Could there have been a nefarious person, a fifth, sixth, seventh person popped in there? Just saying.
Absolutely. You never know.
So,
I don't think we'll ever know until we get law enforcement to come out and speak. But
no, and I don't know why they would not. I don't know why they could not do a presser or some sort of a statement of some sort. Everything's cool. We got it. Everything's good. Or
they found drugs in the pocket, allegedly.
And if it's a drug situation, okay, here's the other thing with the drugs. Okay, let's say it's fentanyl, and I'm not going with that, because if there's going to be a drug involved here, I'm thinking it's going to be tranq. Are you familiar with the trank? Xylazine?
Yeah, I mean, from hearing about it today, but not too familiar. I haven't read about it or nothing. No, but
Okay, if you watch the Kensington thing, xylazine is the current. Anybody who buys what they think is fentanyl is buying xylazine, which is trank, and it's a tranquilizer that is used for veterinary medicine. And gosh, I'm upsetting people, but it's current, and it's what's happening now. That would make sense because if you watch anything about xylazine and trank, when people take it, if they choose to take it or not choose to take it, they freeze into position, and then they're like held over. Now that would like bent over or whatever, in whatever position they choose to take it. I'm not seeing 3 people voluntarily taking this medication and getting hung up in this position. I'm just not seeing it.
me neither. Well, so what's your final thoughts with it now? Do you think that this is foul play or an accidental overdose?
I think it's foul play. I want to jump on the big pharma thing, but I won't. I'm thinking that there's probably fentanyl or trank or something gone awry. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'll let you go. And I thank you for letting me speak.
Absolutely, Granny. I appreciate you calling in. You already know the drill. Lock your doors, stay safe, and watch out for them aliens in Florida with you.
Lock your doors and open your mind.
Watch out for the aliens. I was watching.
No aliens
I watched that damn clip. I was like, "What the hell is this shit?"
The alligators are frozen.
It's insane. I appreciate you, Granny. I hope you have a good night. I'll hear from you. I'll be looking for you.
You too.
God bless.
Bye.
Thank you, Granny. 219-885-9693. That's Granny. She was a nurse back in the day. But she said thanks, callers. You said with all due respect, the rabbit holes are on a flare tonight. 347. What's going on? You're live.
I'm calling from New York. This is my first time ever just coming into your show, so I just want to say greetings to you and in the chat.
Thank you.
So I'm coming in quite late in your live, so I don't know if somebody touched down on it. The night, there was Sunday night when they was watching the game, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the host of the party and who owned, well, the renter of the home, he claims he works from home, right? So, and he also claimed, he had his lawyer claim for him that he was asleep for the next 2 days and that he sporadically left the house, and then he changed the story to sporadically just got up and, used the bathroom and everything. But he works from home. So I want to know, has anyone found or know if he signed in and called into work? How was he putting in his absences? Because if you were asleep for 2 days, then that would mean you would be a no-call, no-show at work. Even if you work from home, you still have to sign in, you still have to clock in and do those type of things, right? So if you got up sporadically, then would you call your job? You would call your employer. And if you did that, why wouldn't you check your phone? We all live with our phones now. Like, we all check our phones and everything. So you claim you didn't get any messages from the family, the girlfriend, none of these things. You didn't see none of these things going on. But how did you, I want to know, how did he contact his employer for those 2 days that he was gone? Because right after this incident, he took a leave of absence.
Right.
Did the leave of absence happen prior to the demise of his friends in the backyard, or did you take it afterwards, after the demise of your friends? Because someone needs to check and see, how did he clock in? Was he working from home during those 2 days that he claimed that he never left the house, and he didn't notice that it was 3 of his friends in the backyard frozen to death, so to speak, right? And also, Right. The thing that's getting me is you claim you didn't hear anybody at all, right? When they was calling you, banging on the door, but then when the police knocked on the door, you suddenly heard them over the noise canceling headphones. I'm confused as to how that happened and why did the police decide
Well, no.
to not.
The woman broke in. The fiance broke in, and he didn't come out till after she broke in and found a body and called the police.
Yeah, but he
And
didn't. When she,
he voluntarily let them search the house.
this is what I'm saying. During that time, with her breaking and entering into his home, she said that she had called out his name and was screaming for him as well, and he never answered. But then when the police arrived a few moments later, he heard them, and he told the police the reason why he didn't hear her calling him was because he had on noise canceling headphones. So I'm confused as to how would you be able to hear the police, right? How would you be able to hear them a few moments later, but you didn't hear her kicking in the window, breaking into your home, screaming and yelling your name, but yet you heard the police and you ever so calmly came out of wherever you were because they never said exactly where he was in the house, right? And how the police can see three people in the backyard and then don't suspect any foul play at all. It's not treating it as a homicide. Like, wouldn't you think that as law enforcement you would suspect that this is foul play until it's otherwise proven differently? Like that's the thing that's mind boggling to me. And I don't know if you guys read or not. It was a girlfriend of his, an ex-girlfriend of his that went to high school with him, and she was on the Facebook post with the family. And she said that she broke up with him when they were in high school because he is the type of person that will lie to you directly to your face. And he gave her serial killer vibes, that she always thought that he would grow up to be a serial killer.
Where's that at?
His ex-girlfriend. It's on the Facebook post.
Okay.
One of the family friends, and she was saying like that she wanted the guy who rents the home. She wanted him to come out and tell what happened, and she was saying how they were all trying to contact him for those 2 days, and he ignored all the.
About Kayla or Kaylee.
I'm not exactly sure of her name, so I don't want to say the wrong thing as far as her name is
Talking
concerned.
about this one where she said her man and banged on the door for 20 minutes. Then her friend, which is April, went over there and knocked or whatever, and then broke in and proceeded to find one of the men.
So in that thread, in that post that she made, there is a young lady who claims that she dated them. She knows all the other guys, the two of the guys, because two of them went to high school with him, and then the other guy, he's just another friend that they've gained along the way. But she said that she knows all three of them, not the ones that died, but the one who owns the house and two of the guys that are now deceased. She said that she dated the guy who rented the home, and she broke up with him because he was just like, he gave her sociopath vibes, that he will lie to you directly in your face for no apparent reason, and he always creeps her out, and she thought to herself back then that he would always grow up to be some type of serial killer. And like, he's seen her a couple of years ago, like after college, she went off and got married and got a job, and he had messaged her in Facebook and was like, and he was disgusted that she went and got married and had children, and told her, like, how could you start a family this early? It's too early for you to start a family. She was like, so she knows, like, in her heart of hearts, she feels that he has done something nefarious to those guys.
Now, how do we know that woman really dated him?
I'm not sure, because no one else has come back, and underneath her comment, no one came and said that she was lying. She said that she went to school with them, and that she knows two of the guys that were found in the backyard, and that she dated him, and she dated him for 2 years out of the years that they was in high school, that he was kind of weird, and nobody really befriended him but them two. And he's always been like that. Like his character, from what she can tell, is that was the reason why she stopped dating him, because he gave her the creeps.
That's crazy. I seen a lot of shit, but what you're telling me is I haven't seen. I've seen a lot, but I do see people in chat saying it is out there, so I definitely want to see it. You know what I mean? Because that'd be a good read for sure, just to fill her out. Stacy in chat said that what she said. She said she dated Jordan. It was his ex in the chat on Facebook. I was peeping all the comments on that, but I do get other people saying, "How do we know that that's really somebody who dated her or him?" You know,
I mean, we don't know. We're all speculating. We're all trying to
100%.
find out what happened. You know, 3 guys
Bing
lost
bang.
their life, and honestly, the official story, the unofficial official story that we've gotten about them freezing to death, really, come on, guys, like 3 grown men, you know, all dying at the same time from hypothermia, and it was only like 40 degrees in Kansas that day. Like,
yes, ma'am.
that story is not floating, right?
Yeah.
So something else has happened, and I can get it if something happened to them and you're scared that you might get blamed. So I could get that, but there's too many variables in this to have everybody like it's too many things that's going on answered, because even if you were scared or whatever, it's the things that you've done that has made you look more presumably guilty than not guilty at this point, because you don't look like a friend who trying to do the best for your friends and as far as yourself. You look like you're trying to hide something. And the mom of one of these guys, she really feels in her heart of hearts that you did something nefarious to her son, like, you know, and his friends. And also you're a chemist. You work with biochemistry, you know, who knows if you gave them something, made sure that they stayed out there for 3 days until the thing left their system. We don't know. So we're all just speculating, trying to figure it out, because you've done some weird things. That's all it is. It's like, we don't know who's telling the truth. We don't know what happened out there. We all would like to know what happened to these young men. I'm quite sure the family wants to know more than we do, you know? So I'm just throwing things out there, because the thing I really want to know is, did he sign on to work? Because you claimed you were passed out for 2 days. And I don't know nobody who parties that hard unless you were on a crack binge. Those are the type of people that go on sleep binge, you know, like, were you guys sniffing cocaine? Were you smoking crack cocaine? What were you doing? Because those are usually the people who binge out for 2 days. Were you on Benadryls? What were you doing? You were on some type of substance for you to crash out for 2 whole days and not notice your friends in the backyard. I'm confused. Who doesn't look in their backyard, in their home? And you were in the kitchen. You see the photos from the kitchen. How did you not? It's too many unanswered questions, you know?
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you for allowing me to voice my thoughts and theories. And I'll be back in the chat watching you guys.
Absolutely. I appreciate you calling in. Good phone call. Good points that you made too. Good points that you made. And thank you for letting me know about that girlfriend thing. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. So I appreciate you letting me know.
Yeah, check it out.
If you find it, email it to me. Because I don't know what you said. It was under her under Kaylee's.
Yeah, it was under the girl. It was under the friend's post, and it was a comment made, and she made it. I can't remember. I can't remember the girl's name that made the comment, but she said that she dated him, and she knew all of them, and he was kind of weird, and you know, everything while they were in high school, and she broke up with him. You know, she dated him for 2 years while they were in high school.
Find it. We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it.
Nope.
And we'll talk about it. I appreciate you letting me know, dog. God bless you, man. I hope you have a beautiful night. Thank you for calling in. Make sure you lock your doors and stay vigilant. We live in a weird ass world.
About that. Same to you.
Thank you. 219-801. What's going on? You're live.
Hey T, it's Cindy up in Idaho.
What's going on, Sandy? What's your thought?
Well, thought I'd weigh in on some of these things I'm hearing
Police
today.
officer Cindy from Idaho on the phone. What's going on?
Tax law enforcement.
If you show up to a house, Cindy, and there's 3 people outside like this, and there's no obvious signs of foul play, right? You guys conducted a search warrant. There's no obvious signs of foul
Well,
play, no obvious signs of anything. What do you guys do after that when you're
well,
waiting for results? What's the next steps? Can you fill us in?
okay, there's right now when you first roll up, you're not going to have a search warrant because you're just coming to an unattended death or a suspicious death is what I would call it, because 3 grown men are dead in the yard. It's suspicious how that happened. So what I wanted to say is usually fentanyl, if we're talking about fentanyl, it is smoked off of a piece of tin foil. And the fentanyl's on the foil. You put a lighter underneath the foil and light that, and it heats up the fentanyl. That causes a smoke, and then you use a straw and suck the smoke up. And that is how fentanyl is usually used. I mean, 90% of the time. I don't think anybody would try shooting it up because they would die. And most people know that. But a friend of mine, her husband died from an overdose of oxy. But the police went through his phone and saw text messages from a woman who he was buying pills from because she had a prescription. And they went after her and charged her for whatever part of it that was her responsibility, selling prescription drugs, that was a crime. I don't get how they're not investigating, but and then the parents of this friend of mine, his parents went after that woman in a lawsuit for causing the death of their son. So I don't understand how come this isn't being investigated. And I think it probably is. I just think they haven't announced anything, but I don't believe that it's cut and dry and done. It's not just a done deal. Or you could get that police report because it's not an ongoing case. But if it is an ongoing case, then we're not going to be able to get the police report, the incident report from that day when they rolled up and found the scene as they did. But what I can't get behind is why Jordan had all 3 of their phones, keys, and wallets. It's suspicious enough that the 3 friends are outside and die, all dead, and, but I just don't at all. And then it's been talked about his attorney. Somebody said he was like the Petito's attorney or something, but what I see this attorney doing is lying, and he's catching himself in almost every lie he says. For instance, he said that he didn't leave the house, that he works from home. Then he said he leaves sporadically and didn't notice that the friends' cars were parked out on the street. Okay, so the friend, I can see if you're going to have a party and you have pit bulls, you don't want the dogs there potentially having to let them out, having to feed them, water them. You're having a party. Yeah, I can see him sending the dogs to his parents. That doesn't bother me at all. Because I might even do that, I don't want to chase my dog down the street if somebody opens the door. But what I think this last lady caller said is, why did he hear the police, but he didn't hear the breaking of the glass, the yelling from the friend, the girl, the fiance who was in there yelling for him? Well, I feel like he staged that entrance completely 100%, comes out in his boxers like they're still partying, empty wine glass. Oh, I got to get some more wine. Oh, the police officer, how are you? What are you doing here? Just faking it, trying to fake it till he makes it, but he hasn't faked it out any of us. But I wanted to tell you about how the drug determination works. When the police say that they can't speak on it because they're waiting for toxicology reports. I haven't heard them even say that, or that it's foul play. But I believe if I was doing this case, that the very first thing I would want to do is get that toxicology report.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about that is, they take fluid and tissue and the testing targets, they call them. And then if it's no drugs, that can still take 4 to 6 weeks to break it all down to what drugs and determine that it's drug-caused death can take 2 months, 6 to 8, 10 weeks. But I believe it's foul play because of just the way this whole thing went down with, the woman breaks in, he comes out all staged, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
The police are there. He heard the police because they knock hard. Boom, 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 boom. Police, we want to come in. They'll do it. They have to do it 3 times. So
Right.
he was doing it loud, or however many was there. They weren't going to leave because he's pretending to be asleep, or he has earbuds in and can't hear. Bullshit. You can feel your house knocking that hard, when the police are knocking. You know what I mean? It's not a light knock.
Right.
So the woman who broke in finds a deceased person, calls 911.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming. I don't understand when they get there, if it was they got there and said cardiac obvious or whatever, they're dead, we don't need paramedics. Well, if you just rolled up and you find one dead person, and see a couple more in the yard, you don't know at what stage they are. If Narcan can bring a person back, I've used Narcan on a person and brought them back. I've done it myself, and it doesn't take but one little push, and they're like, oh, what's going on, coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And you think they're gone, so I don't understand this entire police department. It doesn't work at all like what I would be used to having happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because we just wouldn't walk down the backyard and say 3 dead people, and the one guy was having a party, but obviously he was still in party mode, didn't even know they were out here. No, that was staged. Can't you see that? I don't understand how they're getting away with this.
Good question.
Yeah, it's just like from one law enforcement to another law enforcement, I'm saying foul play is involved with how they died. At the minimum, it's a drug overdose. At the maximum, the scientist has overdosed them on something.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know, but your mind is smart, and this isn't looking right. These are 3, like everyone has said, healthy, younger men, not even 40 years old.
Yeah, that's what I'm
your
saying.
age.
Crazy. And the new interview just came out. I'm about to play it. What's your final thoughts on what we have right now? We need the toxicology, right?
Yeah, my final thoughts are we have to have the tox come back, and we have to be patient enough to wait 2 months if that's what it takes.
Mm-hmm.
But initially, from blood and urine, and they do a thing where they take a syringe in your eyeball and suck out that fluid. Well, those things right there, the blood, urine, and the eyeball serum, can tell you now, not in 8 weeks. They can tell you now. Just like if you're on any kind of monitored drug test or something, they have those cups and they peel those back and it'll say exactly what drug. Okay, that's how quick it can be. So the patience is what I think we're going to have waiting for the talk screen.
Right.
And honestly, I cannot believe that the police are not investigating this, even behind the scenes, even if they've said it was just 3 deaths and they're moving on.
Yeah.
They're not moving on. They're going to come back with either some kind of ruling, some kind of judgment. The chief, the detectives higher up than these local law, enforcements, like, a corporal is only one stripe over a patrol officer, like Brent Payne. He's nobody, why is he in charge? So anyways, that's just, I'm criticizing of the police department, the work, the no statement, the no enlightenment, the no nothing from them when everybody is talking about it and wants to know. I just can't believe that inadequate bullshit from this police department and from Cindy Newman, from Chubbuck Police Department in Idaho. I ask you to come out with something. It's just not fair. You're not fair. And that's just what I'm saying. You're not doing a good job. Sorry, buddies. But this is
I'm about to fill up these new interviews. I appreciate you, Cindy.
Okay, thank you, T.
Thank you for
Thank you
calling
for
in.
this call. Thanks for this case coverage. It's awesome. Let's hear the new stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you. I appreciate you, Cindy. Lock your doors. That's Cindy. Idaho law enforcement, retired. I think she said she was retired, but she's been here for a while. All right, so let's look. Is this anything that we haven't seen? All right, it looks like it is. Let's check it out.
If all of that is true, there is still a question. This has to be about drugs. If it, or, booze, drugs, whatever it is. Because if they're not shot and they're not stabbed and they're all dead, it just strains common sense to believe they could have wound up in this predicament if it wasn't done to them without drugs. It is the elephant in the room. What is the position of your client?
Again, if you're just coming in right now, this is the newest interview. It looks like with Jordan Willis's attorney, the best attorney in the world. Make sure you go hire him. His name is John Paserno. He will tell your story 45 different ways. Make sure you hire him, allegedly. But no, again, we got this. This is the new interview. We want to hear what else comes out. Let's go ahead and open our ears up.
As I told you last night,
drugs. It is the elephant in the room. What is the position of your client?
As I told you last night, Chris, I'm not in a position to comment on that at this time for a variety of reasons, not just on behalf of Jordan. And when and if the toxicology report comes out and when we get it, I'd certainly be happy to comment on it at that time. I'm not going to speculate about the activity and the behavior of other people who were not in the presence of my client at some point in time that evening or early morning hours.
And look, we both understand the dilemma, okay? If the tox comes out and they had whatever it is in it that makes this a more understandable situation, he's now going to be chasing his responsibility as opposed to being in front of it.
Well, Arlene, this is a new one. We're watching it together for the first time. I don't know if anybody else has seen it. Maybe they already left and went and watched it when it dropped. It came out about 40 minutes ago, and we are watching it here now together.
Owning what happened that night, and one of those is a much more satisfying thing in terms of credibility. You're aware that is the dilemma here.
No, I don't see it that way. And he has an attorney, and I'm representing his best interest. And he did nothing wrong, and that's what we're saying. That's what we're maintaining, and that's what we're going to say, no matter what comes back in that autopsy report.
Right. Well, something's going to come back, and I will give you a platform at that time, and we'll discuss it, because things just never don't make sense. Eventually, it will make sense, and the responsibility will lie where it does, and we'll take it to its logical conclusion. John Paserno, thank you very much for being with us again. Yes,
I would like to address those the phone calls and the text messages if I could, since the reporter left that hanging out there.
Go ahead.
Stop the cap.
Because the initial suggestion was he only got a Facebook message and nobody was really trying to get him. Malik says that's not true because the fifth friend says that he was getting messages and he was trying to find him and he wasn't getting his messages answered either. So what is it?
So I have sent your staff the records, his phone records, which I acquired this afternoon, and also the text message records. And during that period of time, the phone calls that came in on the early morning hour after the game on the 7th and the early morning hours of the 8th, all the way to the 8th, and then all the way to the 9th when the police came, the only calls that came in were one from his dad, which we recognize the number, and you have the actual numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other calls, there were 8 of them that came in from what is a dummy number. He has a robo killer app on his phone. And so when calls come in that are unrecognized or for whatever reason, they read as this dummy number. I've dialed this dummy number myself. It's a non-existent number. You get a message saying whatever. It's a dummy number. And then the only other call that came in was all zeros, a call that he blocked again from a robocop.
What about
the text messages?
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as the text messages go, which you have, there are a series of incoming text messages. That's all we have. There are no
a robo number. So now we're getting Chris, News Nation. You guys are doing a good job. Kansas City, that news station over there. You guys are doing a good job. You got this lawyer talking. Here comes the 7th story. Again, let's go back and hear the 7th story. He said he wants to clear up and get 2 extra minutes. Chris said, go ahead, hang it up.
And so when calls come in that are unrecognized or for whatever reason, they read as this dummy number. I've dialed this dummy number myself. It's a non-existent number. You get a message saying whatever. It's a dummy number. And then the only other call that came in was all zeros, a call that he blocked again from a robocop.
What about
the text messages?
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as the text messages go, which you have, there are a series of incoming text messages. That's all we have. There are no outgoing text messages. So the corollary to that, what goes along with what makes sense to that is when you and I get a text message, typically we're going to respond. If somebody texts you and says, hey, these 3 guys are missing, and they're your friend, you're going to respond. If Alex had said, if someone had said to him, the text message came in, why don't you respond? You would respond to your friend, right? That's what you would do.
Maybe.
The reporter wanted to twist my words when I said he didn't receive any messages. And technically I'm right. His phone received the messages. If you don't look at it, you did not receive the messages.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
I guess I should have said receive any messages. You would do.
Maybe.
The reporter wanted to twist my words when I said he didn't receive any messages. And technically I'm right. His phone received the messages. If you don't look at it, you did not receive the messages. I guess I should have said he didn't read the messages. And yes, as far as the text message from his friend, he did not tell me about that. And when I was informed of that, I asked him about that. And then he told me that's right. So there's 2 text messages, or excuse me, a Facebook message and a text message. And neither one he got before the police arrived at his home.
All right.
But the phone records that you have are consistent with him. If you look at them, the calls were early in the morning.
Yeah, we have
his
them.
dad called at noon and he picked up. He didn't pick up any in the morning. He didn't pick up any in the evening when he would have been sleeping. There were no other phone calls. And the text messages, the same way. There's no outgoing text messages those 2 days.
Right.
Which, as you know, who can stay off their phone for 2 days straight unless you're principally sleeping it out of it and you don't have your phone around you? So everything is consistent with what he's saying.
Hey, he looks pissed off, doesn't he? Everything that you guys are saying in chat, he's seeing this shit. He's mad. Look at him. He is mad. Look at this dude. He's pissed because I know he's reading you. He's got to be reading y'all's comments. He's probably in here right now. If he's in here right now, what would you like to say to him? What would you say to this lawyer if he's in here right now talking to us? Or not talking to us, but looking. 219-885-9693. Let's hear from him. Wow. He's spicy as hell. Como ain't buying it. Liar, pants on fire. What about Facebook Messenger? sleeping? Why was he sleeping for 2 days? 260, you're on the show. What's going on? 260, can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on, brother? You got an echo in the background.
Yeah, I'm muted.
My bad. What's going on, my boy?
Hey, what's up, man? I called earlier. I'll make this quick. I ain't trying to take up all everybody's time. Just real quick, there was a caller that was saying, I'm the one that called and said that I used to live with somebody that did fentanyl.
Yeah. I remember that call.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
You can 100% smoke fentanyl. Like I've seen it happen. So, like I said, I'm not trying to put anybody down or say, oh, they don't know, you know what I mean? Like I ain't trying to do none of that, but
Absolutely.
I just, like, you can 100% smoke it. I just don't want people to think, oh, well, I'm smoking this, so it can't hurt me if it's, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, you can put it on foil, you can put it in a pipe, you can, like, trust me, I've seen it done. I've seen it in front of me done with my own eyes. Like, yeah, this lawyer, I mean, most lawyers they're going to lie and weasel their way in and out of stuff that they, and just one other thing real quick. I'm not encouraging anybody, but if you are doing drugs and getting stuff off the street, there's plenty of places that offer fentanyl testing kits, so you can test your drugs before you do them to make sure. Yeah, I know people have addictions, and it's not, you know what I mean? Like, at least where I'm at, if you go, I know the public library gives out Narcan and testing strips. The methadone clinics give out Narcan and fentanyl testing kits, so you can test your stuff before you do it. Like I said, I'm not encouraging anybody to do it, but if you are stuck in that, there's ways to be at least kind of safe about it. You know what I mean? Like, and I see on the screen now with the weed, like, I haven't ever seen it, but I've heard stories of people smoking and falling out because there's fentanyl in it. But, and who knows, you know what I'm saying? We don't know if it's that or not. Like, once the toxicology reports come, then that will answer a lot of questions, but you can 100% smoke it. So just be careful. If you do, if you're living that life, there's ways to do it safe, or at least try to be safe. I live in Indiana. There's multiple methadone clinics in my town.
Right.
You could go there. You don't have to be a patient. You can tell them, hey, can I get some Narcan and some testing strips? And they'll give it to you. No questions. Take it and go. You know what I mean? Like, it's dangerous, man. When I was younger growing up, you could experiment and mess around a little bit, but now you can't do that no more. It's not safe, and there's ways to at least be halfway safe if you are in addiction and living that life.
You gotta be safe these days, because I mean,
that's what I mean. And you can test anything,
almost everything now, right? It's crazy.
Yeah, it's in everything. Like, I had a buddy I worked with. His brother overdosed from fentanyl. He was doing meth. Well, there was fentanyl in it, and he overdosed. Like, and it don't take, there's little kits they give you. You put a little bit in the kit, and it tells you if there's fentanyl in it, so you know what you're taking, what you're doing. Again, I'm not encouraging anybody to do drugs, but if you're living that life, there's safer ways. Just be careful.
I get what you're saying. So you're saying for anybody who's an addict out there, make sure you go test your shit.
Yeah, and you can test anything. You can test any drug that you got. You put a little bit in the kit, and it'll tell you if there's fentanyl in it.
Yeah.
So
I'll pass on.
I'll let you. What's that?
I said I'll pass on all that. I'm good.
I understand. I don't mess with none of that either. But I know addiction is crazy. Like, it's not like people are out there doing drugs just because they want to get high.
No, it's crazy. And what you're saying is helpful to the people who are struggling with addiction or getting shit off the streets. They should be scared out their socks right now. You should be shaking.
Yeah, that's like I said, when I was younger,
If you're doing
when I was younger, hey man,
you should be scared out your socks. If you buy shit from the streets and you're not going to a doctor and you're not going to a pharmacy or you're not going to dispensaries, I'd be scared out my sock to touch anything.
yeah, I was just like when you was talking to, I think his name was Jeff earlier. Like, you know, like when he was talking about how he would get stuff, and like I said, I've been around a lot of people and I've seen a lot of things, and just if you are stuck in that addiction, there's ways to at least be kind of safe about it.
Well, what you're saying, I'm not saying, I know you're not promoting drug use, but you're telling people if you're an addict, test your shit before you do it, or you might end up in a casket, literally.
100%. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not encouraging anything. I don't want nobody to do, but if you are stuck in that cycle, even, I mean, no matter what it is, they put it in everything. The fake pills, you might think you're taking a Xanax. Well, it's, you know, it's everything, and you can test it before you take it. That's all I'm saying. Just be safe out there. It's crazy, crazy world we're living in right now.
It's crazy just seeing the amount of people that say they lost family members, their sons, and everything to this. It's crazy how many people I've said say this in chat.
Yeah, I've lost friends. I've lost family to it. I've seen it firsthand. You know what I mean? And I've also seen people that was stuck in the addiction but did it safe, and they was able to get through it, and now they're living a good life. Like, but I mean, one night of, I'm just going to do a little bit. That could be like the dude was saying earlier, that with fentanyl, once you feel like, oh shit, it's too much, there's nothing you can do unless you have Narcan sitting right next to you, and you can, like, once you feel that it's there, it's too much, there's nothing you can do about it unless you literally have Narcan sitting on your lap.
You can't test for tranq though, right? Like Joe.
See, I don't know nothing about tranq. Tonight's the first time I've even heard about it.
I'm new too.
So that I don't know. I never even knew that was a thing.
I'm new
I
too.
never heard that.
I'm new too, brother. I'm new to it also.
So that's why I'm saying, like, don't do drugs. But I understand addiction. I've been around a lot of people that suffered from addiction.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are, there is places to get, like I said, like even here where I live, you can go to the public library and they will give you bottles of Narcan. They'll give you fentanyl testing kits. The methadone clinics, they give you, same thing. They give you, if you go in there and ask, and you don't have to be a patient. They won't try to force you to be a patient. They're just trying to save people's lives because they understand, it's crazy.
Somebody just told me Rick from Pawn Star's his son died from fent last week. I didn't know that. I used to.
Yeah. Not, he wasn't on the show. It was another son, and he just passed.
But still, though,
but there's been so many.
You're hearing all these stories, man. The fentanyl is killing so many different people right now.
It's killing everybody, man. It's killing musicians. It's killing actors. It's killing. I mean, Prince died of a damn fentanyl overdose.
I'm so glad I don't.
It's killing everybody.
I'm so glad.
And it's like you can't.
Drugs, bro.
If you don't get a prescription and get it from the pharmacy, then you can't trust it.
I mean, I used to buy weed off the streets and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But nah. That was a long ass time ago.
Yeah, I mean, even that. Like, I never thought I'd hear a story of fentanyl being in weed. I'm like, what? Why would you do that? Like, I don't know, man. It's crazy. But like I said, I'm not encouraging anybody to do drugs, but there's ways to do it halfway safe.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Like, and you can 100% smoke it. So just be careful. Don't buy drugs off the street. It's not like it was back in the day.
Absolutely. No doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you for putting that public service announcement out. I'm sure there might have been one or two, maybe three. You never know. There might be a few people in the chat that needed to hear that, to tell a loved one they know, and they might be speaking to them right now. So you never know who you just helped by saying that. Honestly. I mean, seriously.
I appreciate it. Like I said, like I told you, my buddy at work, his brother OD'd. And crazy. He told me, like, he's still messing around. So I went to the damn library and got Narcan and testing kits and took them to him. He was like, here, if he's going to keep doing it, you can't force somebody to stop doing drugs. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it.
Yeah.
They have to want to stop.
That's a fact.
But you can at least try to make them be halfway safe. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's a crazy world. No. And like I said, who knows when these toxicology reports come back, maybe it has nothing to do with drugs at all, but it seems like it's leaning that way. So,
Well, we'll see.
And like people are saying that Jordan did it. He did like he intentionally, like, who knows? But like, why would you, if you're going to intentionally kill your buddies and then just throw them in your backyard and just go to sleep and drink some wine and like, it's gonna, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems crazy.
It does, bro. We'll see when the talks come back what it ends up being. But I like I said, brother, I appreciate you calling up. Thanks for telling everybody about that. Some people might not have known about being able to test that shit. So people definitely need to hear that and let loved ones know, people around them that they know that are struggling with addiction. Test your shit. If you're effing up, that's on you. But test your shit.
Yeah, I mean, and it's free. You like I said, you can Google it. Google whatever city you're in. Where can you get it? And it'll give you all the location. Like I think it's like at least in Indiana where I'm at, it's a crazy state. But
yeah,
the public libraries, the methadone clinics, the homeless shelters, they all give it out for free. So just keep that in mind if you are stuck in addiction.
Absolutely.
But I'll let you get to some more phone calls, man. I appreciate you taking my call.
Absolutely, brother. God bless you. I hope you have a good night, my man. Lock your doors. Stay
All right.
Stay vigilant. We live in that cruel ass world, bro. I'm telling you.
All right. Yeah. You too, man. Be safe.
Good phone call.
Bing bang.
Excuse me. Yeah, good calling. Opal, what's going on? The health department gives out test strips, Opal said. Infamous unknown. Good calling. September, sir. Thank you for your information. God bless you. Well, I'm gonna get off here for a little bit. I might get back on. But if I do, it's gonna be a little bit later because I got some stuff to work on, especially a couple videos, one for the other channel, one for this channel. So like I said, I might be back tonight. Keep your notification bells on for both channels, the first and second. I don't know which one, but I might be back on tonight. So make sure you lock in the notification bells. I got a little bit of stuff to work on. And I will talk to you guys then. I love you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for everybody who participated. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Make sure you share all platforms. Keep this story rolling. These families need answers. It's important. And I will talk to you guys very soon.
He goes by T-REV, so we'll call him that as well. And he joins us now.
People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss. This something that we find important. Rep clean, strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifest in my time with patience. People trying to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see.